Legend has it that there is a great demon imprisoned in the forbidden area of the Taishan sword sect, and every female cultivator who has been there can undergo a rebirth. Therefore, the Taishan sword sect was directly changed to a female cultivation sect, and set up 365 holy women to take turns entering every day. But what they don't know is that there is only one mortal inside the forbidden area. Just because you have awakened the rare Yin Yang sacred body that appears once in a millennium, although your cultivation speed will not increase, it is a great tonic for female cultivators. So, your senior sister Lu Ruyan drugged you and imprisoned you. At this moment, you are lying on the bed trying to struggle, but your body is completely out of control, and you can only watch helplessly as Lu Ruyan approaches step by step. Senior sister, don't! Junior brother, even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to save you. Lu Ruyan let out a cold laugh, then waved her hand, and your clothes instantly turned into pieces. Then, a wicked smile appeared on her lips as she slowly approached you. In the room, you couldn't control a trace of your own power, only allowing Lu Ruyan to take from you again and again. Finally, after 3 hours, everything returned to calm. You lay on the bed, looking lifeless, while Lu Ruyan sat beside you, with a satisfied expression on her face. After 3 hours of intense battle, even a strong cultivator like Lu Ruyan in the foundation building stage felt as if she had experienced a life and death ordeal. With great consumption, she looked at her swollen belly and immediately activated the spiritual power in her body, wanting to refine your original breath. This is the supreme life source of the Yin Yang sacred body. Even a drop of it can transform a female cultivator. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was filled with your power. She dared not waste any of it, immediately trying to break through the golden core stage with this power. 3 hours later, Lu Ruyan completely refined all her power. Her body's aura changed completely. The spiritual energy condensed in her dantian continuously condensed, and finally formed a golden pill. The golden core stage has been achieved. Feeling the advancement of her cultivation, Lu Ruyan revealed a shy expression as she looked at you. This Yin Yang sacred body is indeed a treasure. It only took a few hours to surpass my 100 years of hard cultivation. Senior sister, can you let me go now? You gazed at Lu Ruyan, who appeared alluring like Daji reborn, but in your heart, it was as calm as a still pond, completely silent. On the surface, she was aloof and unworldly like a fairy, but in your eyes, she was a demoness who devoured people without leaving a trace. Junior brother, no rush. Senior sister can't bear to leave you, and I'm so beautiful. Don't you want to be with senior sister all the time? Hearing this, you coldly rebuked. Humph, you're just a demoness. After being scolded by you like this, Lu Ruyan showed no signs of anger, but instead her smile on her face became even more intense. Senior sister likes it when you're angry. After you eat this 9-yuan pill, sister will reward you again. After speaking, she took out a bright red pill from her pocket. Upon seeing this scene, you completely gave up. Even if you throw me directly from the Cloud and Rain Pavilion today, I won't take your elixir. Since you don't want to take it, then let me feed you. Lu Ruyan opened her red lips and put the elixir in. After another 3 hours, Lu Ruyan's cultivation level once again greatly improved. Only one step away from the middle stage of the golden core, and your body is even weaker, with your face looking pale. Junior brother, there are restrictions set in the room, so don't run around. Triggering the restrictions can have very tragic consequences. Are you hungry? Senior sister invites you to eat. With that, she directly took out a large amount of delicacies from her storage ring. You just took a glance, and the corner of your mouth couldn't help but twitch. Tiger loins, lamb loins, horse loins, and so on. This is poking at the sore spot. Willow did not continue to stay in the room, just because she knew the boundaries well. Even if the process of cultivation with you is wonderful, one must know when to stop. After leaving the room, Willow also felt a bit confused, as everything that had just happened seemed so elusive and unreal. She was chosen by the Taishan sword sect since the age of 3, entered the Qi refining stage at the age of 5, and reached the foundation building stage at the age of 25. She is the pride of the entire Taishan sword sect, an existence that other disciples can only look up to but find it difficult to reach. However, reality is often not perfect. Last time, when Lu Ruyan was cultivating, she unfortunately fell into demonic cultivation, not only causing her cultivation level to plummet, but also making it impossible for her to reach the golden core stage in this lifetime. And just as Lu Ruyan fell into the depths of despair, she unexpectedly discovered your existence, so she brought you directly into the Taishan sword sect without saying a word. I have maintained my virginity for nearly 100 years, but I gave it to Zhou Xian in such a confused manner. Is it really worth it? But for the sake of becoming immortal, what does it matter how much I sacrifice? Zhou Xian is my only chance to become immortal, so how can I easily let him go? But tormenting him like this every day is unbearable, so once I reach the stage of refining emptiness, I will no longer imprison Zhou Xian. Of course, Lu Ruyan does not completely see you as a tool. In addition to not allowing you to leave the room, she will also prepare various rare treasures for you, which can be considered as a slight compensation for your injured heart. Today is the sect assessment. As the sect saintess, I have to accept the challenge of 9 disciples. Originally, I had no confidence, but now that I have entered the golden core stage, who can still be my opponent? Lu Ruyan thought to herself, her beautiful eyes instantly shining brightly. Ignoring the soreness in her legs, she resolutely walked towards the assessment site. Meanwhile, inside the Cloud and Rain Pavilion, you were lazily lying on the soft bed like a cloud. Am I destined to be a puppet like Lu Ruyan for the rest of my life? At this point, a look of sadness involuntarily appeared on your face. Ah, others who travel through time are all smooth sailing. At worst, they can still turn the tables. How come it has turned into me being a captive tool here? However, at this moment, an electronic prompt suddenly sounded in the mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a gift from the Blue Star. The replication system is successfully bound. This system can replicate entries of other people for the host. It is detected that the host possesses the yin-yang sacred body, and the system will unlock all effects of the yin-yang sacred body. In just a moment, you feel a strange sensation all over your body. At this moment, you are only in the chi refining stage, and there is only a faint spiritual energy gathering in your dantian. But at this moment, there are traces of mysterious purple aura mixed in the spiritual power. This aura, could it be yin chi? In an instant, a concept appeared in Zhou Tian's mind. After having this thought, Zhou Tian immediately controlled his mind and tried to mobilize this yin chi. The effect was very remarkable. Under Zhou Tian's mobilization, this yin chi was instantly integrated into Zhou Tian's limbs and veins, and Zhou Tian's cultivation surprisingly increased at this moment. Chapter 4 continuing to be squeezed by Yan Ranlu. This made Zhou Tian feel very unbelievable. Originally, Zhou Tian was only in the early stage of chi refining, but just in the blink of an eye, Zhou Tian had directly broken through to the middle stage. This was unbelievable when put into the entire immortal cultivation world. For ordinary cultivators, it was already good enough to step into the chi refining stage within 100 years, and within 100 years can break through the refining of chi to enter the foundation, even if it is a dragon and phoenix among people. But Zhou Tian, in just an instant, directly broke through a small realm. At this rate, Zhou Tian would even be able to break through to the Jindan stage in less than a week. Is this the perversion of the yin-yang sacred body? Relying on yin chi to cultivate, it can directly lead the vast majority of cultivators. Zhou Tian couldn't help but think darkly. Zhou Tian suddenly remembered again that Yan Ranlu said that the yin-yang sacred body would not have too significant an effect on itself. It will only work on women who are biracial. But Zhou Tian, however, relied on the system to completely stimulate the effects of the yin-yang sacred body. More than that, it can help women cultivate. More than that, he could rely on women to make his own cultivation swift as well. By the way, the main thing the system does is still copying words. Zhou Tian came back to his senses. Activating one's yin-yang sacred body was nothing more than a function that came with the system. Most importantly, it's the ability to copy words. Zhou Tian's mind moved, and his system panel immediately appeared before his eyes. Character attributes. Host, Zhou. Cultivation level, refining. Physique, yin-yang sacred body, great accomplishment. Talent, word. Avatar. Yin-yang sacred body. The body's yang qi is inexhaustible and can be cultivated by relying on both yin and yang qi. Word looting. You can loot words from a target as long as you are in close proximity to the target for a quarter of an hour. Word levels, white, blue, green, orange, red, purple, gold, and basalt. Looking at his attribute panel, although his cultivation level was only at the refining stage, it didn't matter if it was this yin-yang saint body or the word looting talent. It all seems pretty anticlimactic. As for this word looting restriction, it was nothing to Zhou Tian. It was only a quarter of an hour. Zhou Tian had been with Yan Ranlu for more than a quarter of an hour every time. And it's not even close contact. It's negative contact now. I don't know what words and phrases are on Yan Ranlu. She is also considered a heavenly maiden. The words and phrases on her body must be extraordinary, Zhou Tian secretly thought in his heart. But right now, Yan Ranlu was not by Zhou Tian's side. Zhou Tian didn't have a chance to see it even if he wanted to. However, Zhou Tian believed that it wouldn't be long before he met Yan Ranlu. Yan Ranlu was once a yellow girl, and now that she was getting benefits from her body, she was sure to be addicted. Unsurprisingly, Zhou Tian expected it. It was only after 3 hours that Yan Ranlu came in dusty. Junior brother, you can't see senior sister for such a long time. Have you missed them? A burst of tingling sounds appeared in Zhou Tian's ears. Zhou Tian frowned and subconsciously felt a softness in his waist. Immediately after that, a sexy woman appeared in front of Zhou Tian. What Yanran was wearing was still a long white dress. The long skirt was that very conservative style, but when worn on Lu Yanran, it carried a seductive air. And at the moment there was no air of abstinence on Yanlu's face. Instead, it was utterly dainty. Think of your sister. Zhou Tian disliked him nonchalantly. How could Zhou Tian be good-tempered when faced with the demoness who had imprisoned him? You're overthinking it then. Senior sister doesn't have a sister. Having defeated a few challengers just now. Senior sister, I am now happy and can fulfill one of your requests. Lu Yanyan said, sitting directly beside Zhou Tian. And one hand was still not honest, directly putting it on Zhou Tian's thigh and directly squeezing it twice. This feeling was very odd, causing Zhou Tian's scalp to tingle a little. Then, don't touch me today. Senior sister, Zhou Tian stated his request. No way, Yanran Lu said without hesitation. As the saying goes, 30 is like a wolf, 40 is like a tiger. On the surface, Yanran Lu was still just a young girl in her 20s, but in reality she's been alive for almost 100 years and years. Never touched a man before. That's okay. Now that she had gotten a taste of sweetness on Zhou Tian, how could Yanran Lu let him go? Yanran Lu's words were all within Zhou Tian's expectations. And right at this moment, a mechanical tone once again sounded in Zhou Tian's ears. Ding! Detected a person of great fortune by the host's side. You can loot the target word. Characters, Lu. Age, 88. Cultivation, Jindan. Phrase, to the death, green quality. Will explode into more power when on the verge of death. Physique, white tiger, fierce body, takes the luck of loved ones and friends for his own use. Avatar, drawing. Lu Yanyan's attribute panel immediately appeared before Zhou Tian's eyes. Zhou Tian took a glance at the words owned by Yanran Lu. To the death? Surprisingly, it's still green quality. Zhou Tian couldn't help but be a little surprised. I didn't expect Yanran Lu's word quality to be quite high, but it had reached green. It was only at this time that Zhou Genius thought back. Previously, every time Lu Yanyan was about to be exhausted, she would burst out with a stronger force, muttering about dying and dying. Previously, Zhou Tian had thought that Yanran Lu was high-mouthed. Now I didn't realize that it turned out to be a real death. And at the end, Zhou Tian saw a countdown. 15 minutes in total. And as soon as it's over you'll be able to loot your opponent's words. These 15 minutes could almost pass in just a blink of an eye for Zhou Tian. The point was, even if Zhou Tian wanted to take his time and wait, Yanran Lu would not give Zhou Tian that chance. Good senior brother. It was too hasty before. Senior sister didn't even care about your feelings. What do you want sister to wear this time? A wry smile appeared on Yanran Lu's face. Immediately afterward, several pieces of clothing instantly appeared in her hands. There are different styles of clothes, but none of them are as thin as a cicada. Even when the sunlight from the window shines, the clothes are completely indistinguishable from mosquito nets. Looking at this scene, Zhou Tian once again felt his body go soft. This is a living fascination. Seeing that Zhou Tian did not speak, Yanran Lu revealed a light smile. It's the kids who make the choices, and the adults, they want it all. Anyway, there's still a lot of time left, even if you change all your clothes aside. In the next moment, the white dress on her body directly faded away, and directly in front of Zhou Tian, Yanran Lu slowly put a piece of clothing on. With Lu Yanyan's strength, it only took a thought to change her clothes, but she favored it, and was about to take it off and put it on slowly in front of Zhou Tian. As Zhou Tian watched the scene, he couldn't help but feel a pain in his waist. Where is this the saintly woman that everyone admires? It's not too much to say it's a demoness. As far as this dress was concerned, even if it was put into Zhou Tian's previous life, it was definitely the kind that couldn't be worn out of the house. Although there are no black silk uniforms in this world, this thin, silky little dress has a different flavor. Chapter 5 Yanran Lu advances to Jindan stage. There is a saying, it's the kids who make the choices and the adults who want it all. That's what you did. Every time she finished practicing with Zhou Tian, she would change into another piece of clothing. These clothes were all made of very thin material and seemed to be made specifically for fighting, and wearing them didn't interfere with fighting at all. It was getting late. The night is passing by. The sky is brightening. Lu Yanyan was so powerful that even if she didn't sleep for a night, she was still very energetic. Her sharp fingertips gently tickled her own red lips, followed by a movement of her throat that swallowed the power right back down. That's nice. Yuma had a sickly smile on her face. She touched her slightly bulging belly, and the smile on her face became even more flirtatious. It's full of energy. All of it. Relying on this energy, Yanran Lu felt that she could break through to the late Jindan stage at any time. This was a cognitively subversive existence when put into the entire immortal cultivation world, but this was the power of the yin-yang sacred body. Zhou Tian sighed. He managed to get the word of Yuma to the death, but the cost, too, is extremely great. Zhou Tian looked at the side of the bed, and there were a total of 6 pieces of damask silk clothes scattered on the floor. Some of the clothes were still intact, but most of them had been torn into pieces by Zhou Tian. Eat enough, right? If you're full, hurry up and play on the side. Looking at you is an eyesore, Zhou Tian said with great displeasure. After a night, the yang qi in Zhou Tian's body was once again depleted to nothing. This made Zhou Tian feel extremely weak and limp. Hate me so much? You have to know what an honor it is for anyone else to even think about looking at senior sister. But senior sister is pinching herself to welcome you. Yan Ranlu pouted. Sunday. Regarding Lu Yanyan's words, Zhou Tian all but treated the other party as if they were farting. Seeing that Zhou Tian did not speak, Yan Ranlu beamed unhappily. Let's put it this way. Elder sister has recently learned a dance. How about you see how it goes? Lu Yanyan said, not caring if Zhou Tian looked at it or not, and directly began to dance. Zhou Tian sniffed and became interested. He was really bored these days. Only what I didn't expect was that Yan Ranlu could still dance? Zhou Tian looked at Yan Ranlu with interest. At the beginning of the period, Yan Lu's dance was normal, but slowly it became a striptease. And jumping to the end, Lu Yanyan didn't realize that her entire body was plastered in front of Zhou Tian. It was close to just taking the joy beans and shoving them directly into Zhou Tian's mouth. Feeling a burst of heat in his belly, Zhou Tian frowned and immediately closed his eyes tightly. Colors are empty. Colors are empty. Zhou Tian emptied his mind. He was now not daring to touch Yan Ranlu at all. He just gained the system. He doesn't want to die on Yan Lu's belly. Seeing this expression on Zhou Tian's face, Yan Ranlu also instantly lost interest. She was also clear that Zhou Tian was already very weak and could no longer cultivate with herself. Lu Yanyan simply plopped down directly on the ground and began to refine the energy in her stomach. This time, it took Yan Ranlu 5 hours to completely refine the energy. Middle Jin Dan. It's done. Immediately after, a shy expression appeared on Yan Ranlu's face as she pulled out a jade plug. The jade stopper was made of the finest jade, and its mold could be referred to the stopper of a warm water bottle. It also has the same effect as a water warmer, preventing the energy from dissipating. Yan Ranlu came up with this solution in order to be able to not waste Zhou Tian's power. The cultivation was over, and now the sky was falling again. There's another test tonight, so I hope I'm not late, Yan Ran thought. She looked at Zhou Tian next to her again. Zhou Tian didn't look at himself at all, looking at the full moon outside the window, not knowing what he was thinking. Lu Yanyan did not speak again and directly threw a storage ring beside Zhou Tian. Then, getting dressed, he walked out again. Finally gone. Zhou Tian took a long breath. After Yan Ranlu left, the first thing Zhou Tian did was to check his dantian. At Zhou Tian's dantian, there was an additional strand of yin qi in addition to reiki. There's even more yin qi content. If I directly refine this yin qi, I guess I can directly step into the foundation establishment stage, Zhou Tian thought in his heart. Yan Ranlu was able to gain power from Zhou Tian, and Zhou Tian could likewise gain power from Yan Ranlu, but I can't directly refine it now, or else if she finds out that my cultivation level has increased, she'll surely make more restrictions on me, Zhou Tian thought in his heart. He is not a little cutie. Naturally, he knew the price that came with an increase in cultivation. If you really want to refine these yin qi in your body, you have to do so after accumulating a sufficient degree, a one-time direct breakthrough to Yuan Ying, or parting of the spirit. At that time, even if he wasn't Lu Yanyan's opponent, he would be able to leave directly. Zhou Tian collected his mind and placed his gaze on the nearby nascent sacred ring. Zhou Tian picked up the nascent sacred ring and his mind converged in it. With just a glance, the corners of Zhou Tian's mouth twitched once again. It was only because in the nascent ring, all of them were all kinds of pills that nourished yin and tonified yang. This Yan Ranlu, she really treats me like a cow or a horse. Cloud and Rain Pavilion. Taishian. Today is the test that happens every 30 years. All inner disciples could challenge the contemporary Holy Maiden. If the challenge was successful, they would be able to take over the position of the Holy Maiden and become the new Holy Maiden or Holy Son. And yesterday, there were already a dozen disciples who had challenged Yan Ranlu. These disciples were all geniuses of the Taishian sword sect, with cultivation levels at least at the foundation establishment stage. Even the strongest had reached the peak of foundation establishment. If it was the previous Lu Yanyan, it would be very difficult to defeat these disciples, and more importantly, it was a wheel battle, not giving Lu Yanyan any time to rest. But now it was different. Yan Ranlu had stepped into the Jindan stage. There was only one step difference between the peak foundation establishment and Jindan stage, but the gap between the two seemed like a chasm. At the moment, the ring, Lu Yanyan was holding a 3-foot green blade, wearing a white dress, and her eyes were cold without any emotion. In everyone's eyes, Yan Ranlu was a powerful representative of the entire Taishian sword sect's pride of heaven. Who else wants to challenge me? Come together. Lu Yanyan's pair of beautiful eyes glanced over all the inner disciples. These eyes were as if they were looking at humble ants. When the surrounding people listened to Yanran Lu's words, all of them had cold air coming out of their bodies. The gap in strength was something that could not be compared to the number of people, especially the murderous aura on Yanran Lu's body, which made them not have any courage to face them directly at all. On the surface, Lu Yanyan was very dashing and eloquent, but in her heart, she was sputtering. Damn! I should have known not to do it so many times. Now my legs are numb. It's a good thing I'm wearing a long skirt or they'd have seen my legs trembling. Yan thought in her heart. Even if it's good, then you can't have too much of it. Right now, Lu Yanyan only wanted to scare everyone in the crowd and then go back to hugging Zhou Tian to sleep earlier. A minute passed and not a single person dared to go on. 5 minutes passed and still no one had caught up. 10 minutes passed. Originally, Lu Yanyan had thought that no one would come to challenge her, but at that moment, a woman in a long purple dress suddenly flew in front of Yanran Lu with a long sword in her hand. Yanran Lu, others are afraid of you, but I, Ling, am not afraid of you. Chapter 6, Master. Come to my cloud and rain pavilion. The appearance of the woman in the purple dress instantly attracted everyone's attention. Holy, who is this fairy? How come I've never seen her before? You don't even know about this? This is the granddaughter of our clan's grand elder. Her name is Ling, and now she's already at the early stage of Jindan. Early Jindan? This is too perverted. I've joined the inner sect for 50 years and I'm only at the early stage of foundation establishment today. How can Ling's strength be comparable to ours? In our entire Taishian sword sect, it's probably only Yanran Lu who can compare to her. Also, I wonder who will win, Yanran Lu or Ling. Listening to Ling's words, Yanran Lu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. She is aware of this Ling. The age in Lu Yanran is similar, and the natural talent is not weaker than Lu Yanran at all. Yanran Lu possessed the white tiger fierce fury body, while Ling possessed the aqua swing body. Damn it, didn't this Ling go out to practice? How did she come back so quickly and step into the Jindan stage? Luckily, I broke through to the middle Jindan stage just to be on the safe side, or else I really wouldn't be a match for Ling. Yanran Lu couldn't help but feel grateful in her heart. Luckily, he had practiced with Zhou Tian for another 300 rounds. Otherwise it really wasn't a match for Ling. So it's senior sister Ling. In that case, let's battle. Yanran Lu raised her longsword and immediately attacked towards Ling. Ling, on the other hand, was equally imposing, facing Yanran Lu's sharp swordplay without any fear. The 9 heavenly Xian fury, transformed into divine thunder, brilliant heavenly power. Lead it with your sword. Ling raised her longsword high, and heaven and earth instantly changed at that moment as a divine thunderbolt rose at first. This is the divine sword royal thunder true technique? Yanran Lu frowned. The divine sword royal thunder true technique was one of the 4 major sword techniques of the Taishian sword sect, and it was the most offensive sword technique. Yanran Lu would naturally use it as well. Only that this sword technique consumed an extremely high amount of spiritual qi, and she hadn't expected Ling to use it as soon as she came up. Little, I lost you 30 years ago. Let's see how you can still beat me this time. Violet Velvet was as angry as a rainbow, and there was no departure in her hands. Is this your bottom card? If it was the me from before, I might actually lose to you, but I'm not going to lose now. After Lu Yanyan spoke, she directly bit her tongue and a fresh blood stained the sword. 7-star sword technique. Lu Yanyan did not choose to use the divine sword royal thunder true technique, but instead used another sword technique. 7-star sword technique. It was the resolute that Yanran Lu was best at, and its power was not as domineering as the divine sword royal thunder true technique though. However, it was more adept at using a small amount of money to make a big difference, and breaking all laws with one sword. The 2 sword techniques went head to head, causing the entire Taishian sword sect to be enveloped by their terrifying aura. Next to him, the Taishian sword sect leader, Qin Chengyan, watched the scene. Patriarch has really cultivated a good disciple. At less than 100 years old, he has already stepped into the middle stage of Jindan, and this 7-star sword technique is even used in a pure, peak manner. An elder beside him cupped his hands. This child Yanyan has worked hard since she was a child, and I didn't expect Elder Z, your granddaughter, to step into the Jindan stage as well. Qin Chengyan responded. Whether it was Yanran Lu or Ling, it was beyond Qin Chengyan's imagination. Especially Yan. If she remembered correctly, the last time she saw Yanran Lu was still only at the peak of foundation establishment, but I didn't expect to step into Jindan so quickly, and to step into the middle stage. This little granddaughter of mine has gained some chance outside, but it's definitely not comparable to Yanran Lu. With Yanran Lu's strength, when the sovereign ascends, she will definitely be able to continue to carry our sect forward, Elder Violet said. While listening to the other party's words, Qin Chengyan fell into silence. Ascension? If it was in the past, Yan was high-minded and proud, believing that she was absolutely capable of ascending. But along with getting older, Yan Lu's mindset has changed. Stepping into the Yuan Ying stage at the age of 1000, Yan Lu's potential had already been exhausted. It's hard as hell to go further. And Lu Yanran stepped into the Jindan at the age of 200. The future achievements will only far exceed Yan, and even really can ascend to the sky is also possible. The ensuing battle was swift. Although Ling was strong, in the end, she was still no match for Yanran Lu. I lost. Ling sighed helplessly. Ling had lost to Yanran Lu, and the other disciples were even more afraid to come forward to challenge. This time, the sect examination had also drawn to a close. Lu Yanyan was not prepared to continue to stay here, and directly prepared to go back to the Smoke and Rain Pavilion and go to sleep with Zhou Tian in her arms. Of course, whether or not you sleep exactly, that's another story. But just as Zhou Tian was about to leave, a calling voice reached her ears. Yanya Lu. Hearing this burst of sound, Yanran Lu's entire petite body instantly stopped and immediately turned to look. And in front of her was a lightly matured woman whose age looked to be around 30. Master. Yanran Lu immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully. The person who came was the Taishan Sword Sect's patriarch, Yanran Lu's master, Xinxiangyan. It had been 30 years since Yanran Lu had last seen Xinxiangyan. Although Xinxingyi was the head of the sect, she was usually almost entirely in closed-view cultivation and rarely appeared in the sect. You haven't forgotten to cultivate in these 30 years. And now you're already in the middle Jindan stage. And you're not that far off from master. Xinxiangyan patted Lu Yanran's fragrant shoulder and said with a loving face, Master, I am still far from you. Yanran Lu said with embarrassment. Cultivation she naturally hadn't forgotten, only that she had unlocked a new posture of cultivation, two-person cultivation. Master is old, with only a few hundred years of longevity left. In a few days Master will pass on the position of patriarch to you, and Master I will retire in peace. Xinxiangyan laughed bitterly. She wasn't joking with this statement. In the first half of Xinxiangyan's life, she was hardly ever free. While others were enjoying the love and care of their parents, Xinxiangyan was cultivating. While others were in love, Xinxiangyan was cultivating. When other people's children and grandchildren were full, Xinxiangyan was cultivating. Apart from cultivating, the only thing Xinxiangyan did was to work hard to build the Taishan Sword Sect better. Now 1,000 years old, Xinxiangyan decided to stop being busy and retire well. Hearing Xinxiangyan's words, a trace of panic instantly appeared on Yanran Lu's face. She didn't want to be the patriarch. She only wanted to be a holy maiden in peace and then cultivate with Zhou Tian. Master is not old. Master is young and ruthless. And Master, I have a way to allow you to gain more longevity and even break through your cultivation level. Yanran Lu pursed her lips and made a decision. That is, to share the circumference with the master. If it was any other woman, Yanran Lu would never do this. But Lu Yanyan was adopted by Xinxiangyan since childhood, and in Lu Yanyan's eyes, Xinxiangyan is more like her own mother. Hearing Lu Yanran's words, Xinxiangyan was also slightly surprised and could not help but reveal a puzzled gaze. Yan, is it possible that you have obtained some kind of chance? But our Taishan Sword Sect is a prestigious sect. Those devilish techniques can't be practiced. No, it isn't. Senior, you'll know if you go to my Smoke and Rain Pavilion. As long as you go there once, you can definitely break through to the divine separation stage. Yanran Lu immediately explained. Chapter 7 Accelerated Cultivation. Yanran Lu's tone was extremely certain. This caused even Xinxiangyan to fall into a trace of doubt. To your Cloud and Rain Pavilion? There's a chance to break through the divine separation stage in there? Why does that sound more and more implausible? Xinxiangyan had lived for 1,000 years, and it wasn't as if she hadn't encountered a chance. There are indeed those methods that allow cultivators to rapidly increase their cultivation level, but these methods are too harsh. Either by getting some kind of heavenly material, either that or some demonic cultivation techniques. The most common, and the most resisted, was a blood path technique, refining millions of cultivators by means of the blood Tao, ultimately forming a blood cranium dan. By taking the blood cranium pill, one could forcibly break through a realm. But the price is also there. The blood cranium dan refining method is incompatible with heaven and earth. Each cultivator can only take it once. Xinxiangyan still wanted to open her mouth and continue to ask Yanran Lu for details. But looking at Yanran Lu's serious expression, Xinxiangyan still didn't ask. That's just it. It's also a kind gesture from Yanran Lu. So it's not just for me to make a trip. Xinxiangyan thought in her heart, then directly nodded her head. Seeing Xinxiangyan agree, Yanran Lu immediately revealed a delighted expression. Afterward, he immediately pulled Xinxiangyan to the Cloud and Rain Pavilion. Outside the door, Yanran Lu didn't go in. Master, I'll guard the door for you. Although this method can help you break through the divine separation stage, there is a cost. Yanran explained. The price? Shen Qingyan sniffed and nodded directly. The more powerful the chance, the greater the cost of possessing it. But when Shen Qingyan heard Yanran Lu's words, she couldn't help but be more puzzled as well. Could it be that in Yanran Lu's room, there could really be a chance for him to make a breakthrough? Good. Shen Qingyan nodded her head, and Age walked straight in. It wasn't that Shen Qingyan hadn't been to Cloud Smoke Pavilion before. She breezed in. But the moment she just entered the door, Shen Qingyan could not help but frown, because she caught a whiff of it. It's subtle though and has been specifically cleaned, but Shen Qingyan still smelled it. It was Jing Zi's odor. Strange, how it smells. Shen Qingyan couldn't help but be puzzled. She dispersed her divine sense, her eyes surveying the entire room. At the first glance, Shen Qingyan sensed the prohibition in the room. This prohibition had no effect on Shen Qingyan and would only restrict the movement of cultivators below the Jindan stage. Can it be that there's a certain cultivator imprisoned in Yanran Lu's room? Shen Qingyan was puzzled for a moment in her heart, but immediately afterward, she discovered Zhou Tian's presence. At this moment, on top of the bed, Zhou Tian was sleeping on all fours, with snores coming from time to time. Shen Qingyan gazed towards Zhou Tian. Just by looking at it, Shen Qingyan was startled. How could there be a man in Yanran Lu's room? Is it possible that it's her Taoist? But how come Yanran Lu's Taoist is still not wearing clothes when she sleeps? Shen Xingruo's cheeks flushed slightly, and she couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Generally, except for cultivators who practiced special techniques, there were no restrictions on talking about love. Although Shen Qingyan majored in the Tao of the Sword, she secondarily practiced the Tao of Supreme Forgetfulness. So after 1,000 years of living, I haven't really been in love, let alone a relationship. She had never even touched a man's body. At this moment, suddenly seeing Zhou Tian, Shen Qingyan only felt a wave of shame. She straight away wanted to leave and then blame Yanran Lu. But just then, Shen Qingyan, however, suddenly realized that there was something wrong with Zhou Tian. This is the Yin Yang sacred body, Shen Qingyan said incredulously. She naturally recognized Zhou Tian's physique as the legendary Yin Yang sacred body. The Yin Yang sacred body was hard to find for 10,000 years, and it was a true heavenly treasure for female cultivators. Once something goes wrong, it will be snatched up by those old hags. If he could dual cultivate with the Yin Yang sacred body, then Shen Qingyan definitely had the hope of breaking through the divine separation stage. This Yanran Lu was really lucky to have met the Yin Yang saint body, and if I can dual cultivate with it, I'll be able to break through to fractal god in less than 100 years. Shen Qingyan couldn't help but feel a little excited when she thought about it in her heart, but immediately afterward, Shen Qingyan couldn't help but feel a little ashamed, because it suddenly occurred to her that the reason why Yanran Lu was able to break through to the middle Jindan stage must have just double-crossed Zhou Tian, and if he himself then said cultivation with Zhou Tian, wouldn't that be two phoenixes serving one dragon? The original Shen Qingyan was definitely an ice-clear fairy in people's eyes, untainted by mortal dust, unearthly. These were the words used to describe Shen Qingyan. But now, to have a double practice with one's disciple, together with one person, it's a shame to say it. No, I can't do that. It goes against my grain. At this moment, Shen Qingyan was somewhat resistant. However, she couldn't help but place her gaze on Zhou Tian again. Benevolent mind? What's the use of the original heart? I want cultivation. Shen Qingyan immediately pouted. She thought it through. What innocence, compared to cultivation enhancement, was not worth mentioning at all. Who dares to cricket themselves as long as they are strong? At that thought, Shen Qingyan took a long breath and immediately walked towards Zhou Tian. At this moment, Zhou Tian, who was originally sleeping, also heard the footsteps. This made Zhou Tian very speechless. Still letting people rest, not stopping for a day. Ha! Zhou Tian immediately cursed angrily. Even if one is in the Yin Yang saint body, but they're not just tool people to be crushed. One needs to rest oneself. Even if Yanran Lu was beautiful and gentle, but you can get tired of eating too much of a good thing. Yanran Lu is still too young to understand this. Zhou Tian mentally spat. Immediately afterward, he sat straight up. His eyes looked toward the front. With just a glance, Zhou Tian immediately froze, because the person in front of him was not Yanran Lu. The person who came was also wearing a white dress, and his appearance was not inferior in the slightest when compared to Yanran Lu, and quite a bit older, with quite an air of light maturity. Especially this body. It looked even more concave and convex than Yanran Lu. What's more important is the other person's aura, to appear more icy. It was as if they were truly untainted fairies. Looking at this woman, Zhou Tian felt a pang of doubt in his heart and directly blurted out, "Who are you?" Zhou Tian didn't dare to take it lightly. He had already understood the cruelty of the immortal cultivation world when he crossed over to this world. the prettier the fairy, the more she eats. At this moment, seeing Zhou Tian suddenly open his eyes, Shen Qingyan also immediately frowned. She felt an instant pang of shame. What should one say? Say I'm Yanran Lu's master. This time, I came here to double cultivate with you. Shen Qingyan can't say it. But soon, Shen Qingyan reacted. I'm a Yuaning stage. Zhou Tian is only at the foundation stage. What are you afraid of? Even if they really did Zhou Tianxiang, then he would not have any possibility of resistance. However, Shen Qingyan still had the reserve of being a member of the righteous path. She didn't want to do that, wanting to familiarize herself with Zhou Tian first before she double cultivated. I'm Shen Qingyan, Yanran Lu's senior sister. Chapter 8. Shen Qingyan slowly spoke. Her voice was extremely clear and cold, obviously sounding as good as a lark, but it carried a hint of intimidation if nothing else. This was something Shen Qingyan could not control. Shen Qingyan practiced the way of the sword, which was about extreme offense. This also led to the very powerful pressure Shen Qingyan usually gave off. Just a knitted brow can be intimidating, but at the same time, there was a hint of shame hidden in Shen Qingyan's tone. She didn't say that she was Yanran Lu's master, because she really couldn't say it. Zhou Tian naturally felt Shen Qingyan's aura as well. It's even more powerful than Yanran Lu. It had even far exceeded the Jingdan stage and was a Yuaning stage powerhouse. Yuaning stage cultivators, each and every one of them was a supreme power in the immortal cultivation world. If a clan could have Yuaning stage cultivators sitting around, then it could be called a large clan. Come to see me about what? If it was put into normal times, Zhou Tian would definitely be respectful when facing a strong person like Shen Qingyan. But now, how could Zhou Tian be polite to her? To be able to come to Zhou Tian, wasn't it just for the dual cultivation? These women, what else is in their heads? It's all just gluttony for your own body. I've come to find senior brother Zhou Tian for dual cultivation, but I won't make you work for nothing. I'll pay you whatever you want. Shen Qingyan controlled her tone and slowly spoke. Don't let me work for nothing? Do you really think I'm one of those big teapots in a greenhouse? Zhou Tian sneered with cold eyes. And just at this time, a mechanical once again sounded in Zhou Tian's ears. Ding! A son of great fortune has been detected in the vicinity. You may loot the target word. Character attributes. Character, Shen Qingyan, Master of Taishan Sword Sect. Cultivation level, Yuaning stage. 1118. Phrase, Taishang Oblivion, gold color quality. 100% increase in cultivation speed. Physique, butterfly dream body, every time you sleep. There is a probability that you will enter a dream. And your practice in the dream is the same as in reality. Avatar, Five-Finger Fist Heartsword. Excalibur Royal Thunder Truth. Shen Qingyan's character panel immediately appeared before Zhou Tian's eyes. With just a glance, Zhou Tian immediately couldn't help but be surprised. Mistweed. Golden Legend. How could Zhou Tian not expect that Yanran Lu had a golden phrase? And it was a proper liver emperor phrase. Doubling the efficiency of cultivation would almost allow Shen Qingyan to cultivate at a speed ahead of the vast majority of cultivators. Moreover, Shen Qingyan still possessed a butterfly dream entry body, and was able to cultivate even in her dreams. In an instant, Zhou Tian's eyes changed when he looked at Shen Qingyan. Properly livered. Finally, Zhou Tian's eyes placed on Shen Qingruo's name. So this Shen Qingyan is actually the Taishan Sword Sect's patriarch. Before, she even told me that she was a senior sister. Zhou Tian snorted coldly in his heart. However, Zhou Tian did not expect that Yanran Lu was also really generous. Surprisingly, he was willing to share himself with his master. Thinking about it, a sudden pang of bad taste arose in Zhou Tian's heart. What would happen if he took the initiative to point out Shen Qingyan's identity? It would probably make Shen Qingyan very ashamed, right? However, after thinking about it, Zhou Tian did not do so, because Zhou Tian could see that this Shen Qingyan was definitely an innate shame-saint body, while acting as very high and mighty as possible. But in reality, the thighs were shaking a little. I can promise to double cultivate with you, but I have a few conditions. Zhou Tian looked towards Shen Qingyan and slowly spoke. What conditions? Shen Qingyan's beautiful eyes lit up and immediately looked at Zhou Tian with excitement. Kneel. Call the master. Zhou Tian immediately said. Can you not scream? Shen Qingyan didn't even think about it and directly refused. It's just too much of a shame, isn't it? If people knew about this, would Shen Qingyan still want to live? Disagree? Then I will never let you touch it, Zhou Tian said decisively. Hearing Zhou Tian's words, Shen Qingyan fell into silence. She pursed her lips, a hint of resignation on her face. Can I ask, did Johnny Lu do the same? Shen Qingyan asked in a delicate voice. The moment she thought of it, her little disciple who was so lively and adorable was doing such things in front of Zhou Tian, and she felt ashamed. And then the thought that if he was like that with his disciple, she even wanted to just die. Of course, and Yan Lu knows a lot more than you do. Zhou Tian said in a serious manner. Well, that's good. After an internal struggle, Xin Shengyan ended up kneeling in front of Zhou Tian. Seeing this scene, the corner of Zhou Tian's mouth immediately curled up. This sovereign lord of his own, despite his powerful cultivation, was still a bit naive. If it was Yanran Lu who heard his words, he would probably just give himself a beating. Remove the armor, Zhou Tian said again. Ha! Xin Shengyan's cheeks became even hotter, and for a moment, she was a little hesitant. She had never undressed in front of a man before. I'll make you remove your armor, Zhou Tian said again. Listening to Zhou Tian's words, Xin Shengyan had no choice but to obediently do as she was told, even if she was no longer ashamed. After all, what kind of double practice is wearing clothes? Xin Shengyan's fingertips gently pointed, and the long skirt on her body instantly slipped off. The delicate body that was like a perfect work of art was instantly displayed in front of Zhou Tian. At this moment, Xin Shengyan was not only blushing, but even her entire body was slightly red. It's so humiliating. I don't need to tell you what to do next, do I? Zhou Tian looked at Xin Shengyan and continued. Lord, Lord. Xin Shengyan lowered her head, not daring to look at Zhou Tian. A voice with a hint of asceticism reached Zhou Tian's ears. This caused Zhou Tian to instantly shake his tiger's body. Since Xin Shengyan was so cooperative, Zhou Tian would not be petty. Well, Xin Shengyan. But before Xin Shengyan could continue to speak, she was immediately gagged. At this moment, Xin Shengyan's entire brain was blank. She had lived 1,000 years before she realized that there was more to the mouth than just being able to eat. Well, there's also water. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Time passed by, and the flowers were wilting as Yanran Lu waited outside the door. Why hasn't it come out for so long? Will Master Teacher be too rough on Yanran Lu? Ooh, I should have known not to share the secret with Master. It would be bad if Zhou Tian was played out. Yanran Lu paced back and forth with a hint of uneasiness in her heart. Zhou Tian was a real treasure in Yanran Lu's eyes, but his master's cultivation was so high. Surely his endurance was also higher than his own. Once or twice is okay. Will Zhou Tian really be played out after a long time? Suddenly, Yanran Lu saw Xin Shengyan limping out. Xin Shengyan's cheeks were flushed, and her original cherry mouth was swollen at the moment. Master, are you okay? Yanran Lu immediately stepped forward, excitedly. Hearing Yanran Lu's words, Xin Shengyan immediately revealed a bitter smile. Although Xin Shengyan's cultivation far exceeded that of Yanran Lu, however, the endurance was far inferior to Yanran Lu. As the 3 hours went on, Xin Shengyan felt like she was on the verge of completely breaking down. The whole thing is bad. Well, I'll go back and refine this power first. Thanks for sharing it, apprentice. Xin Shengyan nodded her head and looked at Lu Yanran with more than a hint of doting in her eyes. After all, not everyone was willing to share a treasure like Zhou Tian. Master, this is all what I should do. By the way, Master, this is something you might be able to use. Lu Yanyan suddenly thought of something and directly handed a jade plug to Lu Yanyan. This jade plug was engraved with formations within it, capable of blocking the power from spilling out to a great extent. Seeing this jade plug, Xin Shengyan was clear about its usefulness at a glance. This is just precious. Good apprentice. Xin Shengyan immediately took the jade plug. Immediately after dispersing his divine sense, he immediately placed the jade plug into the hem of his skirt after seeing that there was no one around. Chapter 9, 100 years. This is power in its purest form. If this power could be refined, Xin Shengyan's cultivation level would definitely increase drastically. However, it would still take a long time until Xin Shengyan broke through the divine separation stage. The divine separation stage was already the top powerhouse in this world, and an ordinary Yuan Ying stage cultivator would find it difficult to break through even if they were in seclusion for 1,000 years. By the way, Master, how should we divide it up in the future? Yanran Lu instantly asked a serious question. Hearing Yanran Lu's words, Xin Shengyan also revealed a grave expression. Yeah, there's only one Zhou Tian. How should the two of them split it? Together? This possibility was denied by them outright, because it would greatly diminish the experience. Moreover, Zhou Tian's strength was still too weak to deal with both Yanran Lu and Qing Yenshin at once. Yan, she's yours after all. How about letting master you on the days when you have your monthly period? Xin Shengyan said. She naturally wanted to double cultivate with Zhou Tian day and night, but after all, Zhou Tian was discovered by Yanran Lu first, and as Lu Yanyan's master teacher, she was naturally too embarrassed to steal from Lu Yanyan on this. This also showed Xin Shengyan's homely and generous side. If it was someone else who had obtained such a treasure like Zhou Tian, they would definitely be the one to keep it all to themselves, let alone his own disciple. Even if it was his own daughter who wanted to steal a man from him, that would never be allowed. No problem, master, Yanran Lu said with delight. She also didn't expect Xin Shengyan to be so generous. She had thought it was shared equally with herself. but it was only hers for the days of the month when she had her period. It's hardly a loss for Yen. After all, Yanranlu was still at the Jindan stage and hadn't completely gotten rid of the concept of being mortal. Every month, there are still a few uncomfortable days. Only by stepping into the Yuan Ying stage like Xinxian get one get rid of this. Also, Zhou Tian's secret must never be discovered by anyone else. Master will now create a forbidden place for him to prevent others from learning the secret that Zhou Tian is a Yin Yang saint body. Xinxian said again. Well, it's all up to Master. Although this Xinxian was a little serious, she was very obedient. She'll do whatever she's told to do by herself. It would hardly disobey Zhou Tian's thoughts. More importantly, Zhou Tian had obtained the golden words on Xinxian. Taishang Oblivion. Taishang forgetfulness could enhance the efficiency of cultivation, but Zhou Tian would hardly cultivate on his own accord. However, Zhou Tian gazed at his dantian and immediately realized that the yin qi contained within it was even more dense. First of all, it was because of Xinxian. She hadn't broken her body for 1,000 years, and the yin qi on her body was almost as thick as it could be. Because of this, it benefited Zhou Tian as well. And on top of that, the Taishang Oblivion also exerted an effect that allowed yin qi to be gained at a faster rate. The yin qi I contain now can at least be raised to the Yuan Ying stage. Xinxian is really a treasure girl, containing much more yin qi than Yanranlu. Zhou Tian snickered in his heart. If we follow this efficiency now, Zhou Tian would be able to break through to the divine separation stage in a year at most. Within 10 years, one would be able to break through to the void refining stage. For 100 years, it will be Mahayana. For 1,000 years, you can cross the threshold. But along with the increase in frequency, the yin qi obtained will gradually become less. Zhou Tian thought once again in his heart, wanting to raise his cultivation level as soon as possible. Zhou Tian naturally could not just rely on Xinxian and Lu Yanran to take power from them. He could only hope that Yanranlu would find himself more Taoists. But Zhou Tian didn't wait for Lu Yanyan to find himself a new Tao couple, but he received a new message from Lu Yanyan. That is, one is moving. In order to protect Zhou Tian's safety, Patriarch Xinxian had personally taken action to create a forbidden place in the deepest part of the Taishan sword sect. The forbidden land possessed countless prohibitions, and if an ordinary cultivator dared to excel at it, he would only die. As far as the name is concerned, it's there too. It was said that the forbidden land imprisoned a certain ancient great demon. After hearing this news, Zhou Tian was somewhat helpless, but there was nothing he could do. What to keep yourself safe? Obviously just trying to squeeze myself better. Zhou Tian was escorted by Yanranlu to the Forbidden Land. Although the surface of the Forbidden Land was very dangerous, the inside was built very luxuriously. The three-room contained almost anything Zhou Tian needed, except for not being able to go out as much as he wanted. Various elixirs were arranged on the cabinet next to it, and all the pills had only one effect, which was to enhance yang qi and polish the flesh. Actually, it wasn't that Yanranlu hadn't thought of letting Zhou Tian cultivate to raise his cultivation level. However, he didn't know what the reason was, but Zhou Tian's cultivation was unable to make any increase, even with the elixir. The cultivation level stayed at the early stage of foundation establishment forever. For this, Yanranlu was very sorry. If the cultivation level is high, then the circumference will be even better. But since his cultivation could not be raised, he could only raise Zhou Tian's strength from the side. Yang Qi Dan. Eat. Spirit animal kidneys. Eat. As long as it was something that could boost combat power and staying power, Yanranlu would not be stingy. Even Xinxingru was the same. She looked for ways to raise her cultivation for Zhou Tian as much as possible, but it never came to anything. And all of this was naturally Zhou Tian's handiwork. The yin-yang sacred body was able to store yin qi, and naturally, it was able to store other powers as well. Zhou Tian didn't want to raise his cultivation level. This was because the higher one's cultivation level was, the more they gained on Yanranlu and the others. He would only choose to leave this place when there was enough power for Zhou Tian to step into the Mahayana stage at once. Time passes slowly. 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Tian had stayed in the Forbidden Land for 100 years. And in these 100 years, the yin qi in his body had reached an extremely terrifying point. As long as Zhou Tian was willing, he could step into the refined void realm at any time, becoming the topmost powerhouse in this world. And Yananya Lu also gained a lot. In a short span of 100 years, Yanranlu had also stepped into the refined void realm. And Xinxingyan was even more terrifying. He had stepped into the Mahayana stage. Now Xinxingyi is living in seclusion to make a full breakthrough in the transition stage. And the clan has been handed over to Yanranlu. After becoming the patriarch, Yanranlu directly did something that shocked everyone. That is, to demobilize all male disciples in the clan. Anyone who is male is expelled from the clan. And there is a strong recruitment of female disciples. Female disciples could not be highly qualified, but they had to be good-looking. and they also had to have a perfect heart. Such behavior naturally puzzles others. But Yanran Lu didn't have any explanation. Moreover, in order to be able to cultivate the clan's underpinnings, Yanran Lu would also purposely select disciples who looked good to come to the Forbidden Land. Today, Lu Yanyan brought 3 disciples and came to the Forbidden Land. When she was about to walk in, Yanran Lu stopped directly. "Gentlemen, what happens next you must keep secret." Yanran Lu looked at the 3 female disciples and slowly spoke. These 3 female disciples were all at the essence refining stage cultivation and had just joined the sect not more than a year ago. In the face of Yanran Lu's words, they nodded their heads, not daring to have any hesitation. With that, Yanran Lu led them slowly inside. And in the room, Zhou Tian was lying on the bed, holding a cigarette in one hand and playing a cell phone game in the other. Don't forget that Zhou Tian's system is from the blue planet. Blue star stuff that the system can naturally provide. Yanran Lu dispersed the smoke in the room and respectfully walked to Zhou Tian. "Senior brother, this is the first batch of disciples with superior qualifications. Their future depends on you," Yanran Lu said respectfully. Although Lu Yanyan's current refined void stage, her cultivation level had increased, but she was facing Zhou Tian with more and more respect. It was because Zhou Tian's value was getting bigger and bigger in her eyes. He would come to Zhou Tian 20 days a month. It was only because they were already centuries-old friends that Zhou Tian would not waste any more time on Yanran Lu each time. "It will be over in an hour at the most. All right, go on down and come back to me tonight." Zhou Tian waved his hand and said. Yanran Lu nodded and then immediately left. And immediately after, Zhou Tian's gaze was placed on these 3 new female disciples. The female disciples didn't look very old, and each one of them had a budding, pathetic look. They all looked at Zhou Tian with some fear in their eyes. After all, there's no telling what's going to happen next. Zhou Tian prodded the system and their character attributes immediately appeared before his eyes. Character attributes. Character, Xiao. Cultivation, essence refining stage. Age. Phrase, wanting husband, blue quality. A substantial increase in the husband's qi, unique quality. Still exists after looting. Ice and fire. Avatar. Character attributes. Characters, Xiaoyi. Cultivation, essence refining stage. Age. Phrase, long battle, gold color quality. The longer one fights, the stronger ones will becomes. Physique, flower fragrance orchid jade. Avatar. Character attributes. Characters, Li. Cultivation, essence refining stage. Age. Word, charm, green quality. More attractive to the opposite sex. Physique, great diffraction black hole. Avatar. Looking at these 3 female disciples in front of him, Zhou Tian nodded slightly. Although the cultivation level of these 3 female disciples was not high, the words were all very good, especially the physique. These 3 people surprisingly all possessed special physiques. This is extremely rare. "You, Xiao Mei, come here. The other few, go wait at the door." Zhou Tian pointed at the red-skirted girl at the front and opened his mouth. After being pointed to by Zhou Tian, Xiao Mei's face immediately revealed an expression of delight. Not sure what's next, but it's definitely good, because Yanran Lu had said so. As soon as they walked out of the Forbidden Land themselves, then they would be completely transformed. The female disciples who were not named immediately had expressions of regret on their faces. They came to the door and waited. "My lord, what will my slave do next?" Xiao Mei's voice was as delicate as her name. "It's simple. Open your mouth." Chapter 10, Together. "Ha? Why did you do that?" Xiao Mei's entire body froze. She didn't know what exactly Zhou Tian was going to do. After all, this is the immortal cultivation world. With the exception of a small number of devilish and evil cultivators, most cultivators were actually quite conservative. A place to eat is a place to eat. If you don't eat, then what? Eating ice cream? However, Xiao Mei did not dare to question anything at all when facing Zhou Tian at this moment. It was because when she first arrived at the Taishan Sword Sect, she knew that the Forbidden Land imprisoned a great ancient demon. Looking at it now, this ancient demon was probably Zhou Tian, but it seemed that this great demon, Zhou Tian, was not as terrifying as the legends. Zhou Tian looked at it and immediately said, "Oh." Xiao Mei nodded and tried hard to do as Zhou Tian asked. Seeing Xiao Mei being so understanding, Zhou Tian nodded in satisfaction before walking towards her. But at this moment, Xiao Mei looked at Zhou Tian's movements, and her pair of beautiful eyes could not help but have their pupils dilated. She now finally knew why Zhou Tian wanted her to do this. So it was for this. It's so humiliating. Master brought us to the Forbidden Land to do this kind of thing. But shouldn't immortal cultivators be puritanical? The Taishan Sword Sect is also supposed to be a prestigious sect, so how could they let us do such things? Woo woo woo. Xiao Mei's little brain couldn't help but ramble on. At first, Xiao Mei was still a bit scared, but slowly, she became less fearful. Because of her special physique, she possessed an ice and fire body. During those days every month, Xiaomei had to suffer from the double torture of ice and fire. Under years and years of torture, Xiaomei even had countless thoughts of wanting to live lightly. But luckily, he met Yan Ranlu. Yan Ranlu sealed her ice and fire body and brought her to the Taishan sword sect. It said that it wouldn't be long before he could help Xiaomei solve the problem of her physique. Can it be that this gentleman is helping me with my dual body of ice and fire? Xiaomei couldn't help but think anew. At the thought of it, Xiaomei's heart couldn't help but be delighted. She didn't want to feel that icy feeling again. Thus, Xiaomei tried harder to obey Zhou Tian under his teachings. As long as we can fix the ice and fire. Not to mention it was such a simple thing. Even if it was more difficult and shameful, Xiaomei would still go and sit down. At this moment, Xiaomei only felt that her consciousness was a little drowsy. She felt her whole body rolling a little, and it was gradually getting hotter and hotter with the passage of time. No good, my physique is back, Xiaomei cried out in a dark voice. Don't worry, it's fine, come here, sit down, Zhou Tian comforted. Good, Xiaomei nodded and honestly did as Zhou Tian said. But in her heart, Xiaomei was still a bit guilty of muttering, if you sit down yourself, will you just be broken? Xiaomei closed her eyes as a sense of shame haunted her. Xiaomei was only 18 years old this year though, but it's not just some yellow-haired girl who doesn't know anything. This was the immortal cultivation realm, where ordinary mortals would start a family at the age of 14 or 15 and begin to reproduce heirs. If Xiaomei hadn't joined the Taishan sword sect, she would have married long ago. Xiaomei had fantasized about this scenario many times. Her heart was actually more muqiang. Only those who are truly powerful can subjugate themselves to a variety of poses. But Xiaomei never thought that this day would come so suddenly. But she didn't resist in any way, because just a moment ago, Xiaomei had realized that Zhou Tian, too, was a very powerful person. Her red lips were now redder as well, looking even more luscious. Zhou Tian had once heard of a problem. What if my girlfriend has a fever? It was then that the talent replied, shuddering to think how hot the feverish girlfriend must have rolled. Zhou Tian hadn't done this kind of thing before, but at this moment, Zhou Tian felt it. Xiaomei's ice and fire body really lived up to its name. And at the moment, Zhou Tian felt like he was in a boiling hot spring. The hot water continuously flushed Zhou Tian's skin, bringing Zhou Tian a feeling he had never felt before. Boing boing. Xiaomei's eyebrows knitted and she pursed her lips. The original Xiaomei felt her body was very hot. And now, Xiaomei felt even hotter. 1 hour. Xiaomei lay on Zhou Tian's body with a delighted expression on her face. My body isn't hot anymore. Thank you, sir, Xiaomei said excitedly. Some girls are shy at this time of year, but Xiaomei is different. She was being generous at this time, not caring at all that Zhou Tian was looking at herself this way. Originally, Xiaomei was still a bit excited. Soon, however, she realized something was wrong. This was because Xiaomei suddenly realized that the temperature of her body was actually decreasing. Fire and ice. Fire. It's over. Now it's time for ice. Your Excellency. My physique has returned. Please help me. Xiaomei knelt in front of Zhou Tian and said with a resigned face. Zhou Tian glanced at Xiaomei and immediately sensed that the extreme cold aura on her body was very strong. Okay, then I'll do the good deed and put my leg up, Zhou Tian said slowly. When Xiaomei heard Zhou Tian's words, an expression of excitement instantly appeared on her face and she directly kissed Zhou Tian on the cheek, then obediently did as Zhou Tian said. Another hour. Xiaomei felt like her entire body was devoid of a single ounce of strength. Her entire body felt as if it had been crushed back and forth by countless large trucks in countless waves. And all she wanted to do now was to quietly lean back in Zhou Tian's arms and not think about anything. Go ahead and refine this power. Zhou Tian skimmed his lips and said to Xiaomei. Xiaomei's current cultivation level was still too weak, and although she had obtained the power of Zhou Tian, she could not effectively refine it. And now with Xiaomei's ability, this power was enough for her to refine for 3 days and 3 nights. If she could refine them all, then she could even break through directly to the foundation establishment stage. Yes sir, that is, just can we do it again? Xiaomei blinked her slender eyelashes and gazed at Zhou Tian with a seductive look, and at the moment, she still had some unfulfilled feelings. One more time? Zhou Tian's foot directly pushed into Xiaomei's jutting. So greedy, don't you want to die? Be careful, the energy will really burst you, Zhou Tian said. Zhou Tian did not lie to her about this. As far as Xiaomei's small body was concerned, Zhou Tian was really afraid of directly bursting her. Well, Xiaomei was a bit grumpy, but she still honestly sat to the side and began to cultivate with her knees crossed. I won't waste any more time on the next one. You two come along, Zhou Tian said to the door. At this moment, the 2 women outside the door were trembling. They were naturally able to hear the movement inside the room. Xiaomei was in pain for a while, happy for a while, begging for mercy for a while, and screaming miserably for a while. Obviously, Some sort of cruelty was endured. But now, it was about to be their turn. Ooh, I'm so nervous. I hope it doesn't hurt too much later. It's okay, I'll go first later so you can be prepared. Chapter 11, Leaving the Forbidden Land. Aha, thank you senior sister. Xiao Yi, who was a bit younger, very gratefully said to Li Royo. They pushed their way in one after the other. However, when the two women saw the scene in the room, they both had their mouths wide open, looking at the scene with disbelief. They now realized why Yanran Lu didn't let them reveal the secrets of the Forbidden Land. So that's what it actually looks like in there. Zhou Tian looked towards the two women, and the corners of his mouth instantly curled up slightly. Understand. No, you're opening your mouth. Then don't mope. Come on up. Zhou Tian opened his mouth. Listening to Zhou Tian's words, Xiao Yi subconsciously wanted to leave. After all, she was still a yellow woman. How could she do such things with other women? What a shame. Senior sister, I'll go first. You observe from the side. Li Lianxiao took the lead and walked over, directly engulfing Zhou Tian completely with her gentleness. Her physique was the Great Diffusion Black Hole physique, which belonged to the category of being an extremely powerful physique. Moreover, the most powerful thing was her combat power. The Great Diffusion Black Hole body was able to be invincible at the same level. At the same realm, very few people could be a match for Li Lightning, but there is a price to pay. If Li Lightning wanted to break through the first stage of cultivation, she would have to put in 10 times and 100 times the effort of other cultivators. Li Lianxiao didn't hesitate. Just for a moment, Li Lianhua felt a special sensation. How is this possible? Li Lightning couldn't believe it, although she had long been aware of Zhou Tian's powerful strength. But I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Yanran Lu was awakened to the Great Diffusion Black Hole body at birth. The Great Diffusion Black Hole body would not, in the vast majority of ways though, have an effect on Yan Lu. But on the contrary, in this regard, the Great Diffusion Black Hole body exerted its infinite wonders. It wasn't for no reason that Li Lianxia was so proactive. The main reason was that she didn't think Zhou Tian had the capital to be able to conquer herself. She had had boyfriends before and had thought about close intimacy. But unfortunately, the Great Diffusion Black Hole body had given Li Qinglu great strength and also brought negative effects. Black holes are infinite, and trying to fill them up is not something that can be done by ordinary people. However, in front of Zhou Tian, her Great Diffusion Black Hole body lost all its luster. Why so surprised? The corner of Zhou Tian's mouth curled up, naturally sensing the difference in Li Royo. No. Well, Li Lianxia was still trying to explain something, but soon, Zhou Tian directly deprived her of the opportunity to explain. Unable to do anything about it, Li Lianro directly merely closed her eyes, as if this was the only way to make her feel better. 1 hour later, Li Xiaro was panting heavily, but her small face was flushed. She had lived 18 years and finally knew what women were like. Duke, you're fantastic. Li Lianxia lowered her eyes and said shyly. She felt that she was already Zhou Tian's for the rest of her life. As for other men, how could they smell as good as Zhou Tian? Well, go practice. Zhou Tian dismissed Li Qinglu. Now that Li Qinglu had obtained Zhou Tian's power, it was best to just refine it. Yes sir. Li Lightning came to Zhao Mei's side and together they refined this power. Yui Xiao was next. Xiao Yi's physique was the flower fragrance orchid jade body. The whole thing is like a flower that must be treated gently. Another 2 hours later, Xiao Yi was lying on the ground like a dead fish. She felt like there was no difference between being dead now. Alright, you guys take Xiao Yi out. Zhou Tian waved his hand and said, Your Excellency. Then we'll take our leave, Xiao Mei said in a delicate voice. Afterwards, Xiao Mei and Li Liangro, together, dragged Xiao Yi out of here. The three women left Zhou Tian's room. Zhou Tian was instantly left alone in the room. Zhou Tian waved his hand, and the room, which was already in a mess before, was instantly cleaned up. Gain 3 more words and tons of EAN. Character attributes. Host, Zhou. Cultivation level, refining. Physique, Yin Yang sacred body, perfect. Talent, word. Words, toward death, green. Too much forgetfulness, gold. Wanting husband, blue. 100 battles, gold. Charm, green. Avatar. Yin Yang sacred body. The body's yang qi is inexhaustible and can be cultivated by relying on both yin and yang qi. Word looting. You can loot words from a target as long as you are in close proximity to the target for a quarter of an hour. Look at your character attributes. Zhou Tian now had 5 words. Among them, even the golden words, there were 2 of them, which were Tai Shang forgetfulness and 100 battles. One of them, wanting husband, was the only talent that Zhou Tian still possessed even if he plundered it. Xiao Mei. System, this wannabe, will it make me? Zhou Tian's gaze went to this exuberant phrase. The wanted word is just blue, and it's from Xiao Mei, but it's okay if it's on Xiao Mei. Putting it on yourself is a bit awkward. Ding. The host is assured. The host's exuberance will only take effect on women. The system's voice rang out. Hearing the system's words, Zhou Tian was relieved that Mrs. Wang was also a prosperous husband. It's fine if it's a woman, but if it's a man, then Zhou Tian really couldn't accept it. By the way, system, with the yin qi in my body right now, what cultivation level can I raise to? Zhou Tian asked again. After plundering the yin qi in Xiao Mei's three women's bodies, Zhou Tian's yin qi content once again increased dramatically. Ding! The host can currently advance to the early Mahayana cultivation level. Early Mahayana stage. Not bad, but still not invincible. It's better to continue to live here for a couple hundred years just to be safe, Zhou Tian thought in his heart. He could clearly remember that the last time he saw Shen Xingyan, the other party was already at the void refining stage, and that time, Shen Xingru stayed here at Zhou Tian for 3 days and 3 nights before going to a closed view to break through the Mahayana stage. Zhou Tian was self-aware that even if he could also step into the Mahayana stage, he would definitely not be Shen Xingru's opponent. People that are hard-working Mahayanists, and themselves, empty of Mahayana cultivation, nothing divine. If they really had to fight, Zhou Tian's combat power would only be able to compete with the void refining stage. Forget it, let's wait for when we're at the transition stage before we come out. System, what good-looking novels do you recommend? I finished reading the previous Great Love Immortal Dignity, Zhou Tian said to the system. Some hosts, there are 9 other novels that look as good as Big Love Immortal Dignity, namely, Dolua I, Dolua II, and Dolua III. Listening to the system's words, Zhou Tian instantly felt a wave of speechlessness. Watching Doru, might as well be watching garden babies, outside the Forbidden Land. Well, so this is what it feels like to be a woman. Who says it isn't? I didn't realize that there were such handsome dudes in the Forbidden Land. I'm so envious of Xiao Yi. She cultivated for 3 hours all by herself. She must have gotten the most power out of all of us. Chapter 12, once a month. The last chapter was blocked, and I'm applying for it to be unblocked. So forgive me, righteous fathers. The 3 women whispered. The girls stayed all day today. It was a long time, but it was so blinking in their eyes. But to be sure, it was the most wonderful day they'd had in 18 years. Each of the 3 women had their own takeaways. Among them, the one who gained the most was none other than Xiao Yi. Her 100 battles phrase allows her to hold out almost as long as she can, and the more power she gets, the more she naturally gets. But it was really only this one time. After completing his dual cultivation with Zhou Tian naturally plundered the words from Xiao Yi's body. But it was such a wonderful experience despite the loss of the word. Even if Xiao Yi knew, she would feel no loss. Other than Xiao Yi, Li Lianrou's feelings were naturally the most wonderful. Her great diffusion black hole body was capable of swallowing the heavens and the earth if she cultivated it to great completion. However, the currently lightning was only at the essence refining stage cultivation level. Not to mention swallowing the heavens and the earth, even the circumference of the sky could not be swallowed. As for Xiao Mei, it's a little different from Xiao Yi and Li Lianrou. Xiao Mei felt that she was truly in love with Zhou Tian. In the future, she felt that she would only be Zhou Tian's woman alone. Even if you can only practice with Zhou Tian once a day in the future. No, just once a month to cultivate. That Xiao Mei was also willing to serve by Zhou Tian's side. As a chambermaid, the 3 of them walked towards the outside of the Forbidden Land. Yan Ranlu was already waiting for them outside at the moment. When Yan Ranlu saw them come out, her first glance fell on their slightly rising bellies. Yan Ranlu's pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help but feel a little envious at the moment. She hadn't felt this way in a long time. The first few years at the very beginning were okay. Lu Yanyan still had a bit of power of speech in front of Zhou Tian. Even if Zhou Tian was unwilling, Yan Ranlu could still dominate him. But along with the passage of time, Yan Ranlu was becoming less and less attractive in front of Zhou Tian. Almost always, they dealt with business and were done in an hour at the most. And also because of being in the great sage state, Zhou Tian was still acting extremely cold towards Yan Ranlu. This made Lu Yanyan feel empty inside. Coupled with the fact that the cultivation level was getting higher and higher, the cultivation speed was getting slower and slower. So, she decided to stop being so addicted to the weekday. Instead, he shared out the power of Zhou Tian and vigorously cultivated the Heaven's child in the clan. The 3 Lu Yanyan girls were the first batch of Heaven's favorite daughters that Lu Yanyan had found with great difficulty. They all possessed a special physique in their bodies, and even if they didn't rely on Zhou Tian and cultivated step by step, they would be able to step into the Yuan Ying stage within 1,000 years. When combined with the heavens, that reduces that rate to 100 years. This speed was quite a bit slower than if Yan Ranlu had seen it, but there was nothing Yan Ranlu could do about it. Because the power of the circumference is limited, there is at most that much in a day. Dividing it among 3 people is naturally not as good as one person having it all to himself. However, Zhou Tian did not reject this matter. Instead, he wanted to ask Yan Ranlu to find himself a few more heavenly daughters. The reason? It's to contribute to the clan. Master. Seeing Yan Ranlu, the three girls immediately saluted respectfully, but their bodies were all a little weak now, and all three pairs of long legs were trembling. None of the three of them were the type of girls who were very thin. Instead, the thighs looked extraordinarily plump and very fleshy. It looked even more seductive as it shook up, especially Xiao Yi. It was pretty incredible that she could even stand up now. Good apprentice. It's all done, isn't it? Yan Ranlu nodded and inquired. Done and done. Hearing Yan Ranlu ask so bluntly, all three of them were very shy, hoping that his own master was ostensibly airy and icy. It's actually a pimp behind the scenes, specializing in delivering yellow blossoms to the great demons of the Forbidden Lands. Good. This matter this honored one will not allow you to tell anyone. This is a poisonous oath compulsion. Take it and swear a poisonous oath to me. Lu Yanyan said, directly taking out a poisonous oath compulsion. It was a bug like a spider. Once taken, the poisonous oath compass would invade the cultivator's entire body, and even the soul, unless one stepped into the void refining stage. Once one broke the poisonous oath, then one would be directly destroyed in form and spirit. Looking at the poisonous oath compulsion in Yan Ranlu's hand, how could they dare to refuse it? And they all swallowed the poisonous oath compulsion. I, Xiao Mei, swear that I will absolutely not tell anyone about what happened today, and if I dare to disclose a word, I would rather be destroyed in form and spirit. Xiao Mei was the first to speak. Seeing Xiao Mei being so decisive, Yan Ranlu also revealed a satisfied expression, and next to them, Xiao Yi and Li Lightning also immediately swore poisonous oaths one after another. Alright, you guys go ahead and refine this power as well. By the way, you guys take this. Yan suddenly thought of something. With that, she took out three small objects as if they were jade plugs from her own sleeves. This jade plug was exquisitely rounded, and there were also densely carved lines on it. One can tell at the first sight that it must be a treasure. Master, what is this? All three women were a bit puzzled. They didn't really know what it was for. With a smiling expression on her face, Yan Ranlu explained to them the effects of this jade plug. After 100 years, Yan Ranlu had upgraded the jade plug as well. Nina Li carved the formation and was able to ensure that the power wouldn't spill out one iota. Like Xiao Mei and the three of them, they were still weak. Even if you eat it in your stomach, its power will spill out uncontrollably. So this jade plug is the best treasure for them. Listening to Yan Ranlu's explanation, the three women's faces instantly turned red. What's all this? The Taishan sword sect was a genuine and famous sect. How could it still have this? Shame on you. But, while it may seem a little shameful, it is of great use to them, so they have no reason to refuse. So, under the watchful eye of Yan Ranlu, they all put their jade plugs into their elementary schools. Well, get used to it as soon as you can. You can only take it out if the power is completely refined. Got it? Yan Ran commanded. Got it, master. The three women lowered their heads, their faces all slightly flushed. By the way, master, when can we come back again? Suddenly, Xiao Mei asked to Yan Ranlu. Xiao Mei's face showed a very expectant expression. Although she had only just stepped out of the Forbidden Land, she couldn't wait to enter it again. You little glutton. Hungry so soon? Yan Ranlu scraped Xiao Mei's nose and flirted. Being teased by Yan Ranlu, Xiao Mei's face turned even redder and looked at Yan Ranlu with some embarrassment. You are all chosen by this honored one as heaven's maidens, and you are allowed to come once a month. Yan Ran explained. Only once a month. Hearing this, all three women revealed a lost expression. Chapter 13, The Life of Ziyulan. But just as the three women were losing their minds, Yan Ranlu turned her words around and spoke again. But well, it's not like there aren't extra opportunities. Whoever of the three of you can achieve first place in this examination and become the contemporary holy maiden will be able to come to the Forbidden Land twice a month. Yan Ranlu said faintly. The three women, who were originally still very frustrated, instantly rejoiced when they heard Yan Ranlu's words. You can come to the Forbidden Land twice a month if you become a holy maiden? That's too good to be true. 3 days later was the Taishan Sword Sect's 50-yearly examination. The current Taishan Sword Sect was all female cultivators, and there was no longer a holy son. Only the position of holy maiden remained. All the inner disciples compete with each other, and the one who wins at the end becomes the holy maiden. The holy maiden was able to obtain more cultivation resources, and her status was even on par with the elders of the Taishan Sword Sect, only under the sovereign. And naturally, the greatest cultivation resource for the holy maiden was to travel to the Forbidden Land to double cultivate with Zhou Tian. Relying on Zhou Tian's yin yang sacred body, Yan Ranlu had already stepped into the refined void stage. A clan that could have a void refining stage cultivator sitting in their midst would be amongst the super large clans. Not to mention that Yan Lu's master, Shen Qingru, was still an even more terrifying Mahayana stage cultivator. A Mahayana cultivator was the pinnacle of power in the entire continent. But once they stepped into the Mahayana stage, then everything mundane would have no temptation for them. Mahayana cultivators with many lifetimes. They would work hard to cultivate towards the transition stage. As for the Mahayana cultivators whose lifespan was not much, they would choose to fall asleep whenever they sensed a heavenly treasure coming out of the world. These old demons would awaken from their slumber and seek the chance to be able to go further. And Yanran Lu and Cheng Yenshen were even more different. Yanran Lu was just under 1,000 years old this year, and she still had tens of thousands of years left in her lifespan. Even if Yanran Lu's qualifications were worse, cultivating for 10,000 years would at least break through the void refining stage and step into the harmonization stage. And as Yanran Lu's master teacher, Shin Qingyan was even more perverted. Shin Qingyan is only 1,000 years old, but he had already stepped into the Mahayana stage, with a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. It could be said that Shin Qingyan was the youngest Mahayana stage cultivator in the entire continent. As long as there were no accidents, she was absolutely hopeful of stepping into the transitional succession stage. Once he stepped into the transition stage, then Shin Qingyan would have the hope of ascending. If the clan could have an ascended cultivator within it, its status would be elevated once again. It could be said that the current Taishan sword sect was as good as new, and it was still only a super large sect. In the future, it would even become the most powerful sect in the entire continent. All of this relied on Zhou Tian's Yin Yang saint body. The Yin Yang sacred body was a legendary physique that was the dream of almost every female cultivator. Of course, if a male practitioner gets it, it won't go to waste. After all, the immortal cultivation world had quite a few secret methods of yin and yang transmutation. Even a man is capable of becoming a woman. Perhaps Zhou Tian was a little glad that he had been brought back to the clan by Yanran Lu and not by a man. Master, we'll work hard, Xiao Mei said excitedly. All she wanted to do now was to cultivate hard so that she could become the holy daughter of the Taishan sword sect at an early date. Well, you guys have to be careful this time with the holy maiden selection as well. You guys started too late, and there are quite a few geniuses right above you. Take for example, Ling's daughter, Zi Yulan. At only 20 years old, she's already at the peak of foundation establishment, and her natural talent is even more terrifying than her mother's. Yanran commanded. 20 years old at the peak of foundation establishment. This is too terrifying. Hearing Yanran Lu's words, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. The three of them were only about 18 years old now, but all of their cultivation levels were at the early stage of essence refining. If you practice by the book, not to mention waiting for them to turn 20, even at the age of 200, it wasn't easy to step into the peak of foundation establishment. Stepping into the peak of foundation establishment at the age of 200 is already considered a genius. It was unusual for ordinary cultivators to almost always pinch the time when their lifespan was exhausted to break through their cultivation. Otherwise, why are most powerful monks immortal? Then we'll have to cultivate even harder. We must defeat this Violet Yulan, Xiao Mei said. Well, go cultivate, and work hard on refining your essence. Yananyan Lu nodded her head. Other side, Zilingju. This is Ziling's cave. 100 years ago, Ziling's cultivation had already stepped into the Jindan. However, 100 years had passed, and Ziling was still at the early Jindan stage. It was only because of the last time she fought with Yanran Lu that Ziling's heart was stimulated. Plus, later on, Yanran Lu's cultivation became higher and higher. Even less than 100 years later, he directly broke through to the void refining stage. Jindan, Yuan Ying, divided spirit, refined void, breaking through 3 realms in 100 years. Is this something that people do? Because of this matter, Ziling is not light. Cultivation went off the rails, and the foundation was also damaged. 100 years later, Ziling no longer had the youthful greenness in her. Instead, she has become very mature, often wearing a long purple dress, with the flavor of a young woman on her. Mother, the holy maiden selection is in 3 days. I must become the holy maiden of the Taishan sword sect. In the room, Zi Yulan stood respectfully in front of Ziling. Her eyes hardened as she said, Lan'er, your mother and I don't have much time left to live. I only hope that you can become the holy maiden of the Taishan sword sect and fulfill my mother's previous wish. Ziling sighed, her face filled with love. 100 years ago, Ziling wanted to become the holy daughter of the Taishan sword sect, but unfortunately, Ziling, who was originally bound to win, met this pervert, Yanran Lu. Mother, don't worry, I will definitely look for a life-extending elixir for you. Our patriarch is a void-refining stage cultivator. He can definitely help you. Zi Yulan immediately said. It was fine if Ling didn't hear this, but her face instantly changed once she heard it. I wouldn't beg for that even if I died. Lan'er, you became a holy maiden merely for better cultivation. You must remember that the Taishan sword sect is only a stepping stone for you. And that's not where your path will lead you in the future. Ziling's tone became eloquent as she immediately instructed Zi Yulan. Mother, I remember, Purple Phantom said. Seeing how understanding Zi Yulan was, Ziling couldn't help but nod her head and gently stroked her hair with her hand. 100 years ago, after Ziling's defeat at the hands of Yanran Lu, she chose to go into seclusion to break through her cultivation. But at the end of a retreat, Ziling had managed to break through to the middle Jindan stage. Instead, he heard the news that Yanran Lu had broken through the Yuan Ying stage. Ziling, who was originally still happy, was immediately infuriated upon hearing about this. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, and her cultivation once again dropped to the early Jindan stage. But Ziling didn't give up. She only wanted to surpass Yanran Lu once in her life. She continued to cultivate, and this time Ziling worked even harder, and didn't leave the gate until she had stepped into the Yuan Ying stage. But as soon as Ziling came out of the gate, she heard the news that Yanran Lu had broken through to the divine separation stage. This caused Ziling to break her defense once again, and another mouthful of blood spurted out of her in anger. This time Ziling completely broke her defense. She felt that the world was bullying her. Why is it that if I work so hard, I'm no match for you? Yan Lu, how are you better than me? Why is your cultivation faster than mine? Ziling, how to think cannot be figured out. Even directly to the cliff above, chose to lighten the life. But things are unpredictable. Ziling leaps from a 10,000 meter high cliff, but instead of falling to his death, he is saved by a peasant woman. At that time, Ziling was severely injured, with 10 of her strength remaining in her body, and after experiencing the pain of death, Ziling had lost the courage to die again, and had taken up residence in the woman's home, trying to regain her strength as quickly as possible. But things change, and the village where Ziling lives is attacked by horse bandits. The strongest of these horse bandits was merely a chi refining stage cultivator, but now that Ziling was severely injured, her cultivation could only explode to the strength of the chi refining stage. One-on-one was fine, but unfortunately the other party was outnumbered, and Ziling was simply no match for them. One by one, the villagers around them died. The woman who saved Ziling earlier, seeing that she could no longer survive, decided to give her daughter, who had not long been born, to Ziling. Let Ziling live with her daughter. Even if Ziling had a million things in her heart that she couldn't bear, the only one here who had the ability to survive was herself. In this way, Ziling escaped from the horse bandits' pursuit with her daughter, and after a few years of bouncing around finally returned to the Taishan sword sect again. Chapter 14, Forced Love by a Bullying Fairy. After returning to the sect, Ziling recuperated for a year before she completely recovered from her injuries. However, because the previous fall from the cliff also left a dark injury, the qualification was completely destroyed, and the cultivation level also dropped to the early Jindan stage once again, and the real combat power was even weaker than most of the Jindan stage, and could only be on par with the foundation establishment stage. Since then, Ziling had completely lost the idea of continuing to cultivate. Just want to raise Purple Phantom Orchid before I die. Although the two do not have any blood relationship, Ziling treats Zi Yulan with dedication, and is even unwilling to get married in this life. In the blink of an eye for 100 years, Zi Yulan had already stepped into the foundation establishment stage and had developed into a big girl as well. AI. Although my mother has done her best to cultivate you over the past 100 years, your qualifications are still inferior compared to a true genius. And this time, the Holy Maiden selection is a rare opportunity. You must grasp it, Ziling said, taking out a magic weapon directly from her sleeve. It was a small pocket-sized sword with densely carved patterns, and although it looked ordinary, it had something inside. Mother, this is a top-grade magic weapon? Zi Yulan looked at this weapon with disbelief. A top-grade magic weapon, although it was not considered a true top-grade magic treasure. However, it is extremely rare for unusual foundation establishment stage cultivators. Generally, the most commonly used by foundation establishment stage cultivators were still lower-grade magic weapons, and those who were slightly richer had at most middle-grade magic weapons. And this kind of top-grade magic weapon could only be possessed by the Jindan stage, or even the Yuan Ying stage. This is the life-snatching flying sword. It is a top-grade magic weapon left behind by your grandfather. It is most adept at hurting people with hidden arrows, and if used properly, it can even directly kill Yuan Ying stage cultivators. Although your cultivation is still shallow, it's enough to deal with an average peak foundation establishment stage or even Jindan stage. Ziling spoke up. Mother! Hearing Ziling's words, Zi Yulan was even more touched and directly jumped into her arms. Ziling stroked Zi Yulan's hair, her heart filled with helplessness. In fact, she hadn't revealed the true marvelousness of the life-snatching flying sword. The life-snatching flying sword could not only kill a cultivator's physical body, it could even kill the soul of the opponent. Once the other party was unable to resist, then they would absolutely die. With such a brutal development, it was reasonable to say that Ling should not have been handed over to Yuan, but the lure of the holy maiden position was simply too great, and although Ling's strength wasn't weak, there was no guarantee that she wouldn't encounter an even more demonic genius. After all, once upon a time, Ling was the one who was bound to win, only to be overturned by Yanran against the wind. Even the other person, Yanran was now at the refined void stage and had become the patriarch of the Taishan sword sect. On top of that, Ling was well aware. Everyone is tit for tat in this sainthood. Yuan had Ling's help, so the others would definitely have their own cards as well. Alright, go refine this magic weapon. Ling patted Yulan's head and said in a doting tone. Aha! Taboo Land. Zhou Tian was originally lying on his bed, watching the latest movie released on Blue Star. Hot and rolling? What a bull ***** **** movie. Zhou Tian had a very unhappy expression on his face, although the movie is labeled as an inspirational comedy. However, Zhou Tian did not feel any inspirational or funny. Zhou Tian took a look at the movie's rating, which was only 2 points, and the vast majority of the comments section was also cursed. Although it was very boring, Zhou Tian still finished the movie. It couldn't be helped. Zhou Tian was too bored here. There was a prohibition from Yanran outside this forbidden land, and with Zhou Tian's current strength, he was simply unable to break it. Of course, there are solutions. That was when Zhou Tian directly absorbed all the yin qi within the yin yang saint's body. This way, Zhou Tian would be able to step into the void refining stage immediately, and the prohibition outside the room would not have any effect on Zhou Tian. But Zhou Tian would definitely not get any benefits if he did so, because he couldn't beat Yan Lu. Although Zhou Tian and Yanran were at the same void refining stage, but in terms of true combat power, even 10 Zhou Tians were not Yanran opponents, not to mention Yanran master, Xin Changyan. Xin Changyan was now at the Mahayana stage, and as long as Zhou Tian rushed away, then she would definitely immediately come out to capture Zhou Tian. Then he would set up a stronger prohibition for Zhou Tian, and would definitely not let Zhou Tian take a step away from here. Therefore, Zhou Tian's cultivation level had to be at least at the Mahayana stage, or even the ferrying stage, before he could leave. Zhou Tian turned off the movie and looked at the fine wine place next to him, ready to sip a few glasses then have a beautiful sleep. But just at this time, Zhou Tian heard a burst of footsteps. Zhou Tian looked towards the doorway. I wonder who's here, Yanran or Xin Qingyan, Zhou Tian thought in his heart. And right after that, a woman in a long green dress slowly walked in. The woman's appearance was exquisite, as if she was a fairy above the 9 heavens, and her aura was untainted by mortal dust. A pair of willow leaf beautiful eyes seemed to contain stars, making people unable to resist the urge to look at them more. It's Yan. What brings you here? Zhou Tian asked with some confusion. Junior brother, why can't people come? Is it true that when you have a new love, you forget about the old one you once had? Lu Yanyan's charming eyes were like silk, gazing straight at Zhou Tian, and her words were full of teasing. Over the past 100 years, although Lu Yanyan's temperament was still very fresh and unassuming, there was more flirtatiousness in it. Even under Zhou Tian's single-handed cultivation, Lu Yanyan's figure had become even more voluptuous, with a convex front and curved back. It's getting to be a young woman. However, Zhou Tian was very clear that Lu Yanyan really wanted to become a young woman, but it was not easy, because the more powerful the cultivator, the more difficult it would be to continue the heir. What's more, Yanran had absolutely no idea of having a child, and all of Zhou Tian's power was absorbed by her. Zhou Tian blankly glanced at Yanran and turned his head away from her. As the saying goes, love breeds love. However, Zhou Tian didn't know why, but he didn't have the slightest affection for Yanran. There is only pure utilization. But Yanran was becoming less and less valuable to Zhou Tian. The more times there were, the less Yingqi Yanran could provide for Zhou Tian, far less than the other junior disciples, though Yanya Lu was still tight and pink. But Zhou Tian had already completely developed all the places he could with Yanran, and there's nothing new about it. Good senior brother. Recently senior sister is going to sprint to the harmonization stage, so I'll be relying on you. Being cold-shouldered by Zhou Tian, Yanran didn't have any loss. Instead, she still laughed daintily. Afterward, she directly came over to Zhou Tian's side and rested her pair of long, slender legs in front of Zhou Tian's eyes. Gently run your hand over it to reveal the perfect curves of whiteness. Want to touch it? Yanran said very seductively. With her behavior like this, it would not be an exaggeration to say that she charmed the men in the entire immortal cultivation world, but it was not at all impressed, and even a bit of a laugh. If it was a few decades ago, then Zhou Tian could still react somewhat, but right now, is really not interested. Oh, You have to touch it even if you don't want to. Lu Yinyan's face revealed a trace of petulant resentment. Then she directly grabbed Zhou Tian's hand and swept it towards herself. Chapter 15, Examination of the Holy Maiden. Looking at Yanran Lu's actions, Zhou Tian was precisely very speechless in his heart. What good are you going to do but get me all slobbered up? Zhou Tian opened his mouth. Humph. Can't you be more gentle with me? Don't worry. How about I let you go free when senior sister steps into the Mahayana stage? And other than imprisoning you, senior sister has treated you well, right? The young longevity pill has used thousands of them for you. Yanran Lu said with a bit of a grudge. An ordinary foundation establishment stage would only have a lifespan of over 200 years. However, Yanran Lu had gone out of her way to use a large amount of Yang longevity pills on Zhou Tian in order to keep her alive longer. Yang longevity pill is the top elixir in the world. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is hard to find for thousands of dollars, and the more you take, the less effective it becomes. But even so, Zhou Tian's lifespan had been stiffly piled up to nearly 10,000 years by Yanran Lu. To put it mildly, it was possible that even if Yanran Lu died, Zhou Tian wouldn't die. Oh, shucks. Zhou Tian spat a mouthful of saliva on Yanran Lu's face, completely not giving Yanran Lu a single bit of face. However, in the face of Zhou Tian's humiliation, Yanran Lu did not feel any annoyance. Instead, he ate Zhou Tian's saliva down, a sickly smile on his face. Zhou Tian had a yin-yang sacred body, and his body was full of treasures. Even saliva is a heavenly treasure for female cultivators. My good senior brother, let's not waste any more time. You should eat the Tai Yuan Dan first. It may be a long time this time, but senior sister believes in your strength. Afterwards, Yanran Lu first placed the Tai Yuan Dan into her own mouth before slowly coming over towards Zhou Tian. 1 hour later, 2 hours later, 1 day later, a day and a night later, 3 days and 3 nights later, Lu Yanyan's belly had become very round, but there was no fatigue on her face. Instead it was very energized. After this relentless effort, Yanran Lu felt that she could definitely break through the harmonization stage. Senior brother, seeing as you're still in good shape, let's do it one last time. Yanran Lu pursed her red lips and leaned towards Zhou Tian once again. Zhou Tian's body had already reached its limit, and the power in his body was already almost exhausted. However, in the face of Yanran Lu's initiative, Zhou Tian did not have any ability to resist. Since he couldn't resist, Zhou Tian could only close his eyes and treat this as a dream. But just after this one ended, Zhou Tian, however, suddenly felt that something was wrong. It was because he suddenly realized that he and Yanran Lu actually had an extra trace of connection. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Yanran Lu for reaching the 10,000th achievement, having left a yin and yang mark on Yanran Lu. From now on, Yanran Lu's body will only be driven by you and will not cause you any harm. Hear the system in your ear. Zhou Tian looked at Yanran Lu in front of him again and couldn't help but show a surprised expression. How could Zhou Tian not have thought that his yin-yang sacred body had this kind of effect? I didn't realize it had been 10,000 times. Hey, Zhou Tian was somewhat speechless. In these 100 years, Zhou Tian had been claimed by Yanran Lu almost every day. It's not unusual to have 1,000,000 times. Luckily, Zhou Tian possessed the yin-yang sacred body. If it was anyone else, he would probably have become a human long ago. But it seemed that Yanran Lu didn't notice the difference. She patted her slightly bulging belly and left the place satisfied. With Zhou Tian's help, Yanran Lu could definitely qualify to sprint to the harmonization stage. Once she stepped into the harmonization stage, then Yanran Lu's battle power would undergo another upside-down change. However, Yanran Lu did not know that her soul had been branded with Zhou Tian's yin and yang imprint. From now on, she would only be used by Zhou Tian alone. Even his mindset had changed, and he would no longer do anything to harm Zhou Tian. It was even difficult to refuse Zhou Tian's orders. Of course, this change was not to forcefully change Yanran Lu's mind. It would just subconsciously change Yanya Lu's thoughts. And that's just a little bit. It's not for nothing that love is born over time. Zhou Tian didn't have much affection for Yanran Lu though. But this 10,000 times down the line, Yanran Lu was already inseparable from Zhou Tian. Even if Zhou Tian didn't have the yin-yang sacred body anymore, she would still keep Zhou Tian by her side and only do this with Yanran Lu. Outside, today's Taishan sword sect was exceptionally lively, because it's another 30-year term for the selection of the Holy Maiden. Nowadays, the Taishan sacred ground didn't have a Holy Maiden yet, and all inner disciples could become this Holy Maiden as long as they could defeat the others. Of course, becoming a saintly woman isn't carefree. After 30 years, the Holy Maiden will also be tested. If you can't defeat all the challengers, then the sainthood will be taken away from you. Finally waiting for this day. I wonder if I can become a Holy Maiden. You? Forget it. You're just an early-stage foundation establishment. At most you'll be a leftover girl. the most promising of our inner disciples is Ling, right? She's already at the peak of foundation establishment now. Every time, Yuan is Ling's daughter, the strongest among our inner disciples. That might be possible. Our patriarch has personally taken in a few personal disciples, and even though they were initiated late, they are not to be underestimated. Indeed, our heaven's child of this term is truly like a carp that crosses the river, leaving us in the dust. There was a lot of talk from the crowd. Under the auspices of a group of elders, the first matchup began. In this battle, Yuan faced Xiaomei. Xiaomei was originally only at the essence refining stage cultivation, but with Zhou Tian's help, just 3 days had passed and she had already stepped into the qi refining stage perfection. If Xiaomei was given some more time, she could definitely break through to the foundation establishment stage, but it's still too late. Xiaomei, you're only at the qi refining cultivation level. It's better to admit defeat of your own accord. Yuan looked at Xiaomei in front of her and directly spoke out, although there was some contempt on the surface. In fact, Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised in her heart, because not long ago, this Xiaomei was only at the essence refining stage cultivation level. It was not even as good as some outer disciples, but in just 3 days, his cultivation level had directly skyrocketed to qi refining stage perfection. What kind of terrifying speed is that? Is this the bottom line of a pro-disciple? Although I'm weak, wouldn't it be too humiliating if I just admit defeat? Let's battle! Xiaomei directly raised her sword. Everyone in the Taishan sword sect practiced swords, and the first thing they did when they started was to choose a sword that belonged to them. As for Xiaomei, as Lu Yanran's personal disciple, the sword in her hand was naturally extraordinary, being a lower-grade spiritual weapon. Spiritual weapons were one level higher than magical weapons, but even the weakest spiritual weapons exceeded the strongest magical weapons, just because a spiritual weapon could harbor a sword spirit, while a magic weapon simply couldn't do that. Seeing this sword, Yuan couldn't help but furrow her brows. This Xiaomei is really rich. She can get a spirit weapon just after she's been initiated, while my purple iris sword is still only a mid-grade magic weapon. Chapter 16, Li Lianglo's Great Sword. The fortune couple Dharma Land is the most widely known attempt in the immortal cultivation world. The meaning was simple: if a cultivator wanted to gain great strength, he had to have all 4 conditions at the same time: the financial resources, the Taoist couples, the feats, the dojo, which in turn is dominated by financial resources. Of course, the financial strength here was not talking about money, but cultivation resources. The difference between a cultivator with abundant cultivation resources and a dispersed cultivator with no support was huge. Even if a casual cultivator was highly talented, his cultivation speed would not be as fast as the speed of a cultivator with abundant resources. And therein lay the gap between Yuan and Xiaomei. In itself, Xiaomei's talent was going to be stronger than Yuan's. Furthermore, Xiaomei was Yanran Lu's personal disciple, and possessed resources that far exceeded Yuan's. A hallowed lower-grade spirit weapon. Even a Jindan stage cultivator would be hard-pressed to obtain one. But Xiaomei, a qi refining stage cultivator, could have it. As for Xiaomei, her mother, Ling, was merely a Jindan stage cultivator. Although there was also some substance, it was still quite a bit worse compared to Yanran Lu. Don't think that just because you have a spirit weapon, you can be my opponent. Yuan snorted coldly and immediately waved the long sword in her hand and attacked towards Xiaomei. Xiaomei did not dare to take it lightly, even though his sword was more powerful than Yuan. But after all, the cultivation time was still shallow, and was far inferior to Yuan. The battle was imminent. Denglong chop. Ling leapt up, the long purple dress on her body dancing, and at the same time, a purple scaly dragon shadow instantly surfaced on Ling's body. This Denglong slash was a divine ability that Ling had only mastered after 100 years of cultivation, capable of summoning a giant dragon's shadow, even if it was only a foundation stage cultivation. With the Denglong slash, Yuan was even able to cut down Jindan stage cultivations. Ice and fire double change. Xiaomei didn't dare to have any drop of caution and also immediately used her best sword technique. The ice and fire double transformation was just an extremely common sword technique that almost all inner disciples would master. However, Xiaomei was the one who possessed the ice and fire dual body, and the most suitable one was the ice and fire dual transformation. Xiaomei's long sword emitted 2 auras at the same time, one extremely hot and one extremely cold. The 2 scents could never have existed originally. However, at this moment, under Xiaomei's control, the extreme heat and cold unexpectedly continued to coalesce. The power that erupted was not even the slightest bit weaker than Yuan. The battle continued. Although at first, Xiaomei was still able to fight against Yuan, but slowly, Xiaomei fell behind. In a flash of lightning, Yuan found Xiaomei's break. She raised her longsword and chopped towards Xiaomei. The powerful force seemed to be able to tear through space. Xiaomei's eyebrows knitted tightly as she immediately shot out to resist. Still too young, Zi Yulan snorted coldly. Ostensibly she was attacking Xiaomei's upper body. Instead, he actually flashed his body and immediately kicked towards the lower half of his body. You! Despicable and shameless! Xiaomei tried to dodge, but Zi Yulan's speed was simply too fast. Violet Yulan swept across Xiaomei's slender calf, a strike she did not show any mercy. Ouch! Xiaomei screamed miserably and directly went limp on the ground. The next moment, Zi Yulan's long sword was against Xiaomei's white neck. You lose, Zi Yulan said coldly. Humph. Although Xiaomei was still somewhat unconvinced, she knew very well that she was not a match for Zi Yulan at all. Unable to do anything about it, Xiaomei went down. Next, who else wants to challenge me? Zi Yulan put away her long sword and gazed at the others under the ring with a burning gaze. I'll go. This Violet Yulan's strength is too powerful. No one in our class of disciples is expected to be her opponent. Right. Zi Yulan is the peak of foundation establishment, while Xiaomei, although she is the sovereign's personal disciple, her cultivation is only qi refining, so it's normal for her to lose. But don't forget that our patriarch has taken in 3 personal disciples. Xiaomei is no match for Zi Yulan, but the other disciples are not necessarily. I think it's up in the air. People have been practicing for almost 100 years in Zi Yulan, but Xiaomei and the others have only just been initiated for less than a year. While the crowd was talking, Xiaomei had already walked over to Xiao Yi and Li Qinglu. 2 senior sisters. You must avenge me, Xiaomei said with a pout. Don't worry, senior sister. I'll go first. Li Lianxiao patted her bulging breasts and said in a loud voice. Her strength was the same as Xiaomei's. Both were only at the qi refining stage. However, her physique was the great diffusion black hole body, which was even more powerful than Xiaomei's ice and fire body. Moreover, in order to cope with this examination, Li Lianrua had specially cultivated a sword technique. This sword technique is the qi swallowing mountains and rivers sword technique. Swordsmanship is about one sword, and it is the best it feats. However, the qi swallowing mountains and river sword technique was different. It was wide open and the best at borrowing power. The stronger the opponent is, the stronger one's own outburst will be. Senior sisterly, your qi swallowing mountains and rivers sword technique is at the advanced level of the earth stage, so you'll definitely be able to beat Zi Yulan, Xiaomei said excitedly. Swordsmanship, likewise, is divided into levels, which are the 4 levels of heaven, earth, Xian and yellow. Xiaomei's ice and fire double transformation was only a yellow level sword technique. However, Li Lightning's qi swallowing mountains and rivers sword technique was indeed as high as the earth rank. Of course, Li Lightning's qi swallowing mountains and rivers sword technique was merely just an introduction, and could not fully explode its true strength yet. Aha! As she spoke, Li Lightning had already gotten into the ring. Looking at Li Royo who walked up, a trace of contempt immediately appeared on Zi Yulan's face. Regardless of whether it was Xiaomei or Li Royo, both of them were only at the qi refining stage perfection cultivation. Such strength was still enough to deal with other inner disciples, but Zi Yulan was the peak of foundation establishment, and there was almost a whole large realm difference between the two. Don't even talk about going one-on-one with Purple Phantom. Even if the two of them were to go together, they wouldn't necessarily be a match for Zi Yulan. Senior sister Violet, please allow it. Li Lianxiao went up to the stage and immediately saluted Zi Yulan. You haven't been cultivating for long. Senior sister can't bully you, so I'll let you have 3 moves first, Zi Yulan said with great confidence. If Violet Yulan really lost to Li Liangro, then she wouldn't need to mix anymore, and would just find a block of tofu and crash to death. Since senior sister said so, then senior sister is too embarrassed to refuse. Look at the sword. Li Roxiao immediately swung her sword and attacked towards Zi Yulan. Her sword was different from ordinary 3-foot-long swords. Instead, it was very thick and heavy, and it was a big sword. This is qi swallowing sword technique? Zi Yulan immediately recognized Li Qingluo's sword technique. Zi Yulan's sword technique did not have any fancy moves, and it vaguely exuded a terrifying pressure, which was the characteristic of the qi swallowing mountains and river sword technique. This sword technique was of the Xian rank, but it was very harsh to cultivate. Once one cultivated the qi swallowing mountains and rivers sword technique, then one could only go one way and it would be difficult to cultivate other sword techniques. Although Zi Yulan hadn't practiced this sword technique, she was familiar with it and was naturally well aware of the way to deal with it. Simply put, avoid head-to-head encounters. Although the large sword in Li Lightning's hand was not lightweight, she moved quickly, and in just the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of Zi Yulan. Elder sister, you have to be careful. My great treasure sword is very powerful. Chapter 17, The Sword of the Divine Thunderbolt Technique. Li Lightning's great treasure sword slashed towards Zi Yulan, erupting an extremely terrifying astral wind. The entire ring was windy and atmospheric. Purple Yulan didn't dare to fight hard and immediately began to dodge. Even though Zi Yulan's speed was very fast, and was still affected by the astral winds emanating from Li Qingluo's great treasure sword. Jab! A strong wind pierced through Violet Yulan's long skirt. Instantly, her long skirt that originally reached her calves was torn into a shattered little short skirt. A moment of springtime. The ancients were viewing from below and could even see a hint of red mixed in with the pitch black. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There was a burst of shame and anger on Zi Yulan's face. She completely didn't expect Li Lightning's astral wind to tear her long skirt. It would be fine if that was all there was to it. But on the contrary, this year was Purple Phantom Orchid's natal year, and she wore red for all her personal clothing. This splash of crimson, combined with the whiteness of the plump thighs, could tantalize the heart of almost every man, and, of course, celebrate a little. That is, now that the Taishan sword sect is all female cultivators, there is not a single person of the opposite sex for 100 miles around. Even the male elders from before were all driven away by Yen Ranlu. The rest of the female cultivators watching naturally wouldn't stare at someone's red position. But even so, Violet Phantom Orchid was completely enraged. Senior sister, I didn't do it on purpose. You shouldn't be angry. Li Lianruo was likewise a bit surprised. She didn't expect that she coincidentally, the astral wind had torn the long skirt of the purple Yulan. And there's no such thing as safety pants in this world. The long dress becomes a sexy battle-damaged windy little skirt. So naturally, it doesn't cover much. 2 more moves. Although Zi Yulan was extremely annoyed, she did not forget her previous words. However, after 3 moves, Li Qingruo would meet the wrath of Zi Yulan. Okay, senior sister, I'm coming. Li Shouruo raised the great treasure sword and once again attacked towards Zi Yulan. This time Purple Yulan didn't choose to dodge, but instead chose to directly resist it. Zi Yulan's 3-foot-long sword clashed with Li Qingluo's great treasured sword, immediately erupting with an extremely terrifying pressure. The chi-swallowing mountains and rivers sword technique was displayed at this moment, and a gust of astral wind continuously invaded towards Zi Yulan. So strong, and it borrows my power to replenish itself. Violet Yulan murmured in her heart. This was the strongest part of the chi-swallowing sword technique. Being able to enhance oneself with the power of the enemy. The stronger the enemy is, the stronger one's own outburst of power will be. Just after exchanging blows for 3 seconds, Zi Yulan unloaded her strength. Hard contact even for Zi Yulan. It was definitely not Li Lianruo's opponent. Last move. Purple Phantom gasped, stiffly resisting a strike from Li Lightning's attack. Zi Yulan felt that both her hands were a bit sore. It was also by relying on their strength to suppress Li Qinglu. Otherwise in the same realm, very few people would be Li Qingluo's opponent. The last move. Swallowing mountains and rivers. With a thought in her mind, Li Qinglu immediately urged her entire body. This strike was also the strongest strike of Li Lightning's. The powerful aura gathered into a terrifying astral wind, and even directly formed a terrifying giant beast's shadow. It was impossible to see the exact appearance of this virtual shadow. Somewhat like a lion, but also like a fierce tiger. But without a doubt, it was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. This giant beast's shadow immediately attacked towards Li Lightning. Li Lightning held her sword with both hands and immediately activated another sword technique. Xian Turtle Heaven-Bearing Sword. Violet Phantom Orchid murmured under her breath, and her body's aura skyrocketed. The Xian Turtle was a flood beast, and legend had it that it possessed the ability to bear the heavens, and its defense naturally went without saying. Coming. Zi Yulan's pupils dilated, and she was also somewhat skeptical that she could block the strike. It couldn't be helped. Although Zi Yulan's strength surpassed Li Royo's, the long sword in her hand was far inferior to Li Royo's great treasure sword. At this moment, the other party was using a Xian rank sword technique, and even if Zi Yulan could resist, she would be easily injured. Next moment, Li Shouruo's Big Dipper beast had already pounced in front of Zi Yulan's body, opening its mouth as if it wanted to directly devour Zi Yulan in its stomach. However, Zi Yulan did not dodge at all, and the Xian Turtle aura on his body was displayed, defending Zi Yulan against the strike. All around them didn't dare to blink, as they all knew very well, victory or defeat. It's all about this moment. Time passes slowly. Gradually, the smoke dissipated, and the scene in the ring was clearly presented to everyone. And at this moment, there were no injuries on Zi Yulan's body. Violet Yulan is too powerful, stiffly resisting the chi-swallowing mountains and rivers sword technique without receiving any injuries. Worthy of being a peak foundation establishment powerhouse. Terrifying as hell. Even though Li Lightning is gifted, her strength is still too weak. 3 moves have already passed, and she's not even a match for Zi Yulan next. Senior sister Zi Yulan's body is really good, making us all envious just by looking at it. At this moment, Zi Yulan's eyes were cold. Although she wasn't injured, The long dress on her body was almost completely shattered. Only the key spots were still somewhat covered. But that was hardly any different than being naked. Zi Yulan couldn't help but admire Li Ro. Her strength far exceeded Xiao Mei's. Even in time, it can definitely surpass itself. Although the Xian turtle-bearing sky sword had amazing defense, it simply couldn't block this attack from Li Lightning. In order to be able to block this strike from Li Lightning, Zi Yulan had to use the life-snatching flying sword to attack as a defense. The end result was a success. However, the clothes on Zi Yulan were only mortal. They could not block the pressure of the battle, and almost all of them shattered. Next, it's my turn. The 9 heavenly Xian Fury, transformed into divine thunder. Brilliant heavenly power. Lead it with your sword. Zi Yulan's eyes were cold. This time she no longer showed any mercy and directly used her strongest card. The life-snatching flying sword needed an hour to cool down after using it once, and Zi Yulan didn't want to let Yanran Lu off the hook so easily. Therefore, he decided decisively to use the Divine Sword Royal Thunder True Technique. The Divine Sword Royal Thunder True Technique was one of the 4 major sword techniques of the Taishan sword sect, and it was also the one with the most terrifying attack power. Using the sword to control the thunder, destroying the sky and destroying the earth. However, Zi Yulan was only at the peak of the foundation establishment stage right now, and trying to truly activate the Divine Sword Royal Thunder True Technique was still extremely reluctant. There is even a great probability of failure. But now that the shame and annoyance were compounded, Zi Yulan couldn't care less. Watching this scene, the corners of Li Lianrou's mouth trembled a little. I really didn't mean to tear the purple phantom orchid skirt myself, but no matter what, all of this was done by Li Lianhua, and the next thing she knew, she was about to meet the wrath of the purple sylph. At this moment, the heavens and earth changed. Black clouds pressed down on the city, enveloping the entire Taishan sword sect. Many of the elders watching the examination immediately scared when they saw Zi Yulan use the Divine Sword Royal Thunder True Technique. Zi Yulan was now less than 100 years old, with a peak foundation establishment cultivation. Although it wasn't considered a true child of heaven, it was definitely a genius. Moreover, to be able to use the Divine Sword Royal Thunder True Technique at the foundation establishment stage, this was extremely rare when put into the entire Taishan sword sect. Die! Zi Yulan urged a thunderbolt that immediately struck down towards Li Xiao. Ouch! Li Qinglu tried to resist with all her might. Although with the Qi swallowing sword technique, the stronger the enemy was, the stronger one's own strength would be. But there was a limit to this. The strength that Zi Yulan was displaying at this moment had already far exceeded Li Qinglu's limit. There's no suspense. Li Lianxiao took a hard hit from the divine thunderbolt, and her entire delicate body began to tremble violently due to the powerful force. The clothes she was wearing were not mortal though, but a top-grade magic weapon. However, at this moment, they were also unable to block this all-out strike by Zi Yulan, and they all turned into fragments. Just for a moment, Li Lianrou was just like Zi Yulan. Her body became naked, leaving only her close-fitting belly band to cover the key parts. Humph! Zi Yulan glanced at Li Royo. Because of the powerful thunderbolt, it made the current appearance of Li Lightning a mess. Moreover, because of the reason of being point-blank chopped, it caused Li Lightning to be unable to resist peeing out, and there were still some residual water stains when on the ground. The scene was not a miserable one. However, Zi Yulan did not show any mercy, and this was all because Li Qinglu had asked for it. I lost. Li Roxiao pursed her lips. She was finally experiencing the sense of humiliation that Zi Yulan had felt earlier. This feeling of being seen naked. Even though there weren't any men around, she was still very ashamed. Even Li Lightning wanted to directly find a crack in the ground to drill into. Her entire face was reddened into a blush. But just at this time, Li Lianhua realized that something was wrong. One's own great diffusion black hole body seemed to have undergone some changes due to the lightning strikes it had suffered. Chapter 18, Xiao Yi vs Zi Yulan. With a thought in her mind, Li Royo directly closed her beautiful eyes, and under Li Qinglu's perspective at the moment, she immediately realized that the location of her dantian had turned into an infinitely large black hole, and all of the spiritual energy that was originally inside Li Lightning's body was also sucked into the black hole, and in it, there was also a large amount of lightning power mixed in. My great diffusion black hole body has been completely energized by divine lightning, Li Xiao said with disbelief. The original Li Lightning's physique was very strong, and now it was at least dozens of times stronger. As long as she was given a few more days, Li Qinglu would definitely be able to defeat Zi Yulan. Moreover, Li Lianhua also discovered another special place. Before, when Li Lianrou and Zhou Tian were in dual cultivation, she would be unable to control herself to activate the great diffusion black hole body. It was only before that Li Lightning faced Zhou Tian, and the black hole was able to be filled. But now it was different. Li Lightning's black hole was at least a few times bigger than before. I don't believe that I can still be conquered by you this time. Li Lianhua thought in her heart. At this moment, however, Zi Yulan looked at this scene, but she couldn't help but frown a little. Being bullied by herself so much, how come Li Royo is still a little bit angry, and even a little bit of joy? Can't it be that Li Xioro has a masochistic tendency? She likes to be electrocuted? That's pretty sick. Zi Yulan naturally wasn't clear about what exactly happened to Li Lianlu, nor was she clear that she had even helped Li Lianlu by chance. I lost, but don't be too happy. We'll fight again in a few days, Li Lianxiao said stubbornly, then came down on his ass. Li Rouge walked over to Xiao Yi and Xiao Mei. Elder sister, quickly bring me a piece of clothing. It's humiliating. Li Qinglu only felt cool all over her body right now, but she didn't have any clothes in her storage ring, so there was no choice but to turn to Xiao Mei and Xiao Yi. I didn't see before that you have such a good figure. Both Xiao Yi's and my clothes are a bit small, so make do with what you've got. Xiao Mei skimmed her lips and said. A pair of beautiful eyes glanced at Li Lightning's full moon, revealing a somewhat envious expression. Originally, Li Lianruo's figure was the most voluptuous, and after going through Zhou Tian's help, Li Lianruo's delicate body became even more forward and backward, the sexiest of the three women. Okay, I'll lose weight, Li Xiaoro said with a beak. Li Roxiao took over one of Xiao Mei's red dresses. The red dress was a looser type, and it was just right on Xiao Mei. However, at this moment, when worn on Li Liangruo, although it also fit very well, the position in front of her body was always a little tight. The original full moon was also somewhat distorted due to the pressure of the red dress. An unfathomable gully was formed. Two senior sisters. Then let me deal with Zi Yulan next. Xiao Yi spoke again. When the two women heard this, they both nodded slightly. Although the three of them were cultivating with Zhou Tian together, but stress-free, Yi Xiao is the most rewarding. It can't be helped. Who makes people last longer? Xiao Mei and Yan Ranlu were both at the consummation of the qi refining stage, but Yi Xiao had already stepped into the early foundation establishment stage. The early stage of foundation establishment was already on the same level as Zi Yulan, although Zi Yulan was at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. After 2 consecutive battles, Zi Yulan's physical strength had been depleted quite a bit. Plus, the long sword in Xiao Yi's hand was a lower-grade spiritual weapon, so she wouldn't necessarily lose against Zi Yulan. Yi Xiao heads straight for the ring. At this moment, Zi Yulan had also changed into a new long dress, and in less than a quarter of an hour, Zi Yulan's state had already recovered most of it. So instead of choosing to rest, she tackled her third opponent. When she saw Xiao Yi walking up, the corner of Xiao Yi's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. If I can consecutively defeat 3 of the sovereign's personal disciples, then the ultimate winner of this holy maiden battle will be none other than me. Zi Yulan thought darkly in her heart. Senior sister, you've fought 2 consecutive battles. Why don't you rest for another quarter of an hour and we'll fight again? Once on stage, Xiao Yi spoke directly. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Zi Yulan however directly shook her head. That's just it. Let's make it quick. Zi Yulan's tone was resolute. She couldn't wait to defeat Xiao Yi, but she also sensed Xiao Yi's aura. Having stepped into the foundation establishment stage, and the sword in his hand was also not a mortal product, it was a lower-grade spirit weapon. Its combat power was not in any way weaker than Zi Yulan. That's the underlying head game. Xiao Yi was a personal disciple of the sect, and her heritage was naturally not comparable to that of Zi Yulan. But even if the weapon in hand was inferior to Xiao Yi, however, her combat experience was not weaker than Xiao Yi at all, and was even countless times stronger. Okay then, Xiao Yi said, but her eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. Her sword, named Star Sword. The sword technique that was cultivated was a low-grade sword technique. The Star Sword technique. The explosive power of this sword technique wasn't strong, but it could summon the power of the stars. And the longer it took, the more stars were summoned, and the stronger the combat power became. The reason why Xiao Yi offered to let Zi Yulan rest for a quarter of an hour was naturally not in good faith. Instead, he wanted to take this opportunity to brew the Star Sword technique. When Xiao Yi spoke, the purple phantom orchid in front of her immediately attacked. Zi Yulan's figure was like a ghost, and every time he instantly moved, he would create countless shadows, disrupting Xiao Yi's vision. Seeing that Zi Yulan did not show the slightest bit of mercy, Xiao Yi also did not dare to take it lightly at all and swung her sword to resist. Star Sword technique. Xiao Yi's long sword emitted a dazzling burst of starlight, just like countless fireflies, and these fireflies were still coalescing with each other to form bigger and stronger fireflies. Star Sword technique? Then we can't give you the time to accumulate stars. Zi Yulan's eyes narrowed slightly, immediately recognizing the sword technique that Xiao Yi was using. Facing a cultivator who used the Star Sword technique, it was simple to deal with. That is, to fight quickly and not give her any time to develop. Xiao Yi's fighting skills were still inferior to Zi Yulan's. Soon after, Zi Yulan caught a break and stabbed Xiao Yi's chest with a sword. The moment the tip of the sword came into contact with Xiao Yi's chest, one was resisted by a ray of light, emitting a burst of starbursts. Damn it, your long skirt is actually a spirit weapon as well. Seeing this scene, Zi Yulan's brows knit tightly, her heart filled with resentment. That's the difference between a Kryptonian and a Liverpudlian. The Kryptonite guy is all decked out in top-notch gear, so even if the liver guy has a high level of cultivation, it's hard to be a match for the Kryptonite guy. My neon flower moon skirt is able to withstand attacks from the foundation stage, so you'll have to put in some effort if you want to injure me. Xiao Yi revealed an easy smile and immediately raised her sword to counterattack. Humph, can block a foundation stage attack? Then let's see if you can block my divine sword royal thunder true technique. Zi Yulan snorted coldly and immediately pulled away from Xiao Yi. She raised her long sword high in the air, intending to once again activate the heavenly rank sword technique. Divine sword royal thunder true technique. Chapter 19. Zi Yulan was only at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, and although she had practiced the Divine Sword Royal Thunder True technique for many years, she was still only just getting started. It could only utilize 10% of the power of the Divine Sword Royal Thunder True technique, and there was a high probability of failure, and once it fails, it suffers an extremely strong backlash. However, this was the only means by which Zi Yulan could suppress Xiao Yi. To use the Divine Sword Royal Thunder True technique so soon, this Zi Yulan is acting really decisively. Xiao Yi also had to admire Zi Yulan. Just because he was able to successfully activate the Divine Sword Royal Thunder True technique against Li Qingrua before, it didn't mean that he would still be able to succeed this time. And once it failed, then the Purple Phantom would surely lose. But even so, Xiao Yi still didn't dare to have any slack. Borrowing the time when Zi Yulan executed the Divine Sword Royal Thunder True technique, Xiao Yi also quickly activated the Star Sword technique. The surrounding stars gathered more and more, eventually forming a ball of light filled with light. These balls of light gathered more and more, with Xiao Yi as the center, and kept moving, but the time given to Xiao Yi was still too little, and she had only created 3 balls of light now, and right at this moment, Zi Yulan's Divine Sword Royal Thunder True technique had already been successfully activated. Her entire body converged with terrifying lightning, and even the long sword in her hand had been empowered by lightning. Zi Yulan's figure was even more rapid than before, and in just the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of Xiao Yi. The terrifying lightning was heavenly lightning, harboring the most masculine and rigid power. Everything in this world seems so fragile in front of the heavenly thunder. This Violet Yulan is just too terrifying, actually casting the Divine Sword Royal Thunder True technique twice in a row. Yes, this is a sword technique that can only be initiated at the Jindan stage or above, but Zi Yulan is only at the peak of foundation establishment, and she's already using it in such a fluid manner. The victory in this battle belongs to none other than Zi Yulan. Her Divine Sword Royal Thunder True technique is simply too terrifying. That's not necessarily true. Xiao Yi's Star Sword technique is not to be underestimated. If Violet Yulan can defeat Xiao Yi, then she will definitely be this term's holy maiden. The moment. Yanran Lu had now stepped into the great perfection of the void refining stage, and her strength had reached its own limit. As long as he crossed the 9 thunder tribulations, he would be able to smoothly break through the harmonization stage. Her breath was in a flurry of agitation. And even if Yanran Lu was well prepared, she looked a bit frazzled at the moment. There's still one last thunderbolt left, but this one is almost the sum of the previous 8. I don't know if I can handle it. Lu Yanyan's eyebrows knitted tightly, and a hint of worry appeared in her beautiful eyes. This lightning tribulation was simply too terrifying, far surpassing that of an ordinary void refining stage cultivator's breakthrough. The reason for this was understood by Yanya Lu. With Lu Yanyan's original destiny, she would only be a Yuan Ying stage cultivator at most. And it would be as hard as heaven to even think about stepping into the divine separation stage. Reliably Zhou Tian. But she changed that, not only breaking through the divine separation stage, even stepped into the void refining stage, but such an act against the heavens would naturally suffer the targeting of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao lost more than it could make up for, and Lu Yanyan's thunder tribulation was naturally going to be far beyond an ordinary tribulation. Spell it out. Yanran Lu raised her long sword without any defense, instead choosing to face the thunderbolt head-on. But just at this moment, Yanran Lu realized that there was a hint of something wrong. This was because the intensity of the lightning tribulation had unexpectedly weakened by a trace at this moment. Although it was just a hint, it gave Yanran Lu great delight, and the breakthrough succeeded even more. What is this situation? The strength of the thunderbolt has unexpectedly weakened by a hair. Lu Yanyan's mind moved, and the scene within the Taishan sword sect immediately appeared before her eyes. Zi Yulan activated the Royal Thunder True technique and was fighting her disciple, Xiao Yi. Seeing this scene, the corner of Yenranlu's mouth curled slightly. Although this Zi Yulan doesn't have a strong qualification, her heart is exceptional. Borrowing from my lightning tribulation, not only did she successfully activate the Divine Sword Royal Thunder True technique, its effects have also been enhanced by quite a bit. But immediately afterward, Yenranlu sighed. Although the Divine Sword Royal Thunder True technique was very strong, it was still a bit short of defeating Xiao Yi. Although Xiao Yi's strength was not as good as Zi Yulan's, the weapons on her body as well as her long dress were all spirit weapons. That's the difference between the two. Lu Yanyan shook her head, then directly excluded the thoughts in her mind and continued to wholeheartedly transmigrate. And the ring at the moment. The ending was just as Yenranlu thought it would be. Although the Divine Sword Royal Thunder True technique was powerful and had borrowed a sliver of the power of Yenranlu's Thunderbolt, but in the end, it still failed to completely defeat Xiao Yi. Put! Xiao Yi sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The long dress on her body was almost completely shattered, and even her hair had become small curls from the lightning she had suffered. Xiao Yi's condition was very bad. She tried her best to block Zi Yulan's attack, but she herself also suffered a heavy blow. She braced herself and stood up, her gaze going to Violet Yulan. Xiao Yi was in a poor state, and Zi Yulan's state was even worse. Purple Yulan's entire body no longer had an ounce of spiritual energy left, and had already reached its limit. Even her weapon, due to the overloaded use of the Divine Sword Royal Thunder True technique, completely shattered into powder. Damn, that was close. The purple sylph was very sultry, but now that the end was in sight, she lost any power to resist. Xiao Yi, on the other hand, was only a little better than her. Senior sister, you've lost. Xiao Yi trembled and came to Zi Yulan. Although her body was equally bad, Xiao Yi still raised her long sword and aimed it in front of Zi Yulan. No, I'm not defeated yet. Suddenly, Zi Yulan's mind moved, because she also thought of one of her own undercurrents. That is, the life-snatching flying sword that Zi Ling gave her. Previously, Zi Yulan had used the life-snatching flying sword once in order to deal with Li Qingruo's chi-swallowing mountains and rivers sword technique. The cooldown time had long passed now, and Purple Phantom Lan had shattered her longsword even though she had no aura in her body. However, it was possible to cast the life-snatching flying sword. Senior sister, what other means do you have? Xiao Yi frowned, although she felt that Zi Yulan was already at the end of her strength, but it was not taken lightly, and the means to deal with it were prepared. And it was at this time, a small pocket-sized sword suddenly appeared in the center of Zi Yulan's hand. The life-snatching flying sword was a top-grade magic weapon, and it was best at sneak attacks, so it was most appropriate to use it at this time. Life-snatching flying sword. Purple Yulan exerted all her strength and used her final strike. No good. Xiao Yi immediately urged her full strength to resist. She could detect the terrifying pressure of this sword. If he was shot himself, he would be half mutilated, if not dead. The corner of Violet Phantom's mouth curled up, but now she couldn't see the next scene. The overloaded use of the life-snatching flying sword had caused both Zi Yulan's body and soul to suffer great damage. Zi Yulan only felt her eyelids as heavy as 2 mountains, and she passed out uncontrollably. Xiao Yi was also penetrated through her chest because she was unable to resist Zi Yulan's life-threatening flying sword. Chapter 20, Backdoor. Both lose. Regardless of whether it was Xiao Yi or Zi Yulan, they were both extremely injured at this moment. An elder who was in charge of presiding over the examination immediately ordered the disciple who specialized in healing to come forward and heal the injuries of the two people. Xiao Yi, Xiao Mei and Lin Qingyue immediately stepped forward and looked at Xiao Yi anxiously. They were all initiated on the same day, and they were also both Lu Yanyan's personal disciples. Now that Xiao Yi was injured, she would naturally be extremely concerned. The injuries are stabilized, only that his mind was too severely depleted and he fell into a coma. But it's good to be unconscious for a while, to warm up the soul. The disciple in charge of treatment immediately spoke to Xiao Mei and Lin Qingyue. Hearing the other party's words, both women breathed a sigh of relief. The last battle was a real thriller. Not only did Zi Yulan execute the Divine Sword Royal Thunder True technique, she even used the life-snatching flying sword. Such combat power far exceeded even an ordinary peak foundation establishment stage. And even if he encountered a Jindan stage, he would still be able to kill back. But thankfully, Xiao Yi was also strong enough. Plus she had several pieces of life-preserving equipment on her body. That's how he didn't die at the hands of Zi Yulan. Now that both women were in a coma, they were each carried back to the cave to rest. But the examination didn't stop there either. As the rest of the disciples went up to the stage to exchange blows, the biggest dark horses in this examination were Yenranlu's 3 personal disciples, as well as Zi Yulan. These 4 women, regardless of their cultivation or strength, far exceeded the other disciples. Now that all 4 of them were done with their sparring, it gave the others a chance as well. The minutes ticked by. Although it cost a great deal, Yanranlu managed to break through to the harmonization stage. After she returned to the sect, she was the first to learn about the battle between the three disciples. Inside Yanranlu's cave, she sat alone in the main seat with a hint of mortification on her face. And below, there were three women kneeling. These three women were young and beautiful, and any one of them was a great beauty on earth. However, at this moment, he was honestly kneeling in front of Yanranlu, not even daring to breathe. You all lost in the hands of Ziyulan? You've really disgraced your master. You've given me so many magic weapons in vain, and it's not good to lose to anyone but Ziling's daughter. Yanranlu reprimanded. 100 years ago, Yanranlu and Ziling were the two generations of stars of the Taishan sword sect. Even in many cases, Ziling was overpowering Yanranlu. However, by relying on Zhou Tian, Yanranlu had successfully won the position of the Holy Maiden, and was even now the patriarch of the Taishan sword sect itself. Now that her three disciples had lost to Zi Yulan, Yanranlu was naturally very annoyed. Indeed, people's purple pixie orchid had been cultivating for a long time. But you guys aren't so bad. Each of you has a physique that far exceeds that of the purple phantom. You were even sent to the Forbidden Land 3 days ago in order for you to win. Listening to Yanranlu's reprimand, all three women's faces were flushed with shame. But there's no way around it. They did their best. Master, don't worry. I'll cultivate hard from now on, and I'll definitely be able to defeat Zi Yulan in the examination 30 years from now, Xiaomei said somewhat unconvincingly. After all, they had only just been initiated for a year, and their cultivation time was far less than that of Zi Yulan. 30 years? Do you really think you're the only one who can practice hard? Others won't train hard? My master tells you that this world never lacks people who work hard, Yanran said again. But immediately afterward, it shook its head helplessly. Although Yanranlu and Ziling had been arch-rivals since they were young, and were also very much at odds with each other, but Yanranlu wasn't a petty person, so naturally she wouldn't intentionally target the two of them as mothers in this matter. When Zi Yulan became the Holy Maiden, then Yanranlu was bound to tell her the secrets of the Forbidden Land. Moreover, as a Holy Maiden, her number of trips to Forbidden Lands naturally exceeded that of other disciples. Perhaps Purple Phantom Orchid's qualifications weren't too high, but with Zhou Tian's help, in 30 years' time, one would also be able to at least step into the Yuan Ying stage. It's just that, Xiao Yi, although you were sneak attacked by Zi Yulan, in the end, both of you were defeated. I'll arrange another betting match 3 days later. Whoever wins between you and Zi Yulan will become the contemporary Holy Maiden. Yanranlu sighed and said directly. Hearing this, Xiao Yi's face was instantly delighted. Then, Master, can I make another trip to the Forbidden Land? Xiao Yi immediately asked. If she could go to the Forbidden Land once more, then Xiao Yi definitely had the confidence to defeat Zi Yulan. But listening to Xiao Yi's words, Lu Yanran's face revealed a trace of complexity. You little ninny, you've only been there once and you're already addicted? But it's normal. After all, who can't get addicted to that kind of thing? No, you're thinking about such things now when your body is still not healed. When it's healed, Master will arrange for you to go again. Yanranlu decisively refused. Hearing Yanranlu's words, Xiao Yi instantly revealed a disappointed expression. Next, Yanranlu admonished them a few more times, roughly relieving them that losing should not affect their mindset. Eventually, dismissing the three women away, she also slowly walked towards the outside of the palace. As she walked, Yanranlu arrived at the Forbidden Land. The main reason why Xiao Yi wasn't allowed to go to the Forbidden Land was that Yanranlu she herself wanted to go. Although Lu Yanyan had squeezed Zhou Tian once before, but right now, Yanranlu also desperately needed the power of Zhou Tian to consolidate her cultivation. Junior brother, I'm going to aggravate you again today. Thinking in her heart, Yanranlu's red lips curled slightly, revealing a charming smile. Soon, she arrived at the Forbidden Land. The prohibitions set up by the Forbidden Land were as if they were nothing to Yanranlu, and she easily arrived at the door of Zhou Tian's room. As soon as she entered the door, Yanranlu saw Zhou Tian. He was currently holding and playing with a brick-like object with a series of images floating on it. Yan didn't know what it was, but didn't care. After all, in this Forbidden Land, Zhou Tian would simply be unable to escape even if he tried thousands of ways. And Yanranlu's purpose was simple, to squeeze Zhou Tian. Seeing Yanranlu come in, Zhou Tian sighed helplessly. Again. Say, don't you ever really get tired of it? Zhou Tian said very breathlessly. Of course I'm not tired of it. I'm completely submissive to your stick. Elder sister has been injured from the tribulation, so quickly help elder sister consolidate her cultivation. Lu Yanyan was so flavorful that she immediately removed her clothes, revealing her fair skin. Only on her petite body, a series of injuries still filled her body, and the injuries had an extremely peculiar pattern. showing a Z shape. Obviously, it was the thunderbolt that left its mark. Looking at the shocking wounds, Zhou Tian could not help but sigh as well. Since I see you're hurt, I'll take pity on you and give you one more, but this time I want to go in through the back. Chapter 21, Hot Spring of Ice and Fire. What? Hearing Zhou Tian's words, Yan Ranlu was first slightly stunned, but immediately after that, Yan Ranlu felt the movement of Zhou Tian's hand. Feeling this special touch, Yan Ranlu instantly felt a numbness all over her body. How can you do this? No way. Yan Ranlu said decisively. Over the past 100 years, Yanyan Lu had unlocked quite a few moves, but it didn't get that far. Back door. Is the back door that easy to get to? If you can't, you have to. Zhou Tian was even less likely to spoil Yan Ranlu now. Lu Yanyan was different from Shen Qingru. Although Shen Qingru had a high cultivation level, she was obedient to herself. Rather, they don't press themselves either, coming almost every other day. But this damned Lu Yanyan could really not treat Zhou Tian as a human being. Now that Yanyan Lu had her own yin yang seal on her, she couldn't resist Zhou Tian's words at all. Yan Ranlu was still trying to resist, but there was always a voice inside her if nothing else, telling her to agree with Zhou Tian's words. After experiencing a violent inner struggle, Yan Ranlu finally agreed to Zhou Tian's words. Okay, I promise. Yan Ranlu's cheeks rarely blushed a little. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the two were an old married couple, and Lu Yanyan was rarely shy anymore unless she was in the depths of love. But now in this situation, Yan Ranlu felt a wave of extreme shame, and it's not like ordinary people. Yan Ranlu had already stepped into the harmonization stage, and had long been dispelled, and her body was even more devoid of any filth. This, too, fit right in with Zhou Tian's needs. If an ordinary person wanted to go through the back door, he would still need to go through a lot of trouble, but if it was Yan Ranlu, there would be no need for such trouble. But immediately afterward, Zhou Tian made an even more excessive request. This time, we're outside, Zhou Tian slowly said. Hearing these words, Yan Ranlu instantly burst into a fit of shame. Why is Zhou Tian so over the top today? I've already promised you a back door. Why do you still want to give me an inch? No, just in the room. Yan Ranlu decisively refused. If it's out there, it's really shameful. If you don't want to forget it, then I won't give you a dime. Zhou Tian immediately threatened. Listening to Zhou Tian's words, Yan Ranlu instantly felt a little angry. But on the contrary, he couldn't do anything about Zhou Tian. It's not 100 years ago. 100 years ago, Lu Yanyan casually teased and flirted, and Zhou Tian would not be able to control it. But after 100 years, his own temptation was already low in front of Zhou Tian. It's been completely immunized. Okay then, where do you want it? Yan Ran said. It's right at the back of Taishian Sword Sex Mountain, the Ice and Fire Hot Spring. It just so happens that I haven't been there for a long time either. Zhou Tian thought about it and said directly, Ice and Fire Hot Springs? Okay. Hearing the location Zhou Tian had spoken of, Yan Ranlu let out a sigh of relief and agreed to Zhou Tian's words. At the back of the Taishian Sword Sex Mountain was an extremely special section where an ice mountain was located. Icebergs have been around for ages, and it's said that a monk who practiced the ice way died here 500 years ago. It caused the entire mountain to be frozen. But with 50 heavenly paths and 49 great diffusions, there is a silver lining to everything. I don't know what kind of weird power caused this iceberg to have many natural hot springs on top of it. The two laws of ice and fire appearing here at the same time was completely impossible when put into Zhou Tian's previous life, but it's just bizarre to show up. Many cultivators who practice the ice attribute, as well as the fire attribute, would come here to cultivate, and were able to greatly enhance their own cultivation speed. Yan Ranlu brought Zhou Tian here to the ice and fire hot spring. This place was a cold ice that could not be seen at a glance, emitting an extremely dense cold aura. Zhou Tian was only in the qi refining stage, and it was difficult for himself to resist such cold air. Fortunately, there was Yan Ranlu beside him to help him resist, and right next to Zhou Tian, there was an extremely large hot spring, which was emitting a thick, hot vapor. Zhou Tian directly removed his own clothes and then soaked in the hot spring. The temperature of the outermost hot springs was around 30 degrees, while it got higher the further in you went, and the hot springs in the very center were even boiling. Come on. Zhou Tian extended an invitation to Yan Ranlu. Yan Ran nodded, but she didn't immediately remove her clothes. Instead, he dispersed his divine sense and scoped out the nearby 100 kilometers. After doing this, Yan Ranlu let out a long sigh of relief. Not a single person in the vicinity for 100 kilometers. If the disciples saw it, then Yan Ranlu really wouldn't know how to live. Immediately after that, Lu Yanyan removed her long skirt. A pair of jade feet crystallized like a work of art, and slowly stepped into the hot spring. Feeling the warmth around her, Yan Ranlu also revealed a hint of enjoyment. She actually enjoyed soaking in hot springs. Only that now that she had become a patriarch, she had very little time to soak in hot springs. She slowly stepped closer towards Zhou Tian, her delicate body gradually sticking to Zhou Tian's body. Looking at Lu Yanyan taking such initiative, Zhou Tian no longer had any refusal. At once, the entire hot spring began to float in a wave of ripples. The ripples became more and more violent, and a sound of nightingales chirping slowly spread from here towards the surroundings. Fortunately, there was no one around at all, and Lu Yanyan was able to not have to hide and completely reveal the pleasure in her heart. Time went on by the minute. Other side, Zi Yulan was lying on the bed, and Ling was busy taking care of Zi Yulan. Laner, drink this bowl of tonic. Your body is too weak. This battle has consumed your mind too severely, Ling said lovingly. Aha, thank you mother. Zi Yulan nodded and immediately held over the medicine bowl, drinking the fishy-smelling soup inside in one gulp. Although the flavor was unpleasant, it was boiled by Ling after expending various medicinal herbs, and it could restore the cultivator's state to a great extent. Seeing that Zi Yulan had finished drinking the medicine, Ling had a satisfied expression on her face. She wanted to continue saying something, but she suddenly felt a heat in her heart, and a pained expression immediately appeared on her face. Ahem. Ling coughed twice lightly, and she hastily covered it with her handkerchief. And at the handkerchief, there was more blood. Mother, your injuries are worse. Seeing this scene, Zi Yulan's eyes immediately flushed red, revealing a heartbroken look. But Ling didn't say anything, just shook her head. Before, Ling jumped off the cliff, although she was lucky enough to survive, and her cultivation had recovered to the Jindan stage, but the body was left with a dark disease, and originally the lifespan of the Jindan stage was a total of 300 years. But because of this dark disease, it caused Ling to have less than 10 years of life left. It would have been fine if it was just a short lifespan, but it was because of a dark disease that caused ordinary Yan longevity pills to have no effect on Ling at all. Mother, you should also rest soon. I will endeavor to seek the spiritual medicine for you. Extend your life for you, please this dark disease, Zi Yulan said heartily. Mother knows, Laner you also recuperate well. 3 days later is the second match between you and Xiao Yi. Ling spoiled. Don't worry mother. I will definitely defeat that Xiao Yi this time. A tough expression appeared on Violet Phantom's face. The mother-daughter duo chatted for a while longer, and immediately after that, Ling also went forward to rest. The color of the moon is rich. Violet Spectre, however, couldn't sleep. No, we must help mother cure the dark disease on her body. I've heard that on the mountain behind the Taishan sword sect, there grows the heavenly Yuan ice and fire treasure lotus, which is the most precious treasure of heaven and earth, capable of cleansing the meridians of the entire body. This heavenly Yuan ice and fire treasure lotus might be able to save my mother. Although it's hard to find, I have to give it a try. Ling thought in her heart and immediately decided to get up and head to the back of the mountain. For Yen Ranlu, this iceberg was no threat at all. Instead, the ice and fire hot springs up there are great and can be very enjoyable. But for Ling, the cold air on the iceberg was filled with fragments of the law of extreme cold, and it was extremely difficult to resist it without special means. On this trip, Ling wasn't sure if she'd make it. Chapter 22 Flesh, Blood and Copper Sword. Although the icebergs are extremely dangerous, there is a silver lining to everything, and in addition to the everlasting cold ice, there are also an extremely large number of natural hot springs on the mountain. The purple sylph soothed herself. This time, Purple Phantom Orchid set out without any preparation, so to speak, but that's the way people are. There are times when they have a flash of insight and make a very unbelievable scene. Like, for example, hungry at 3 or 4 in the morning, came into the kitchen and fried 3 or 4 dishes. I ended up feeling full after only a few bites and wasted so much time for nothing. Another example, when they were in a relationship, it was clear that the two weren't too close. One day, sparingly, they slept together. After making preparations, Zi Yulan immediately walked towards the back of the mountain. Although the Taishan sword sect was a cultivation sect, however, the vast majority of cultivators had not yet left the physical mortal plane, so they all live a sunrise and sunset life as well. The entire Taishan sword sect was very empty, and only some disciples in charge of patrolling could still be vaguely seen. Zi Yulan had lived in the Taishan sword sect for hundreds of years and was naturally incomparably familiar with the entire sect. Soon, Zi Yulan walked out of the Taishan sword sect and arrived at the back of the mountain. What an iceberg! Looking at the scene in front of her, Zi Yulan couldn't help but be a little surprised. This was because the large mountain in front of him, which was sticking straight up into the clouds, was unexpectedly completely covered in long-lasting cold ice. Thousands of miles of ice, 10,000 miles of snow, under the light of the moon. The entire iceberg gave Zi Yulan the feeling that it was very crystal clear. Even, Zi Yulan heard a chirping of wild beasts, These beasts are native to the icebergs. Although the entire mountain is filled with extreme cold, not all animals cannot survive. A small percentage of the animals adapted to this extreme cold and their bodies gradually mutated and became snow monsters. The snow monster was an exotic beast, and its body was a great choice for alchemy. It was even directly eaten raw, which was also extremely wonderful for those cultivators who practiced the laws of the ice Tao. And in addition to these wendigo, a portion of the plant also spawned. These plants were filled with the scent of ice and snow, and likewise became heavenly treasures. Ziyulan took a long breath. Then without any further hesitation, she immediately walked towards the mountain. Ziyulan's cultivation level was not low, being at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Generally speaking, only foundation stage cultivators were qualified to travel to this iceberg. However, Ziyulan used to cultivate diligently, and this was the first time she had come. Soon enough, Violet Yulan encountered her first danger. This was a pack of snow mastiff wolves that were blue in color and capable of spewing out ice breath. Snow mastiff wolves were almost the strongest beasts on the ice mountains, and they mostly lived in packs. Once you encounter it, it's a pain in the ass. It seems like I'm really unlucky. I just went up the mountain and encountered a snow mastiff wolf. Ziyulan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. But then, a 3-foot green blade immediately appeared in her hand. Ziyulan's previous longsword had shattered, and this was her second weapon. The name is Flesh and Blood Copper Sword. The Flesh and Blood Copper Sword was a mid-grade artifact, and after inflicting damage on an enemy, it would cause the target's body to undergo a massive deformation. And one can devour flesh and blood to enhance oneself. Such a magic weapon could be completely described as a devilish evil weapon. It was of the same type as the 10,000 soul streamer, and was disallowed by the entire immortal cultivation world. It was also because of this that even though Purple Yulan had the Flesh and Blood Copper Sword, she rarely used it. Now dealing with these snow mastiff wolves was indeed a good choice. My mother left me the Flesh and Blood Copper Sword, and counting this is the third time I've used it. Ziyulan's heart secretly moved, and then immediately injected spiritual energy towards the Flesh and Blood Copper Sword. She didn't really know why her mother had such a spell. After all, this Flesh and Blood Copper Sword was a genuine evil cultivator's magic weapon, and his own mother could be a disciple of the Taishan sword sect. Ziyulan didn't know that, because this Flesh and Blood Copper Sword was the trophy that Ling had gotten from beheading those horse bandits. Although it was evil, the strength was not weak. It was also because of this that Ling had left this Flesh and Blood Copper Sword to Ziyulan. Immediately after, along with Ziyulan's injection of spiritual energy, the entire Flesh and Blood Copper Sword quickly began to undergo an extremely powerful aberration. A shadow, if any, drilled out from this Flesh and Blood Copper Sword. It was a 3-headed, 6-armed, terrifying monster. Master Dao, I've finally come out again. Ha 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 ha. The silhouette let out a smile that was eerie to the extreme. Hearing this voice, Violet Phantom frowned. This Flesh and Blood Copper Sword unexpectedly possessed a sword spirit, and before Ziyulan could think more, this shadow immediately attacked towards the snow mastiff wolf. It was clearly only a middle-ranked magic weapon, but its terror far exceeded that of an ordinary spirit weapon. In just the blink of an eye, everyone's snow mastiff wolves were decimated, and this virtual shadow actually directly devoured the snow mastiff wolf's corpse. In the instant after the devouring ended, Ziyulan instantly felt that the Flesh and Blood Copper Sword had become somewhat cold. You're a sword spirit? Ziyulan looked vigilantly at the shadow in front of him. Naturally, this Taoist master is the sword spirit of this sword, because the blood flesh copper coin sword was refined using this Taoist master's flesh. Little girl, are you interested in cooperating with this Taoist master? And this Taoist master will take you to immortality. The copper coin sword spirit said again. Listening to the sword spirit's words, Ziyulan's pupils shrunk. It wasn't that she hadn't seen sword spirits before. Some of the elders' swords possessed sword spirits, but he had never seen such a weird sword spirit. Especially the last sentence made Ziyulan wary. How to cooperate? Violet Spectre inquired. How about you collect blood, flesh and soul for this Taoist master, and this Taoist master tells you the secret method of becoming immortal? The sword spirit immediately said, his tone filled with temptation. Becoming immortal. This matter was a lifelong pursuit for any cultivator. However, when Violet Yulan heard this, she didn't have any hesitation and directly chose to reject it. No way. I would never do such a thing. Although Ziyulan wanted to raise her strength, she had a bottom line in her heart, and that was that she could never become this kind of evil cultivator. First of all, it's a bad reputation. Furthermore, evil cultivators were deplored by the entire immortal cultivation world. Once things were discovered, they would be wanted by all cultivators. Little girl, give you face or not, right? Then in that case, don't blame this Taoist master for not being polite. After the copper coin sword spirit finished speaking, It immediately attacked towards Zi Yulan. Violet Yulan immediately felt her scalp tingling all over. This foul and evil aura made her scalp tingle. And how could she not expect that the sword spirit of the flesh and blood copper coin sword would actively commit regicide? But at this moment, Zi Yulan no longer had any hesitation and immediately activated the forbidden art to directly seal the flesh and blood copper coin sword. The essence of the sword spirit was the sword, and as long as the flesh and blood copper sword was completely sealed, then the sword spirit would become rootless water. Purple Phantom's approach was decisive and effective. The moment he sealed the flesh and blood copper sword, the sword spirit shadow immediately disappeared completely. Chapter 23, Discovered. It's a good thing I've learned sealing type spells, or else I'd really have to be regicide by the sword spirit. Violet Yulan sucked in a breath of cool air. What had just happened was just too thrilling. Although this flesh and blood copper sword was powerful, it was undoubtedly an evil sword. A devilish sword. The sword spirit contained inside was even more incomparably evil. Although Zi Yulan wanted to gain great power and crush the three Xiaoyi e-girls, but it would never have been chosen to be used in this way. As for the method of becoming immortal in the sword spirit's mouth, Zi Yulan didn't believe in it at all either. Looking at the entire Kanglan continent, genius cultivators were as endless as the carp that crossed the river. But in the end, how many of them were able to become true immortals? For nearly 100,000 years, there had never been one. The flesh and blood copper sword was nothing more than a middle-ranked magic weapon, so perhaps there was some secret hidden in it. But if you want to become an immortal, it's simply impossible with a flesh and blood copper sword. And next, Zi Yulan was not going to continue to keep this flesh and blood copper sword. She found an ice cave straight away, and inside was deep darkness. Without hesitation, Zi Yulan directly threw in the flesh and blood copper sword. The original flesh and blood copper sword was then sealed by the purple phantom orchid, unable to exert a single ounce of power. If they were to be rinsed by the extreme cold from the iceberg again, it wouldn't be long before they lost all their power. Purple Yulan's nature was such a decisive one. She wouldn't suffer from any loss. And since she knew that the flesh and blood copper sword was harmful to her, she would choose to abandon it without hesitation. It's been delayed for too long. I have to search for the heavenly elemental ice and fire treasure lotus as soon as possible. The heavenly Yuan ice and fire treasure lotus grew at the very top of the ice mountain, and there are requirements for collection. It is best picked at the beginning of the day, just after the sun has risen, when the purple energy is coming from the east. The two spiritual powers of ice and fire were then utilized to pick it, so as to retain the maximum effect of the Tian Yuan ice and fire treasure lotus as much as possible. It took Violet Yulan 2 hours to arrive at the top of the iceberg. The coldness here was extremely dense, with the temperature plummeting dozens of degrees below zero, and the law of extreme cold contained in the air constantly invaded Zi Yulan's body. But I don't know if it was because Zi Yulan was more fortunate, but just after arriving at the top of the mountain, she found a Tian Yuan ice and fire treasure lotus. Moreover, this heavenly Yuan ice and fire treasure lotus was of a very good quality, growing on top of the cold ice, with white ethereal buds, as if it was the purest thing in this world. I'm lucky to have found the heavenly elemental ice and fire treasure lotus so quickly. Zi Yulan was immediately elated as she immediately urged the spiritual energy within her body and plucked off the heavenly Yuan ice flame treasure lotus. Although Zi Yulan cultivated the Tao of the sword, she also mastered some means of the Tao of ice, so it was very easy for her to pluck the heavenly Yuan ice and fire treasure lotus at this moment. Having obtained the heavenly Yuan ice and fire treasure lotus, Zi Yulan's face was filled with joy. I have to hurry back. Mother will definitely be very happy if she can obtain the heavenly Yuan ice flame treasure lotus. Zi Yulan guffawed and immediately prepared to descend the mountain. But all of a sudden, Zi Yulan felt that her jade feet were very stiff. She looked down and saw that her own pair of crystalline calves were filled with frost. Zi Yulan had spent too much time on the iceberg, and even though she was at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, she had suffered a considerable amount of frostbite at this moment, and the speed at which the frost spread was getting faster and faster. Almost less than a quarter of an hour, it was able to completely turn Purple Yulan into an ice sculpture. Faced with this situation, Purple Phantom had two solutions. The first one was to eat the Tian Yuan ice and fire treasure lotus. The power contained within would solve the current trouble for Zi Yulan, but Violet Yulan would never do that, because it went against her purpose in the first place. The second option, on the other hand, is relatively easier. That was to find a hot spring of ice and fire and use the power of the hot spring to get rid of the ice poison in his body. I wonder if there are any hot springs nearby. Purple Yulan decisively chose the second option, though her legs were frozen, making Purple Phantom move very slowly. But at this moment, facing life and death, the strong desire to survive made Zi Yulan not dare to slack off in any way. A few minutes later, the frost on Purple Yulan's body had reached the thigh position, and it was spreading several times faster than before, and it wouldn't take long for it to spread to the upper half of his body. However, Violet Yulan immediately felt a hint of warmth in the air. The ice and fire hot springs are just around the corner. Violet Phantomland burst into a fit of euphoria. She picked up her pace again, but as she walked, Yulan sensed that something was wrong and couldn't help but stop in her tracks. Because Violet Yulan heard a commotion. The movement was particularly special, kind of like the purr of a wildcat in the spring, but much more sinuous and long. There were also some plopping, crashing sounds. What the hell kind of movement is this? Is it hard to believe that there's someone else in the hot springs? But as long as it's not a Wendigo, even someone couldn't care less. Purple Phantom Orchid had lived for over 100 years though, but never experienced a man or woman. Naturally, I've never heard this sound before, so she was just puzzled inside and didn't associate it in that aspect of dual cultivation. But along with Yulan getting closer and closer, she finally saw the scene in front of her, but just by looking at it, Yulan felt her whole body heat up, and her little mouth couldn't help but open wide, revealing a cum-eating expression, because right in front of them, by the hot springs, was a man and a woman. The male is lying on the ground. The female, on the other hand, was on top, as if she were a water snake, dancing with an enchanting and agile waist. The woman was clad only in a red belly band. Beyond that, there is no view. Moreover, Yulan was facing directly at the moment, so she could clearly see the woman's appearance. This is Lord Sovereign. There's no mistake. I clearly remember the patriarch's appearance. Why is she here? And with a man. Doesn't the Taishan sword sect have no men? Yulan's originally pale cheeks had some redness in them at the moment. A sense of forbiddenness rose from the heart of Yulan. Anyone who has peeked knows that the feeling of peeking is sometimes more exciting than being there. At this moment, Yulan also couldn't feel the icy coldness from before. Instead, she felt some small fire burning inside. Purple Yulan wasn't small anymore, and could be a grandma when put in the mundane world. It was also the fact that there were no men in the Taishan sword sect that caused Yulan's needs in that area to decrease quite a bit. But now that he saw this scene, the nature that was dormant in his body was completely ignited. I didn't think that the hallowed sovereign lord would have such a flavorful scene. I really want to record it. But what am I going to do with the patriarch and the men here? I don't have enough stamina left to support the search for the next ice and fire hot spring. Violet Yulan fell into hesitation. However, just at this moment, Yulan suddenly felt a sense of weakness. The frost, which had already spread to the front of her breasts, was almost completely enveloping the purple sylph. Can't hold out. The sudden entry of the incoming abnormality did not allow Purple Phantom Orchid to react at all. She felt like she was no longer in control of her body, and her consciousness had become extremely drowsy. In the next moment, Yulan's body sank, and she directly fainted while holding the Tian Yuan Ice and Fire Treasure Lotus. Slumping to the ground, the sound immediately attracted Yen Ranlu, who soldiered to sit up in a crouch. She stopped moving and slowly moved away from Zhou Tian. What's going on? Is it hard to believe that someone is coming? A bad thought surfaced in Yen Ranlu's heart. As a harmonization stage cultivator, her divine sense was able to cover the entire iceberg with ease. Only in the depths of her feelings, Yen Ranlu had forgotten to check her surroundings. Now that she had once again dispersed her divine sense, she immediately discovered Violet Yulan not far away. It's the Purple Phantom. Seeing this person who had come, a feeling of extreme shame instantly lingered in the bottom of Yen Ranlu's heart. Chapter 24, Saving Yulan. Yen Ranlu naturally knew about the Purple Phantom Orchid. Ling's daughter, although her natural talent wasn't really good, was very diligent. At nearly 100 years old, he had already reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. It wasn't even weaker than the Yen Ranlu that had once been there. The way I look just now, I don't think I've been seen by Purple Phantom Orchid. A terrifying thought instantly surfaced in Yen Ranlu's mind. Lu Yanyan was so deep in her feelings that she barely hid anything, completely revealing the relief in her heart. And originally, there was no problem at all with Yen Ran doing this. After all, they were on top of an iceberg and it was still the middle of the night. Hardly anyone comes here. But coincidentally, Purple Phantom Orchid came. At this moment, Lu Yanyan's shame and annoyance were mixed, and her pair of big, plump legs couldn't help but clench. It's so humiliating. Yen Ranlu was the sect leader of the Taishan sword sect. Now it was the disciple who saw such a debauched scene. Even now, Yen Ranlu wanted to just jump off the iceberg and get it over with. Or, just eliminate the Purple Phantom Orchid. But after thinking for a moment, Yen Ranlu immediately gave up on this idea. Even though Yen Ranlu and Ling didn't get along, she definitely wouldn't take a shot at Yulan. Although she had imprisoned Zhou Tian for 100 years, Yen Ranlu considered herself to be a good person. It's impossible to do something so heartless just because you've been seen with a secret. What's more, the secret, in fact, is no longer a secret. A number of people already know about this. For example, Yen Ranlu's master, Shin Changyan, another example. Those few personal disciples of Yan Ranlu. Moreover, as a disciple of the Taishan sword sect, Zi Yulan would have the opportunity to dual cultivate with Zhou Tian in the future. What to do? Yananyan was lost in thought, but at this moment, Zi Yulan's condition was extremely bad, and the frost on her body was almost spreading all over her body. Forget it, let's not worry about that for now. We can't just stand by and watch purple phantom orchid freeze to death. Yan Ranlu sighed, and then immediately urged her spiritual energy to take out the cold chi in her body for Zi Yulan. Lu Yanyan was at the conjugation stage, so naturally, it was very easy to do this. Only the depths of the purple phantom orchid's body still had a very strong cold aura. These chills were hard to weed out all at once and had to be absorbed slowly. This is the heavenly Yuan Ice and Fire Treasure Lotus? Yan Ranlu suddenly noticed something in Zai Yulan's hand. It's a white lotus flower. The Tian Yuan Ice and Fire Treasure Lotus was a heavenly treasure that could purify all curses, dark diseases, and injuries in the body when taken by ordinary cultivators. It even has a life-prolonging effect. While ordinary people take it, it can greatly enhance their qualifications. There was even a probability that if one took too much of it, they would cut down their hair and wash their marrow, becoming the legendary holy white lotus flower body. Previously, in order to refine the Yang longevity pill for Zhou Tian, Lu Yanyan had searched for quite a few Tian Yuan Ice Fire Treasure Lotus. It seems that this Zi Yulan is trying to find the heavenly elemental Ice Fire Treasure Lotus for Zi Ling, and it's hard for her to be careful. Yan Ran sighed. Immediately afterward, he picked up Zi Yulan directly and then slowly walked towards the Ice Fire hot spring. At this moment, when Zhou Tian saw the scene, his face was slightly surprised. He was merely a chi refining stage cultivator, so naturally he didn't notice Zi Yulan's peeping. Looking at Lu Yanyan hugging a woman back, there was naturally some doubt in his heart. Could this be the legendary Snow Maiden? Why is she still wearing our clan's clothes? Zhou Tian asked. Zi Yulan's skin was extremely pale, and although she had been rid of the frost by Yan Ranlu, there was no blood color on her pretty face. Combined with the current situation, Zhou Tian couldn't help but think of Snow Maiden. Listening to Zhou Tian's words, the corner of Yan Ranlu's mouth twitched. What the hell is a snow woman? We're an iceberg. How can there be a snow maiden? At best, it's also the ice woman. It's our clan's disciple who coincidentally bumped into us. So naturally, as the patriarch, I can't see death and save him. You, go over there to the hot springs. Yan Ranlu thought about it and said directly to Zhou Tian. Zi Yulan's body was still very cold right now. The best way to solve the current situation of the purple phantom orchid was naturally to soak in a hot spring. But Zi Yulan was another woman, so it was naturally not appropriate for Zhou Tian to be here. Although Zhou Tian was now the Taishan sword sect's treasure of the clan, every double cultivation could give the female cultivator an infinite boost. But, as a woman, Lu Yanyan naturally knew that women also had a sense of shame. Not every woman is willing to double up with just anyone else, not to mention being seen naked. Zhou Tian nodded. Although this violet phantom orchid was beautiful, Zhou Tian had already seen many beautiful fairies. It doesn't see a beautiful woman and try to plot against her. Moreover, Zhou Tian had fought for a long time just now, so he just took this opportunity to rest and relax. Zhou Tian came to the corner of the hot spring and leaned against the bank, directly closing his eyes slightly. The side of the hot spring was the long-lasting cold ice, so at the moment, Zhou Tian could feel the sensation of ice and fire at the same time. This feeling was extremely special and could not help but make Zhou Tian think of the female disciple he once had. Xiaomei was the one who possessed the twofold body of ice and fire, and that feeling of scorching heat and icy cold was extremely mesmerizing. And the other side, Yan Ranlu also undid Zai Yulan's clothes. Then she was lowered into the hot springs. Under the warmth of the hot springs, purple phantom orchid's condition was rapidly improving. Soon, her delicate skin regained its blood color and a small face turned red. And now that the sky was slightly lightened, the cold air of the iceberg was not as dense as it was at night. Yan Ranlu gave Zhou Tian another look. After experiencing this dual cultivation with Zhou Tian, plus soaking in the hot springs for a night, the injuries on Yan Ranlu's body were allowed to heal completely, and her harmonization stage cultivation was completely consolidated. Zhou Tian, let's go. Today is almost over. Yan Ranlu coldly opened her mouth. What if we let her stay here by herself and drown? Zhou Tian thought about it and asked directly. Hearing Zhou Tian's words, Yan Ranlu directly rolled her eyes. You know you care about people now? How come I've never seen you care about me? It's okay, she'll wake up soon, Yan Ran said. Hearing Lu Yanran's words, Zhou Tian then nodded before putting his own clothes back on. Okay, then you can take me back. Zhou Tian's tone was filled with complexity. This was the first time in 100 years that Zhou Tian had left the Forbidden Land, but it wouldn't be long before he had to go back again. Before leaving, Zhou Tian also made it a point to check out Purple Phantom Orchid's character panel. Character attributes. Characters, purple. Cultivation level, foundation stage. Age, 98. Words, wanted, blue. Physique, jade bird white tiger body, extremely poor in its own chi. But every time it encounters a life-threatening situation, it comes with a great chance. Avatar, Divine Sword Thunderbolt Technique, Introductory. Zhou Tian's information about Violet Yulan surfaced before his eyes. Upon seeing the jade bird white tiger body, Zhou Tian was slightly surprised. He then couldn't help but take one more look, followed by an expression of dawning realization. It's really a jade. It's really a white tiger. Chapter 25, Secrets. It was just a cursory glance through the hot springs, though, but then Zhou Tian had a judgment in his heart. This purple phantom orchid was indeed a bit different from what Zhou Tian had seen in the past. It was as if it was a real work of art, without any flaws. And Yanran Lu seemed to have noticed Zhou Tian's gaze and couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Immediately pulling up Zhou Tian, he then left the place. In just the blink of an eye, Zhou Tian returned to the Forbidden Land. Re-entering his room, Zhou Tian was still in a bit of a trance. Is that little girl better looking than me? Look at you, mesmerized. Lu Yanyan pouted her small mouth and said with some defiance. Of course, who's like you, old as you are, and still so mean-spirited? Zhou Tian decisively disliked him. You, how dare you say that about me? What am I in your mind? When Yanran Lu heard Zhou Tian's words, her heart became even more mortified. Originally, Yanran Lu had imprisoned Zhou Tian for so many years and had tortured him day and night. Her heart was very guilty, but for the sake of cultivation, Yanran Lu could only do so. One can only compensate Zhou Tian in other ways. Moreover, Yanran Lu actually liked Zhou Tian a little. She also believed that love could be born after a long time, and after tens of thousands of times of entanglement, Zhou Tian was also going to fall in love with himself. But on the contrary, Zhou Tian did not treat himself gently at all. Listening to Yanran Lu's words, Zhou Tian also fell into deep thought. I'm sorry, you're not on my mind. Thinking for a moment, Zhou Tian immediately said, I'm so angry. I'll bite you to death. Yan instantly broke her defense. However, she couldn't really do anything to Zhou Tian. She just moved her delicate body and directly pounced on Zhou Tian. She directly opened her bloody lips and directly bit Zhou Tian, her pair of beautiful eyes carrying a grudge and dissatisfaction. Such a churlish look with a hint of arrogance. It's probably a personal favorite to watch. And in the face of Yanran Lu's provocation, Zhou Tian naturally would not be polite and slapped Yanran Lu's plump body. Zhou Tian's movements did not show any mercy. Plus Yanran Lu's body was too plump. This caused the same ripples in the petite body as in the lake. Being hit by Zhou Tian like this, Yanran Lu became even more angry and also immediately counterattacked. Originally, Yanran Lu had decided to let Zhou Tian go, but now she decided to reward Zhou Tian one more time. With that, Yanran Lu tore Zhou Tian's clothes off. The action did not have any gentleness. Instead it seemed very rough. This time Yan was clearly carrying her own little emotions. Now that you know how powerful I am, be gentle with senior sister in the future. Yanran Lu pouted. Zhou Tian, on the other hand, was extremely speechless at Yanran Lu's behavior. What else do you know how to order, besides being able to get back at yourself for something like this? Alright, you go now. Besides I see Purple Yulan is quite agreeable. Bring her back if you have the chance. Zhou Tian was bored and said, got it. When Yanran Lu heard the name of Ziyulan, her heart immediately became a little upset. However, for some reason, Yanran Lu did not go against Zhou Tian's words. Putting the clothes on her body back on, Yanran Lu once again left the forbidden place. And on the other side, above the iceberg, Violet Phantom opened her eyes languidly. The moment she opened her eyes, Ziyulan realized that something was wrong. Because he was very warm, it was as if he was in a hot spring. No, not as if. That is, she looked down and was surprised to find herself without an inch of clothing. Even her belly band had been undone. She, on the other hand, was bathing in the middle of the hot springs. Why am I here? I wasn't at before. The purple sylph began to think about what had happened earlier. She remembers that she was suffering from cold poisoning and was ready to find a hot spring. And she did find it. Except that something was different. It was because Ziyulan realized that there was actually a man and a woman in this hot spring. The male, Ziyulan did not recognize and had never seen in the Taishian sword sect. But the woman on this man, Ziyulan recognized. It was none other than the Taishian sword sect's patriarch, Yanran Lu. At that time, under Ziyulan's gaze, Yanran Lu was selling her sitting squat, the flavorful expression on her face making people want to look at her. At this moment, Ziyulan finally recalled it completely. I can't believe that the rumored ice-clear patriarch Yanran Lu would have such a flirtatious and sexy side. And who is the man underneath him? He looks mediocre. How can he conquer Yan Ranlu? Is it hard to believe that he has another specialty? And is that kind of thing really pleasurable? Zi Yulan didn't understand, but it was clear that this matter was extremely powerful. The biggest disciplinary rule for disciples of the Taishan sword sect was that they were not allowed to break their bodies. But who could have imagined that Patriarch Lu Yanyan could do such a thing? Outdoors, with a man, in a hot spring. Suddenly, Zi Yulan noticed the Tian Yuan Ice and Fire Treasure Lotus next to him again. Great! The Heavenly Yuan Ice and Fire Treasure Lotus is still there. So it seems that even though I discovered the Sovereign's secret, she has no ill will towards me. Or else I definitely couldn't have survived until now. No matter what, let's bring the Heavenly Yuan Ice and Fire Treasure Lotus back first. Zi Yulan thought in her heart and immediately saw the clothes laid out next to her. Zi Yulan came out of the hot spring and immediately dried her body with her spiritual energy. Then he put on his clothes and quickly hurried towards his cave. And at the moment, Ling had also gotten up early. She arrived at Yulan's room, only to find that Yulan wasn't there. And it seemed as if he hadn't been back all night. And the room was faint with the scent of the purple sylph. Strange. Where did this girl go? She's so unsettling. Ling had a helpless expression on her face. Immediately afterward, she was ready to go out and look for it. Maybe it's a gluttony, going out early to buy breakfast. But as soon as Ling went out the door, she saw Zi Yulan who had hurriedly arrived. Mother, I found you a heavenly elemental ice and fire treasure lotus, Violet Yulan said with an inviting air. Hearing Zi Yulan's words, Ling was slightly stunned. How smart she was. She immediately knew what purple phantom orchid had gone to do at night. Ling's heart instantly gave birth to a pang of acidity and was very moved. However, she still put on a serious expression and admonished Ling. You went to an iceberg? Do you know how dangerous icebergs are? What if something happens to you? Even if the heavenly Yuan Ice Flame Treasure Lotus is precious, Mother won't allow you to not take your own life seriously. Hearing Ling's admonishment, Zi Yulan immediately lowered her head, revealing an expression of obediently admitting her mistake. But she knew that her mother was just a knife to the heart and would not chastise herself. Mother, I know. I won't dare to do it again. So quickly take the heavenly element Ice Flame Treasure Lotus. And, Mother, I've discovered a secret on this trip to the iceberg. Chapter 26 Ling arrives at the Forbidden Land. Zi Yulan was a bit hesitant in her heart, but she still said everything she saw. Originally, Ling hadn't cared, but the more I listened, the more it felt wrong. That Yan Ranlu, how dare she copulate with a man outdoors? Can it be that she's crazy? In the past, I thought she had a decent character, but I didn't realize she was such a... Ling said with great surprise. This matter directly overturned Ling's previous perception of Yan Ranlu. Although Ling and Yan Yanlu were arch rivals and usually looked at Yan Yanlu with great displeasure, but it never occurred to me that Yan Ranlu would do such a thing. Moreover, Ling was so smart that she could naturally guess that it wasn't the first time that Yan Ranlu had double cultivated with Zhou Tian. It must have been many times already. Otherwise, it wouldn't unlock the outdoor scenes. Mother, moreover, Patriarch Yan Ranlu didn't do anything to me. She didn't even erase my memories. What do you think her purpose in doing so was? Violet Phantom asked suspiciously. That was the last thing she could understand. After all, if this kind of thing was spread out, then Yan Ranlu's reputation could be considered completely ruined. Even if he didn't dare to say Yan Ranlu on the surface. But it definitely crickets her behind her back too. Listening to Zi Yulan's words, Ling was also in deep thought. Yeah, what was Yan Yanyan's purpose in doing this? Moreover, Zi Yulan was still well aware of Yan Ranlu's character. Lu Yanyan's character was the type that was extremely haughty. Unless it was a man whose strength far exceeded hers, he would be able to subjugate her. But nowadays, Yan Ranlu was at the peak of the void refining stage. How many people in this world could be stronger than her? Even if there were, they would be the kind of old monsters who stayed hidden from the world. Yan Ranlu had just broken through the harmonization stage not long ago, and at this moment, Ling was not aware of this piece of news. But that didn't stop her from speculating. And in Zi Yulan's description, the man underneath Yan Ranlu was extremely young, and his cultivation didn't look high. Otherwise, it wouldn't have failed to spot her. Since Yan Ranlu was willing to copulate with this man, she must be able to benefit from it. The idea immediately surfaced in Ling's mind. The method of dual cultivation was actually not a rare thing in the immortal cultivation world. Only the method of dual cultivation could only be considered as a side path. Although it could enhance one's cultivation, it would greatly limit one's upper limit. But there is a silver lining to everything. Zi Yulan guessed that Yan Ranlu might just have gotten some dual cultivation method that had no side effects. That's right. 100 years ago Yan Ranlu was the one who suddenly skyrocketed in strength to defeat me. Ling's mind moved and immediately thought of the events of 100 years ago. 100 years ago, Yan Ranlu was a middle-stage Jindan. almost the strongest disciple in the entire Taishan sword sect. As for Yan Ranlu, she was only at the early Jindan stage. At the time, Violet Velvet was almost a sure win, but he didn't know what method Yan Ranlu had used to break through to the peak of Jindan. Thinking of this, a hint of surprise instantly appeared on Ziling's face. Can it be that Yan Ranlu relied on the dual cultivation technique to rapidly increase her strength 100 years ago? Ziling thought carefully. Immediately after that, Ziling couldn't help but think of the Forbidden Land. The Forbidden Land, created by Shin Changyan, said that it imprisoned a certain ancient great demon, but no one knew exactly what ancient demon it was. And ever since the appearance of the Forbidden Land, Shin Qingyan and Lu Yanran's cultivation had been rapidly rising like a rocket. Nowadays, Shin Qingyan had already stepped into the Mahayana stage perfection and was in closed-door breakthrough to the ferrying stage. As for Yan Ranlu, her strength had also stepped into the refined void stage in 100 years' time. Such a speed would be unbelievable when put into the entire immortal cultivation world. Combining this information, Ziling instantly had a picture in her mind. That is, the one imprisoned in the Forbidden Land was not an ancient great demon. Instead, it's a man. As for Yan Ranlu and Qing Yenshin, they relied on this man to have their current cultivation. Thinking of this, Ziling couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This is just ridiculous, but it was the only explanation Ziling found reasonable. Alright, this matter is known to Mother. Take a good rest. 3 days later is the match with Xiao Yi. Violet Velvet nodded, not prepared to continue with this topic with Violet Yulan. Listening to Ziling's words, Zilan couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But since Ziling didn't want to talk about it, she couldn't be bothered to ask more. Ziling, on the other hand, had an idea at the moment. That is, a trip to the Forbidden Land. Whether the Forbidden Land imprisoned ancient demons or men, one visit would tell all. But it's daytime, and it's not convenient for Ziling to go with so many people. So Ziling was ready to leave at night. In the blink of an eye, night came. In the early hours of the morning, the entire Taishan sword sect once again returned to peace. Ziling was wearing a long purple dress. Her face was not powdered, but she appeared as well as delicate, because she was a little excited in her heart. Ziling's cheeks were also a little flushed. Women of Ziling's age are already wearing their hair up. However, today's Ziling did not have her hair coiled, but rather it was casually draped behind her. Ziling's hair was lavender, which was also related to the bloodline that flowed through her, and in the future, her children would also have purple hair. Walking on the road to the Forbidden Land, Ziling couldn't help but have wild thoughts in her mind. Compared to the ancient great demon, Ziling still felt that it was more likely that a man was imprisoned in the Forbidden Land. The man who let Yan Ranlu and Qing Rushin torture him. Although Ziling's foundation was damaged, she was also a genuine Jindan stage. With deliberate concealment of her voice, no one in the entire clan could discover her. Of course, Yan Ranlu had already stepped into the harmonization stage, so naturally, she could easily discover Ziling. But coincidentally, right now, Yan Ranlu was not in the sect. After leaving from Zhoutian, Yan Ranlu received an invitation from a friend to go and explore the inheritance of a Mahayana stage cultivator. As for Shin Qingyan, she was also in death seclusion and was also unable to detect Ziling's actions. Very open, Ziling arrived at the Forbidden Land. The place was filled with a huge formation that was arranged to conceal the entire Forbidden Land without emanating any scent from within. And, once someone trespassed, the formation would launch an extremely strong attack. Moreover, over the years, Yan Ranlu had also been continuously refining the strength of the array. Now unless one is a Mahayana stage cultivator, trespassing on the Forbidden Land is only a dead end. Looking at this grand formation, a bitter smile appeared on Ziling's face as well. Surprisingly, it's the 12 Zodiac formation. Ziling immediately recognized the name of the formation. It was a legendary immortal formation that was said to have come from the inheritance of the upper realms. There were a total of 12 eyes in the 12 Zodiac formation, and if you wanted to break the formation, you had to break these 12 eyes at once. If not, the formation would directly condense the 12 zodiacal shadows. Its battle power could even be comparable to that of a Mahayana stage cultivator. Such a terrifying grand formation was set up here just to imprison a great ancient demon? Ziling didn't believe it, and the more terrifying this big formation was, the more it meant that the things hidden inside were more precious. Chapter 27, Infiltrating Zhou Tian's Room. If it was anyone else facing such a large formation, they would definitely meet the challenge and retreat without any solutions. But Ziling was not too critical. After Ziling's roots were damaged, she was no longer obsessed with cultivation. Instead she was very interested in formations, especially this 12 Zodiac formation, which was one of the strongest formations of the Taishan sword sect. Ziling naturally had a very detailed understanding of it as well. This 12 Zodiac formation isn't bad in terms of power. but I have a way to completely conceal my own aura so that the formation can't detect my presence, Ling thought to herself. Subsequently, Ling immediately activated her spiritual energy and combined it with some magic weapons to completely conceal her aura. But this approach is not without cost. Each use lasts up to 1 hour. Any longer than that, and it would be discovered by the big formation. However, 1 hour was completely enough for Ling to explore the secrets of the Forbidden Land. With everything done, Ling immediately headed towards the interior of the Grand Formation. The journey was unhindered, and the large formation did not cause any harm to Ling. Soon, Ling arrived at the interior of the Forbidden Land. Upon arriving here, Ling's brows instantly furrowed, because there is nothing special present here. If I had to say, it would be the birds and flowers, a wooden house standing here, and even a small pond next to it. Is it hard to believe that there really are men here? Looking at the cabin, Ling's little heart fluttered. With nervousness, she immediately headed toward the cabin. Because she needed to completely conceal her aura, Ling was unable to activate a single ounce of spiritual energy within her body. Once applied, she would immediately suffer the strangulation of the 12 zodiac formation. So in other words, there was little difference between the current Ling and immortal. Ling walked in front of the cabin. There were windows in the cabin, but they were closed at the moment. Ling carefully poked open the window paper, her beautiful eyes immediately looking towards the inside. The inside is simply furnished but has all the necessities of life. Although it was pitch black inside, Ling could still see a large bed with a man lying on it. The man was huffing and puffing as if he was completely unaware of Ling outside. It's really a man. It seems that I was right in thinking that the forbidden place created by Shen Qingyan was to imprison this man. And the reason why the two of them were able to rapidly increase their strength was all because of him. Ling couldn't help but think dark thoughts in her mind. The original idea was almost completely confirmed at this moment, but it's still missing the last bit. That was that Ling needed to experience for herself whether or not dual cultivation with Zhou Tian could enhance her cultivation or not. Ling's cheeks flushed a little at the thought. She's been alive for over 100 years, but she's still a real spinster. Originally, Ling felt that she would never touch a man again in her life. However, at this moment, Ling couldn't help but want to directly barge in and then put Zhou Tian on the spot. This was because Ling had already seen that Zhou Tian's strength was not strong, only around the qi refining stage. Do we really have to do this? Ling was a little hesitant, but when she thought about coming all the way here, she didn't want to give up the opportunity. And so, Ling took a long breath and pushed the door of the room straight open. Squeak! There was a rattling sound from the door of the room, and one of Ling's hearts instantly rose into her throat. Ling didn't even dare to take a big breath now, fearing that Zhou Tian would discover her. However, Zhou Tian didn't have any reaction and continued to huff and puff. Seeing this scene, Ling immediately breathed a long sigh of relief. It's a good thing it wasn't discovered, Ling thought to herself. Although Zhou Tian's strength was not strong, someone approaching could definitely be detected. But on the contrary, Zhou Tian had just drank some wine not long ago, and after a few cups of immortal wine, Zhou Tian slept heavily. Coupled with the fact that he had been squeezed by Yan Ranlu in a desperate manner, Zhou Tian was even more physically and mentally very tired, now drifting off into a deep sleep, not realizing at all that someone had walked in. And this is the Taishan sword sect. Zhou Tian also didn't feel that anyone would plot against him. Of course, gluttony for your own body doesn't count. After entering the room, Ling directly closed the door. Although the room was somewhat dark, Ling could still see everything in front of her. Zhou Tian's appearance was still quite handsome, but his face carried a hint of haggardness, as if he had just undergone strenuous exercise. Moreover, Ling felt that Zhou Tian still looked somewhat familiar. It seems to have been seen before. However, because it had been so long, Ling's memories of Zhou Tian were very vague and had almost completely disappeared from Ling's mind. Ling pursed her lips. Quickly, she made her decision. Ling undid her long skirt. The dress slipped and fell casually to the floor. There were no restraints on her body, and the moonlight from the window shone on Ling's body. It mirrored the 2 full moons on her, reflecting the white glow. Combined with Ling's long, lavender hair, it gave her an air of charm. They say purple sisters have the most flavor. At the moment, Ling has stepped into the stage of light maturity. The body's flavor is on full display. Afterwards, Ling did not hesitate and directly walked towards Zhou Tian. Ling completely enveloped Zhou Tian with her gentleness. The current Zhou Tian was in a state of slumber and naturally could not detect Ling's appearance. However, because of the instincts from such a long time, Zhou Tian still subconsciously placed one hand on Ling's full moon. Just like kneading dough, it began to knead. Feeling Zhou Tian's movements, Ling's body immediately felt electrified. She subconsciously wanted to let out a pout, but because of the shame in her heart, she eventually forced herself to hold back. But right after that, Ling ran into his next problem. Because the current Zhou Tian was still sleeping, he wasn't in a fighting state yet. Now Ling has two choices. First, wake up the circumference. Tell Zhou Tian I'm coming to get you for nothing. Second, do-it-yourselfers are well fed. It's so humiliating. I didn't think my first time would be like this. Why is this man so bad? How can he go up and down when he's obviously asleep? Ling's entire body rolled a little. However, she still braced herself and helped Zhou Tian get into a fighting position. Ling's technique was very rusty. It was the first time she had done this, and even her sharp nails would cut into Zhou Tian from time to time. But fortunately, Zhou Tian was very facetious, allowing Ling to have braced herself without much wasted effort. And next, Ling directly lay on Zhou Tian's body like an octopus. Chapter 28. Ling has finally become a young woman. Why is this man so bad? How can he get up and down when he's obviously asleep? Ling's entire body rolled a little. However, she still braced herself and helped Zhou Tian get into a fighting position. Ling's technique was very rusty. It was the first time she had done this, and even her sharp nails would cut into Zhou Tian from time to time. But fortunately, Zhou Tian was very facetious, allowing Ling to have braced herself without much wasted effort. And next, Ling directly lay on Zhou Tian's body like an octopus. The next step is to lure the loach into a hole. Ling thought to herself. The shame in Ling's heart intensified as the thought was born. Ling used to be a real heavenly beauty. It was the dream goddess of countless male disciples. But who could have imagined that their goddess would be drilling into a man's nest late at night and doing such things? Ling's heart thought like this, and the feeling of shame became more and more intense, as if her body was scorched by flames. It was like being in a dystopian dream, but incredibly real. Time seemed to freeze completely at this moment. Ling only felt a pain that went deep into her bones. The suppression that had been kept for hundreds of years was completely released at this moment. It's painful though, but Ling was still holding out so that she could gain great power. At this moment, the sleeping Zhou Tian also noticed Ling's appearance. Originally, Zhou Tian thought he was dreaming, but as he did so, Zhou Tian sensed that something was wrong. It's too real. Zhou Tian slightly raised his eyelids and immediately saw Ling's coat of purple hair. Because of her bloodline, the most iconic thing about Violet Velvet was her purple hair. Zhou Tian reached out his hand and quietly stroked her temples, which were still covered in Ling's sweat. It was remarkable that doing so was difficult for Violet Velvet. Even though she was a Jindan stage cultivator, she felt a hint of fatigue at this moment. However, when she felt Zhou Tian's movements, Ling's movements instantly stiffened. A most frightening thought appeared in Ling's mind. That is, Zhou Tian has woken up. Well, it seems that my Ling's worldly fame is completely going to be ruined on this man. Ling couldn't help but laugh bitterly in her heart. But it was all Ling's choice. Zhou Tian didn't force her a bit. Through the bright moonlight outside the window, Zhou Tian was able to see the side of Ling's face. The pale skin, in a single instant, turned a blush of shame. For the woman in front of him, Zhou Tian did not recognize her. But there was also something vaguely familiar about it. I remember once there was a young woman with purple hair in the clan. Is it hard to be that elder? Zhou Tian thought in his heart. Zhou Tian used to be an errand boy for the Taishan sword sect, and his status was not high, but he had met some of the elders. One of the female elders is the one with purple hair, usually like to wear a long purple dress. The body of the young woman's temperament is revealed, full of flavor. Seeing Ling now, Zhou Tian couldn't help but recall a scene from Once Upon a Time. But after thinking about it, Zhou Tian felt that it wasn't, because that elder already had a Taoist couple, and this woman on top of himself was very tight, although she was also very charming. Overall, it's the feeling of being a teenage girl and a young woman at the same time. As for Ling sneaking under his own covers late at night, Zhou Tian was naturally a bit upset. Drilling a quilt? You women, do you have any manners as fairies anymore? It's a woman trying to plot against herself. Moreover, Zhou Tian had just been squeezed by Yanran Lu earlier, and the anger in his heart had yet to be vented before Ling came back. How could Zhou Tian tolerate this? And so, Zhou Tian immediately pulled Ling into his arms, then forced the initiative. Well, Ling's entire brain instantly went into a chokehold. Feeling the strong manly aura from Zhou Tian's body, Ling instinctively became very nervous. But how could Zhou Tian spoil her? Directly finding the right place to output a meal. Although Ling was at the Jindan stage, she had no ability to resist at all in front of Zhou Tian. They were killed by Zhou Tian, their faces showing pain and frantically begging for mercy. There were even a number of times when he tried to close the door tightly to prevent Zhou Tian from killing his way inside. But Zhou Tian just snorted coldly. Now you're scared? Late. Not to mention Ling. Even if it was the titular Yanran Lu, as long as he gave himself some time, Zhou Tian would be able to clean her up and make her beg for mercy on her knees. 1 hour later, Ling was finally aware of Zhou Tian's terror. Her eyes were mute and she had not yet slowed down. Looking at the lumps of redness and swelling on her body, how Ling wanted this to be all a dream. But only after a few seconds. Ling then responded immediately. She looked at her slightly bulging belly with an incredulous expression on her face, because she felt a very full extra power inside her. This power could even be described as a heavenly treasure that was constantly nourishing Ling's entire body's meridians. If she could successfully refine this power, Ling would even be able to directly break through to the peak of Jindan. Even all the dark diseases that were once on your body are eliminated. It was a bit of information that Ling couldn't help but feel. At this moment, Ling was finally convinced that it was by relying on Zhou Tian that Yanranlu's cultivation had risen so rapidly. She no longer hesitated and immediately activated the spiritual energy in her body, trying to refine this power. And in the meantime, Zhou Tian also got a new phrase. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the word 100 battles, platinum. PS, remodified word levels to bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legend, mythic. Zhou Tian was slightly surprised as he looked at the words in front of him. I didn't realize that Ling, who burrowed under his own covers late at night, had a platinum talent in him. And Zhou Tian had obtained 100 battles phrase before. It's from Yui Xiao. The current Zhou Tian had a total of 200 battles words on his body, and both of them were still platinum level. System, 2 words at the same time. Will the effect be enhanced? Zhou Tian asked to the system. Ding! Words are not stackable, but by consuming 3 of the same word, the host can fuse them to become a higher level word. The system's voice rang in Zhou Tian's ears. Zhou Tian nodded. Zhou Tian now had 2 platinum quality 100 battles words. As soon as you get another one, you'll be able to upgrade the quality to diamond. And at the same time, with a single thought, Zhou Tian's character information instantly surfaced in front of his eyes. Ling. Character attributes. Character. Cultivation, Jindan. Age, 198. Physique, purple Huaguan body, can passively absorb purple chi to cultivate. Avatar, Divine Sword Royal Thunder True Technique, proficient. 7-star sword technique, proficient. Looking at the information in front of him, Zhou Tian finally knew the other party's name. So it's called Ling. And just as Zhou Tianxin was cultivating on Ling, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura approaching this way. There's someone else. Chapter 29, Shen Qingyan's visit. Feeling the scent outside, Zhou Tian immediately had a judgment. Originally, Zhou Tian only wanted to have a good night's sleep, but he didn't expect so many people to come in one night. One Ling, even if it's not, and then another one just after I'm done. What's wrong with you? Do you really think you're a tool to be squeezed at will? And just at this time, Ling also immediately discovered the aura outside. Her originally white and red, delicate pretty face instantly became bloodless, just like a piece of white paper. That pair of big, soulful eyes are full of panic at the moment, and the shell teeth subconsciously bit down hard on the lower lip, which is about to ooze out the slightest trace of blood. She was different. Ling had sneaked in. It's okay if it's other disciples that you meet, but if the one she met was Yanranlu, even if Yanranlu wouldn't do anything to her. But this kind of shame was also something that Ling absolutely couldn't stand. What to do? It was naturally impossible for Ling to choose to leave this place. The spell she had used to conceal her breath had broken just moments ago. If you wanted to walk out of the Forbidden Land successfully, you would have to reactivate the spell again. But this also needed time. By the time Ling had activated the spell, then the people outside would have long since come in. You snuck in, didn't you? It's okay, get under the bed. Zhou Tian saw Ling's dilemma and immediately spoke out. Well, that'll have to do. Ling pursed her lips and could only agree with Zhou Tian's words. She didn't dare to have any drop of caution and immediately concealed her body's aura. This kind of concealment spell was used by Ling in a hurry, and at most it could only be effective against divine separation stage cultivators. But now Ling couldn't care less. After all, who let her have to drill other people's Zhou Tian's quilt? Now that you've been caught, you're forced to burrow under the bed and hide. I can only hope that Yanranlu leaves me some dignity and doesn't take the initiative to out me, Ling thought to herself. But just after getting under the bed, Ling realized something else. That is, she was undressed. Her long skirt, and her snug wrap, were still on the bed, neatly laid out. Thinking about this, Ling wanted to die. She had lived for over 200 years and had never encountered such a thing. But now, it's too late. And soon, the door to the room was pushed open and a fairy slowly walked in. Just by looking at it, Ling was grateful beyond words. The visitor wore a long green silk brocade dress, the hem of which flicked with the wind like flowing waves of water. Temperament is fresh and unassuming, transcendent, as if it were a fairy who really does not eat the earth, and is independent of the rest of the world. There was a sense of sanctity around him that one would not dare to desecrate. She had a pretty face, her skin was snowy, and her eyes were as if they were hiding bright stars, shining brightly between the streams, penetrating with endless. Don't know who this person is though, but as long as it's not Yanran Lu. And seeing the person who walked in, Zhou Tian was slightly surprised. This was because the person who had come was actually the former Taishan sword sect's patriarch, Lu Yanyan's master, Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan, what brings you here? Zhou Tian's face was a bit surprised. It felt like decades had passed since Zhou Tian had last seen Shen Qingyan, and now at first sight, the aura on Shen Qingyan was even more refreshing than before. It was as if she was a real fairy. Shen Qingyan guffawed and did not directly answer Zhou Tian's words. Instead, a pair of beautiful eyes flowed slightly, glancing at the room's surroundings. The entire room was decorated in a fairly clean and elegant manner, but a queen-sized bed was a bit of a mess, and the entire room, too, was filled with a man's scent. And Shen Qingyan also saw that there was a long purple dress placed on the ground. In one corner, there were some random women's intimate apparel thrown about. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Shen Qingrou's mouth. She had now stepped into the Mahayana stage, and her ability to see far beyond what she once had. How is it possible that you can't notice something different in the room? It was obvious that Zhou Tian had just had some cloudy rain with some woman. It still hasn't been long since it ended. And the woman didn't seem to have left yet, but instead, with some sense of being a thief, she hid under the bed. Shen Qingyan swept just a slight glance towards the position under the bed and immediately knew Ziling's identity. So it's Ziling. I didn't expect her to come here. She should still be here secretly, Shen Qingyan thought in her heart. Naturally, she also knew that Ziling and Yanran Lu had been at odds since they were young. But even though Shen Qingyan had already discovered Ziling, she instead didn't point it out and instead looked directly at Zhou Tian with affection. A pair of beautiful eyes filled with long-lost love, as if they were as clear as a spring water. My little ingrate. It's not because I finally broke through the Mahayana stage that I came to find you. What? You haven't seen me for decades, so you have a new love and have forgotten your old one? Shen Qingyan said with some grudges. With that, she would sit directly on Zhou Tian's lap, her willow-like thin waist directly attached to Zhou Tian's arms. An arm as slender as a work of art directly stopped Zhou Tian. Faced with such an active Shen Qingyan, Zhou Tian naturally did not have any politeness and directly placed his hand where it should be. Feeling Zhou Tian's movements, Shen Qingyan immediately felt a sense of satisfaction. Did you miss your slave? Shen Qingyan leaned into Zhou Tian's ear and spoke softly. Shen Qingyan approached Zhou Tian's ear and exhaled like orchids. The voice is soft and gentle, as if the spring warbler cries, but also as if the breeze on the face, with wisps of tantalizing freshness, tingling so that people's bones are going to melt. Of course I want to. Zhou Tian didn't mince words at all. Within these women that Zhou Tian came into contact with, the one with the highest cultivation is Shen Qingyan, and the one who is the most obedient is also Shen Qingyan. Zhou Tian said to let do what Shen Qingyan did, and would definitely not disobey Zhou Tian's idea. And Shen Qingyan knows very well moderation. This 100 years, she and Zhou Tian only did it more than 1,000 times at most, just a tenth of Yanran Lu's. Although the power obtained was not as good as Yanran Lu's, it allowed Zhou Tian to remain fresh towards Shen Qingyan. For a fairy like Shen Qingyan, Zhou Tian felt that he wouldn't get tired of it without tens of thousands of times. How much? Shen Qingyan blinked her slender eyelashes and said in a rather profound manner. Listening to Shen Qingyan's words, Zhou Tian also fell into thought. After a few seconds, Zhou Tian stretched out 3 fingers. 3 times. The others might not understand the meaning of Zhou Tian's words. However, when Shen Qingyan heard it, a trace of joy appeared on her face. It had been so long since she had double cultivated with Zhou Tian. She couldn't wait. Moreover, up to Shen Qingyan's point, what Zhou Tian could enhance for him was already very leisurely. Instead, Shen Qingyan was addicted to the feeling of being with Zhou Tian and being deeply explored by him. You know my depth. I know your length. There is no closer relationship in this world than that. Good. The excitement on Shen Qingyan's face was overflowing and she directly kissed towards Zhou Tian's face. However, immediately afterward, Zhou Tian's face changed slightly as he looked at Shen Qingyan with some contempt. Forgot what to call me, did you? Zhou Tian slowly spoke. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingyan's face also instantly changed, becoming somewhat ashamed. If it was usual, Shen Qingyan might not be so ashamed. But this moment was different. In addition to Zhou Tian and Shen Qingyan in the room, there could be Ziling's. But perhaps it was for the sake of pursuing excitement. Shen Qingyan eventually slowly opened her mouth to Zhou Tian, her tone filled with shyness and seductive flirtation. Dad, Master, give it to me. Chapter 30 The Long Night. Shen Qingyan's voice was like the most seductive strings in the night sky, charming and touching, but with a trace of asceticism that tantalized the heartstrings, especially when this voice was set against her untainted, cold and serious expression. The sense of contrast in it intensified, as if ice and fire were intertwined. Mesmerizing, especially when paired with her untainted, cold and serious expression. The sense of contrast in it could be intensified. The feeling Shin Xingyan gave Zhou Tian was the kind of feeling that was out of reach, like a fairy in the moon palace. But the more this feeling of inviolability, the more Zhou Tian wanted to violate it. Over the years, Shin Xingyan was still so well behaved. There was no Mahayana stage stance at all. In front of outsiders, she was the fairy who was so high and cold that she rejected people, but in front of Zhou Tian, she willingly transformed into Zhou Tian's forbidden domain, tender and obedient. Seeing Zhou Tian reveal a satisfied expression, the corner of Shin Xingyan's mouth hooked into a wry smile, as if she was a cat that had stolen a fish. Shin Xingyan's delicate body was like water as she continued to close in towards Zhou Tian, every inch of her approach carrying an endless temptation. The unique breath gently drenched Zhou Tian's entire body, as if it was a gentle love affair. Afterwards, slightly tilting her head, her vermilion lips lightly opened, sucking in the unique scent of Zhou Tian's body. The air seemed to freeze at the moment. Shin Xingyan opened her red lips that were as delicate as blood. Her white neck twisted slightly, and the knot in her throat rolled gently. Immediately after that, she slowly closed her beautiful eyes. Well, Shin Xingyan's brain was a bit blank as she slowly let her body become relaxed. Cultivation stepping into the Mahayana stage caused Shin Xingyan's body to undergo an extreme metamorphosis. She had to rediscover her state as a mortal in order to feel the beauty of this moment. Soon, Shin Xingyan found that feeling. Her eyes grew misty and she breathed heavily, as if she were drowning, feeling a suffocating throb. I don't know how long it took, but there was a sudden heat in Yan Lu's throat. Immediately afterward, she slowly raised her beautiful eyes, her eyes flirtatious to the extreme as she looked towards Zhou Tian and opened her red lips. Then she gently pursed her red lips, and with a movement of her throat, she swallowed the warm mass. Master, after your slave has served you, it will be your turn to serve your slave. Shin Xingyan let out a delicate and tingling sound. Okay, come on. Zhou Tian and Shin Xingyan were like couples who hadn't seen each other for a long time. One day's absence is like 3 autumns. Now after a long time apart, the suppressed emotions in Shin Xingyan's body have piled up to an extremely extreme state, as if a raging tide, about to break the dike. Shin Xingyan's eyes were misty, her delicate body trembled, as if all her strength had been drained away, and she went limp in Zhou Tian's arms. But Zhou Tian would not let her off easily. The more Shin Xingyan was weak and feeble and tried to refuse, the stronger Zhou Tian became and gave her more intimacy. The minutes ticked by. Under the bed, Ling wanted to die. How she wished that the person up there right now was her, not Shin Xingyan. But at the same time, Ling was very surprised. She completely did not expect that the titular Shin Xingyan would also indulge in Zhou Tian's beauty. And it's amazing how much of a contrast there can be between the way it comes across and the way it is during the day. I really didn't expect that Lu Yin and Shin Xingru, the pair of master and disciple, are both friends in bed with Zhou Tian, but this Shin Xingyan is also too Tai. I didn't expect that there would be this side to her when she is so ice clear on the surface. So hard. Ling bit her red lips. Her delicate red lips seemed to be oozing blood at the moment, but immediately afterward, Ling immediately came to a realization. That hormone. Shin Xingyan definitely knew that Ling was down there. Ling was merely a Jindan stage cultivator, but the other person, Shin Xingyan, was at the Mahayana stage. Jindan, Yuan Ying, parting of the gods, refining the void, harmonization, Mahayana. The gap between them was exactly like a chasm. Even if Shin Xingyan used the strongest means of concealment, he would definitely be seen through by Shin Xingyan at a glance. And after Shin Xingyan discovered Ling, she didn't choose to leave. Instead, they walked in on purpose and acted so graciously. The reason for this is to try to irritate Ling. Ling, on the other hand, had been irritated by Shin Xingyan. For Zhou Tian and Shin Xingyan, time was flying by. But for Ling, the days felt like years, and every second was torture. Her eyes also became more and more mesmerized at this moment, as they were just too close to Zhou Tian and Shin Xingyan. And as a cultivator, the ability to perceive is far beyond normal people. This made Ling even more irritated. My life is also really bitter. The first time I came here I met Shin Xingyan. Ling really wanted to die now. But on the contrary, Ling had just had this thought when Shin Xingyan's voice came to her ears. I'm dying. I'm dying. The voice was thrilling to hear Ling, and she couldn't help the redness on her face. However, Ling did not believe a single bit of Shin Xingyan's words. Zhou Tian was only a chi refining stage. Could he really kill Shin Xingyan? A Mahayana stage? Are you kidding me? I'm dying too. Ling didn't know if Shin Xingyan was dead or not. However, She was quite certain that if the commotion continued for a few hours, then Ling would really die. She could only hope that Xinxingyan would leave earlier. Blink of an eye. 2 hours. Xinxingyan had a trace of satisfaction on her face, and her delicate body curled up, leaning into Zhou Tian's arms. At this moment, Xinxingyan felt a sense of security that she had never felt before. Although Zhou Tian was merely at the qi refining stage of cultivation, but as long as she was in Zhou Tian's arms, Xinxingyan felt that she could be at peace and no longer had any other thoughts. Zhou Tian wouldn't have the slightest reservation about Xinxingyan either, even less reserved than before. It was only because Zhou Tian had learned of another ability of his own earlier. That is, as long as it reaches 10,000 times, it can leave a yin and yang mark on the other person. As long as one leaves one's mark, then one becomes one's true slave. Of course, such a slave would not be one of those thoughtless deadbeats. Instead, they have a mind of their own, except that they will no longer go against anything they say and follow them to the death. And although Zhou Tian and Xinxingyan had known each other for over 100 years, but sadly, Zhou Tian and Xinxingyan had completed less than 2,000 times together. It's not even close to 10,000 times. I must speed up the progress. If I can leave a yin and yang mark on Yanran Lu, then I will be able to completely grasp the entire Taishan sword sect as well. Zhou Tian thought in his heart. Don't look at Xinxingyan, who was as docile as a cat right now. That was because Zhou Tian hadn't exposed his bottom card. Once Zhou Tian refined all the yin qi in his body, he became a harmonization stage cultivator or even a Mahayana stage cultivator. Then Xinxingyan would immediately feel a sense of crisis. And in order to prevent Zhou Tian from escaping her grasp, she would immediately make a counterattack. Chapter 31 The Long Night. This is a very real thing. Once Zhou Tian was out of Xinxingyan's grasp, then Xinxingyan would also inevitably respond with means. Although Zhou Tian was well aware of this matter, he did not care, because according to the current situation, Zhou Tian would be able to double cultivate with Xinxingyan 10,000 times in a few decades at most. At that time, even if Xinxingyan stepped into the transition stage, she would completely become Zhou Tian's forbidden property, without any ability to resist. And I don't know if it was Xinxingyan's intention. After the two of them had finished, Xinxingyan was in no hurry to leave. Instead, she had been warming up to Zhou Tian in his arms. There would have been nothing wrong with this situation. We haven't seen each other for decades. Can't we catch up? But on the contrary, Zhou Tian also knew that there could still be Lings hidden under the bed. Poor Ling. Coming to drill her own nest in the middle of the night, she also happened to meet Xinxingyan. Should I say Ling was unlucky? Or should I say Ling was unlucky? That, if there's nothing else you can go, I'm going to rest too. Zhou Tian thought about it and directly said to Xinxingyan. However, upon hearing this, a hint of grudge appeared on Xinxingyan's face. Why do you raise your pants and then deny it? Treating your slave so well just now, and you want to drive your slave away when you've had your fun? Slave is so sad. Xinxingyan deliberately put on a pitiful appearance, and it was also clipped with a voice that made Zhou Tian's scalp numb when he heard it. How come Zhou Tian hadn't seen that Xinxingyan had this green tea side before? Besides, how is Zhou Tian called lifting his pants and denying it? Zhou Tian isn't wearing any pants now, either? Alright, slave knows, slave won't bother you anymore. Xinxingyan gave Zhou Tian a somewhat grudging look. Eventually, it was time to get dressed and decide to leave. You can come back tomorrow. Zhou Tian thought for a moment and continued. Right now, Zhou Tian's most important task was to hurry up and reach 10,000 achievements with Xinxingyan. So naturally, Zhou Tian wanted Xinxingyan to come to himself a few more times, but he could not indulge in cultivation. As for myself, I'll be tired if I'm tired. If you don't fight more when you are young, you will not be able to look at your lips when you are old, even if you are a girl who is more watery. Good. Xinxingyan was obviously slightly stunned, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. She really did not expect that Zhou Tian would take the initiative to invite herself to come. This sudden surprise filled Xinxingyan with joy. The corners of her mouth unconsciously rose, revealing a bright smile. She then twisted her slender waist and left contentedly. This time, her closed observation was directly for decades, and it had been a long time since she had turned around in the Taishan sword sect. After leaving from Zhou Tian's place, she was prepared to check on Yanran Lu's situation first. However, the divine sense scattered throughout the entire Taishan sword sect, but it still did not discover Yanran Lu's existence. This made Xinxingyan slightly lost. Originally, she had wanted to see how Yanran Lu was doing recently, but now that Yanran Lu was not in the Taishan sword sect, she could only give up on that idea. And in the Forbidden Land, Zhou Tian was also relieved when he saw Xinxingyan leave. Come on out, Zhou Tian said to the bottom of the bed, but it didn't get any response from Ling. This caused Zhou Tian to frown. Could it be that Ling had already left? Zhou Tian lowered his head and looked towards the bottom of the bed. Instantly, Zhou Tian saw Ziling's figure. Moreover, at the moment, Ziling was facing Zhou Tian with the lower half of her body. It would be fine if it was just that, but Ziling was not wearing any clothes, and both legs were slightly curled up. This led to, by accident, a wide-eyed stare from Zhou Tian. Ahem. Zhou Tian felt a little embarrassed, and as soon as he saw this scene, Zhou Tian couldn't help but recall Ziling's aqua-swinging body in his mind. This blue water, it's a real swing. Although Yanran Lu and Qing Yenshin, they would also be in a situation like Ziling, but the times are few, and the difference with Ziling was like the difference between a trickle of water and a flood. Zhou Tian was looking carefully towards the ground, and sure enough, he saw that underneath Ziling's body, there were still some water stains remaining. Zhou Tian looked inside carefully. It's the inside of the bottom of the bed. Immediately, he noticed that Ziling's eyes were slightly closed, and her breath was steady, so it was obvious that she was asleep. This little ninny is also really big-hearted. She can fall asleep at this hour. Zhou Tian was somewhat speechless and directly patted Ziling's thigh, trying to wake her up. Being patted by Zhou Tian like this, Ziling also instantly came to her senses. She jerked her head up, but forgot she was under the bed, which caused Violet's brow to hit the bed hard. Ouch! Ziling immediately let out a pout, a pained expression on her face. It hurts. Ziling covered her head, a resigned expression on her face. She remembered at this time that she was hiding under the bed. In looking outside, Zhou Tian was looking at himself with interest. Feeling Zhou Tian's gaze, in feeling the coolness of the breeze blowing through his portal, Ziling's face, which was already even a bit flushed, became even more flushed. Oops, you're still looking. Ziling blankly glanced at Zhou Tian with some grudges. Listening to Ziling's pouting, instead of being angry, Zhou Tian increasingly felt that Ziling was somewhat interesting. Ziling, this kind of light mature woman. I have to say that the angry look is not at all intimidating. On the contrary, there is a different kind of elegance. Pissed off. People are like this and you don't say anything to comfort them. Ziling beamed and got out from under the bed. Why don't I know how to comfort you? I purposely saved some for you. Zhou Tian said to Ziling with concern. Left a little of what? Ziling was slightly stunned, not understanding Zhou Tian's words. Zhou Tian didn't explain. The corner of his mouth hooked into a bad smile, reaching out and pulling Ziling into his arms. Feeling her warm and soft petite body. Just for a moment, Ziling's delicate body trembled violently as if she had been electrocuted. In a flash, she came to a realization, finally understanding what Zhou Tian had left for himself. For a while, the two emotions of surprise and shame were intertwined and entwined in Ziling's heart, making her mind confused. Ziling suddenly felt, Zhou Tian, this person, even strange good Lu, especially after hiding under the bed earlier and feeling Shen Qingyan's madness and agitation up close. It made Ziling's yearning for Zhou Tian grow stronger. This made Ziling yearn for Zhou Tian even more. And this time the female lead was no longer Shen Qingyan, but Ziling. Violet Velvet thought about it and decided not to have any more reservations. The hallowed Mahayana cultivator Shen Qingyan in front of Zhou Tian. Strange are like a little sheep. Then why are you, yourself, still being so formal? Thinking about it, Ziling's heart became even more determined. She was going to try to utilize Zhou Tian development and then defeat Yanran Lu. Immediately. With that, Ziling raised her hand and elegantly coiled her long, waterfall-like hair. It made her whole person look even more charming and enchanting and flavorful. Immediately after that, Ziling slowly squatted down. Her vermilion lips gently opened slightly. Chapter 32, sending Ziling away. Well, Ziling's eyes snapped open. Instantly, an extremely strong sense of suffocation swept over her like a raging tide. Immediately after, Ziling's felt that the entire delicate body was instantly like electrocuted. The feeling of tingling quickly spread to the whole body, and she couldn't help but tremble slightly. Compared to Shen Qingyan, Ziling appeared to be too delicate, and even just this simple action made her somewhat unable to control herself. It's not working. Ziling's cheeks instantly turned red, filled with shame. Ziling subconsciously clenched her legs, trying to restrain the sudden urge to pee, which was like a flood. However, the harder he resisted, the more the urge surged. What's wrong? Seeing this expression on Ziling's face, Zhou Tian also revealed a puzzled expression. Is it, like, choking? I can't. Zhou Tian still treated Ziling very gently. Everything was shallow. I need to pee. Ziling bit her lower lip, her voice like a mosquito. As she said these words, Ziling's face became more and more red and hot. Listening to Ziling's words, Zhou Tian also immediately came to a realization. It turns out that the aqua swing body is having an effect again. With that thought, Zhou Tian stopped talking. Instead, he placed his hand on Ziling's head and looked down at his opponent. Well, ahem. The minutes ticked by. Originally Ling was trying to control as much as possible. But where was Ling's control over this kind of thing? What's more, Ling had been squeezed for hundreds of years, and at this moment, the floodwaters completely broke through the dam and poured out. It only lasted for a few seconds before Ling's petite body gradually regained its composure. However, her long legs with beautiful lines and full of meaty sensations were at the moment like fallen leaves in the autumn wind, and she couldn't help but tremble gently. Phew! Violet gasped. She had never felt this way before. As if in the clouds, and as if falling into the deep sea, the whole person seems to be completely addicted to it. That's okay, I'll plug the spout for you next. Zhou Tian leaned into Ling's ear and slowly said, "Ha?" Violet Velvet was a little confused, but immediately afterward, it became clear to her what Zhou Tian was going to do. Hiss! Ling teeth gently bite the red lips like blood, that originally was red lips colored deeper and deeper, as if it was dyed in blood. At this time, Ling was finally experiencing Shen Qingyan's feelings. She also knew exactly why Shen Qingyan was so tight. It's mostly out of control. Instead of suffering through the pain, it is better to release the emotions in your heart completely. 1 hour later, Zhou Tian looked at the dampness on his body, his face showing helplessness. Zhou Tian still underestimated Ling, although Zhou Tian had the intention when resisting the flooding. But where was this flooding beast that Zhou Tian could resist? Zhou Tian wasn't the great sage of Qi Tian and didn't have a C-pin. Not only did it not work out, but it got itself all fishy. Now even if Zhou Tian said that he had just finished catching fish, it was expected that someone would believe him. Zhou Tian now felt a wave of weakness in his body, but Ling was likewise not feeling well. The purple hair at her temples was already wet with sweat, and her entire person appeared to be a bit deflated. Along with the big breaths, Ling's plump front was rising and falling together. Despite her exhaustion, Ling's eyes revealed another hint of pleasure. It's the feeling of power. Ling touched her somewhat bulging belly, a satisfied expression on her face. With all this power, Ling felt that she could definitely break through to the Yuan Ying stage. Of course, Ling could also choose not to break through to the Yuan Ying stage and have a child instead. However, giving birth to a child would consume a tremendous amount of Ling's heart and soul, and would further damage Ling's foundation. She's only 100 years old and still young. Simply don't want to have children at this time again. Not to mention, Ling already had Yulan as a daughter. She wanted to refine the power of Zhou Tian directly here, but there was also some hesitation. In case someone else came in, then Ling would really have no place to hide. Zhou Tian seemed to have guessed Ling's dilemma as well, and thought about taking out a jade plug directly next to him. This jade plug, although placed here, was unused. The original owner of the jade plug was Yanran Lu, and in the beginning she did need something like this to seal the power from leaking out. But along with Yanran Lu's strength, she gradually stopped using such things. The extra jade plugs were all just thrown away. What? What is this? Ling looked at the object in Zhou Tian's hand with a puzzled expression on her face. She had never used it before, so naturally she wasn't sure about the specific wonderful uses of this item. Zhou Tian, on the other hand, was carefully explaining to Ling the exact purpose of this thing and how to use it. Ling had been listening with a straight face, but as she listened, Ling's face grew redder and redder. Even Violet Velvet's 3 views were turned upside down. This world, how can there still be such a thing? And to have to put it in that place. It's so humiliating. Looking at Ling, who was blushing like a monkey's ass, Zhou Tian directly explained. Don't worry, this thing is new and no one has used it yet. You should leave quickly, don't let Yanran Lu find out. Listening to Zhou Tian's words, Ling, even though she was even more ashamed, picked up what Zhou Tian was holding. The most important thing now is to get out of here first. Ling took the jade plug in Zhou Tian's hand. The jade plug was warm to the touch, as if it was a piece of warm jade, but Ling felt extremely hot at the moment. Hesitantly, he put her where she belonged. Thank you. Ling raised her eyes slightly and looked towards Zhou Tian. Don't think of me as a woman like Yanran Lu. I'm not like them. As long as you can make me surpass Yanran Lu, I'll find a way to help you escape from here. Ling said to Zhou Tian while putting on her long dress. However, when he heard Ling's words, Zhou Tian laughed. I'm not like them? Zhou Tian didn't believe a word of it. After coming to this world for so many years, Zhou Tian already had a deep appreciation for these women. Don't look at each one of them, but in fact they are all dirty inside. It's all about trying to crave your body. I see. Then you remember to be careful the next time you come. Don't let Yanran Lu find out. Zhou Tian said carelessly. She didn't know the exact relationship between Yanran Lu and Ling though, but through Ling's actions, it was also possible to surmise a thing or two. Soon, Ling was dressed. A long purple dress outlined her figure and showed off her beautiful figure. Even the hair, which was originally slightly disheveled, had now become smooth and silky again. The long purple hair was waist-length, flowing with the wind, and there was a jasper pearl hairpin on it, glittering under the moonlight, showing off its magnificence. Without clothes before, Zhou Tian hadn't seen such a sight of Ling. At this moment, Ling had redressed, and her entire aura had instantly changed. Ling's face value is not inferior to Lu Yanran, especially this long purple dress added more set off her style and flavor. It was like a purple lotus blooming in the dark night, exuding a tantalizing charm. Chapter 33 Platinum Quality Wanted Words. Some people like the youthfulness of teenage girls, because you can develop it slowly, step by step, and experience the feel of a raid. Some, however, prefer the maturity of a young woman, because you know it, and the young woman she knows it. What you don't understand, a young woman understands. But Zhou Tian was different. He was pure LSP. No matter if it was a teenage girl or a young woman, he liked them all. Ling, on the other hand, has the youthfulness of a young girl and the maturity of a young woman at the same time. Somewhere in between is the special light mature woman. What are you looking at me like that for? Being stared at by Zhou Tian like this, Ling instantly felt a wave of shyness. Her cheeks couldn't help but blush a little, and her legs couldn't help but clench a little. It's okay, it just feels like you're much prettier than Yanran Lu. Zhou Tian did not mince words in his praise. Of course, if the person standing in front of Zhou Tian was Yanran Lu, then Zhou Tian would also say with a clear conscience that Yanran Lu was more beautiful than Ling. Oh, Ling said in a salty manner, but at the moment, it was like a deer in the headlights inside, feeling a rush of joy and satisfaction. No matter what kind of woman she is, she loves to be complimented, especially Ling, who had grown up thinking of Yanran Lu as her archenemy. At this moment when Zhou Tian said that he was prettier than Yanran Lu, how could Ling not be happy? I'll go then, Ling said with some fondness, a pair of beautiful eyes looking at Zhou Tian as if it was as clear as a pool of spring water, without any distractions. Well, go. Zhou Tian nodded and said. It would be of little use to Zhou Tian to continue keeping Ling now. After all, he had already given his last survival to Ling, and he already really had his heart in the right place. Good. Ling fondly took one last look at Zhou Tian before twisting her waist and slowly walking out of the Forbidden Land. It was now slightly light and no longer so dark outside. Ling walked on the way out with a very complicated heart. Everything that happened here was as trance-like as a dream to Ling. In a blur, she gave her first time to such a man, and also, still hiding under the bed, eavesdropping on Zhou Tian and Xinxingyan. Even if Ling said this kind of thing, it was likely that no one would believe it. I really want to take Zhou Tian away, so the two of us can live a good life, Violet Velvet thought internally. Although it was only the first time we met, but Zhou Tian filled more than just her elementary school, he filled her heart. As for Zhou Tian's side, it was likewise richly rewarding. The yin qi contained within Ling's body was extremely dense, and after obtaining the yin qi from her, Zhou Tian's reserves once again skyrocketed. If he refined the yin qi in his body, Zhou Tian would now be able to at least step into the peak of the void refining stage. Such strength was unbelievable when put into the entire immortal cultivation world. However, Zhou Tian knew very well that even if he stepped into the peak of the void refining stage, so what? Yanran Lu had already stepped into the harmonization stage. Qin Chengyan, on the other hand, was even at the Mahayana stage. It seems that more recruits must be sought. Zhou Tian's side. Women. Only the first time the yin is the strongest. Every time going forward, it would decay. And in cases like Yanran Lu's, Zhou Tian had double cultivated with her tens of thousands of times. The yin qi brought to Zhou Tian would be extremely limited, and the give and take was completely unequal. In addition to yin qi, Zhou Tian had naturally obtained Ling's wanting husband phrase. System, fuse the words, Zhou Tian said to the system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully fusing words. A new phrase has been obtained, exuberant, platinum. Looking at his new phrase, Zhou Tian couldn't help but laugh a little bitterly. This wanted means that it is a wanted lady and has reached platinum quality. If this trend continued, Zhou Tian would really have to become a friend of women in the future. Zhou Tian was pretty clueless too. If Zhou Tian was given another chance, he truly did not want to come to this bull Tai Xian sword sect. However, the reality was cruel. If Zhou Tian could not break through to the Mahayana stage, it would be difficult to truly get rid of Xinchengyan. Another 100 years of captivity at most, and I'll be free of the status quo, Zhou Tian thought in his heart, unable to help but reveal a look of resilience. There are just two options given to Zhou Tian, either that, or reach 10,000 achievements with Xinchengyan. That way Xinchengyan would be able to follow his orders completely. Either that, or Zhou Tian also stepped into the Mahayana stage. Even if he couldn't beat Shin Chengyan, he could still find a place to hide and live the rest of his life honestly. As for what Ling said in the end, Zhou Tian even completely ignored it. Even if Ling really wanted to do that, then she didn't have the ability. After all, Ling was only a Jindan stage cultivator. Is the Jindan stage strong? It was indeed very strong, and when put into the mundane world, it was almost a true immortal. But facing Yanran Lu and Qing Yenshin, it was still simply not enough. Never mind. Don't think about it so much. Go to sleep. System, play me some music, Zhou Tian said to the system. As Zhou Tian's words fell, the music played by the system immediately sounded in his ears. Kini is too beautiful. Kini is beautiful. Listening to the magical music, Zhou Tian instantly shook his tiger's body. What the hell is this? Change it. Don't play such netherworldly music, Zhou Tian said with displeasure. At Zhou Tian's request, the original GNI Time came to an abrupt end and turned into an English song. What the hell kind of music is this again? Can't you be decent? System? Zhou Tian sputtered for a while. Ding! This is the music sung by the host's previous life, the Era Boys. Don't you like it, host? The system's mechanical voice sounded. Circus of the Times? Black out all their music from now on. Zhou Tian was speechless for a while. Immediately after, Zhou Tian's ears once again rang with a burst of music. The song is not as netherworldly as it was before, and it's familiar to Zhou Tian, named Tokyo Not So Hot, and it's not the original song, but a cover by a sweet young lady. Zhou Tian listened to the music played by the system and gradually fell asleep. On the other side, Ling's legs trembled slightly as she finally returned to the front of her cave. Finally back, Ling breathed a long sigh of relief, her heart filled with joy. When she returned to her cave, she would be able to refine the power of the circumference in peace. But immediately afterward, Ling's brows knitted as she saw Yulan, who was waiting anxiously at the door. Daughter, what's wrong? Ling's heart tightened and she immediately sped up her pace, calling out towards Yulan. Hearing Ling's voice, a look of surprise instantly appeared on Yulan's face, and she instantly jumped into Ling's arms. Mom, you're finally back. Yulan revealed a pitiful look. Ling gently stroked Yulan's hair with heartache, but all of a sudden, Yulan raised her head and looked at Ling with a face full of doubt. Mom, why do you smell like fish? Yulan's innocent voice reached Ling's ears. However, listening to Yulan's words, Ling's heart was violently tightened. Chapter 34, Long Linger. Fish? Fishy? Hearing Yulan's words, Ling was shocked. If Yulan hadn't done anything, then she naturally wouldn't have this look on her face. But on the contrary, Purple Phantom really did it. Now the purple sylph is truly a fishy kitten. After eating the fish, it was discovered by the owner. Although this analogy was inappropriate, it could perfectly describe the current mood of Purple Pixie Orchid. Yes? Ling said a little nervously. After she had left from the Forbidden Land, she had clearly already used her aura to remove the smell from her body. But how can Ling still smell it? But just the next moment, Ling couldn't help but be shocked. The smell outside is gone, but there's still Zhou Tian's scent left inside. It dawned on Ling that this was indeed a carelessness on Ling's part, not completely removing Zhou Tian's aura. But when things came to this, it was already too late for Ling to regret that, and this. Lanner, why are you standing guard outside the cave? Are you waiting for mother? Ling was still icy smart after all. Since he was too embarrassed to explain, he simply didn't explain and just pulled away from the conversation. When Yulan heard Ling's words, she also immediately diverted her attention. A tense expression instantly appeared on his face. Mother, here's the thing. Yulan told Ling about the flesh and blood copper sword. The flesh and blood copper sword was an evil cultivator's magic weapon, and although it was incredibly powerful, Yulan thought about it and threw it inside the ice cellar. Originally, he had thought that with the help of the cold ice breath within the ice cellar, he would be able to completely destroy the flesh and blood copper sword. But there was an accident. Instead of completely destroying it, the flesh and blood copper sword seemed to have wrapped itself around Yulan. Previously, when Violet Phantom Orchid dreamed, she dreamed of the sword spirit of the flesh and blood copper coin sword. After waking up from the dream, Yulan was very alarmed and wanted to go find Ling, but Ling was out of the picture. Unable to do anything else, Yulan could only wait outside the cave for Ling to return. Is it haunted by the spirit of the sword? Ling lapsed into silence, unable to help but blame herself a little in her heart. This flesh and blood copper sword was obtained by Ling 100 years ago, from the hands of those horse bandits. Although it was an evil artifact, it was really powerful. Not long ago, Yulan's sword was damaged, which was why Ling left the flesh and blood copper sword for Yulan's defense, and it was instructed that it should not be taken out on weekdays, but must be used only in case of danger. Now that she heard Zi Yulan's words, Ling couldn't help but sigh. It's mother's fault. I didn't expect this sword spirit to be so evil, but it's just a magic weapon, so I think it's easy to deal with it. For my mother will take you to the elders to exorcise the evil spirits. Ling touched Zi Yulan's hair and said lovingly, aha. Listening to Ling's words, Zi Yulan instantly felt an extremely strong sense of security. The Taishan sword sect was located in the Taishan mountain range, where there were a total of 12 main peaks. Among them, Taishan Peak was Patriarch Liu Yanran's dojo, while the other 11 main peaks were each controlled by elders. Lookout Dragon Peak. This was the dojo of the Taishan sword sect's grand elder, Long Linger. Elder Long Linger was only 120 years old and had already stepped into the Yuan Ying stage, not to be confused with a heavenly maiden. And Long Linger didn't cultivate the sword Dao in her early years. Because of the bloodline in her body, she was actually more suitable for cultivating the waterway. Only later did he join the Taishan sword sect by chance, thus giving up the waterways and switching to the sword Dao. However, Long Linger's talent was outstanding, and relying on her own profound background, she integrated the waterway and the sword path with each other. From there, he created a new gongfu called Amazing Sword Augur Change. This stunning sword augur change was marvelous and incomparable, containing both the spirituality of the waterway and the harshness of the sword path. It is about using oneself as a sword, and once cultivated to great completion, it can transform into an ancient sword augur, and can even kill divine separation stage cultivators, which is extremely extraordinary. Long Linger's talent was outstanding. Not only was she a leader in cultivation, she was also proficient in the 6 arts. The immortal cultivation world is concerned with the 6 arts, which are alchemy, artifact making, talisman seals, formations, beast mastery, and plant breeding. It was also because of this that Ling chose to bring Ling to Long Linger. Ling's identity was only an ordinary inner disciple though. However, because both of her parents used to be the head of the Taishan sword sect, her status also far exceeded that of an ordinary inner disciple. When Long Linger learned that Ling was specifically seeking an audience, she did not dare to be slow and immediately went out to meet her. So it's senior sister Ling. Why are you free to come to my Dragon Watch Peak today? Senior sister, I've prepared some thin wine. Let's drink and chat. Long Linger smiled and laughed. Long Linger's appearance was extremely stunning, wearing a close-fitting aquamarine long skirt. Her body was graceful. Her temperament was cold and noble, and the breeze instantly fluttered her skirt. The skin was so white that it was almost transparent, and under the sunlight, some traces of scales could be vaguely seen. A melon face is absolutely beautiful and moving. Forehead. A pair of coral dragon horns small and delicate. Aquamarine long hair and waist. Blue eyes as deep as the sea. Elder Long. It's rather me who is intruding. I hope senior sister won't take offense. Ling immediately nodded, a small smile always on her face. Long Linger called Ling senior sister. That was her being polite. But Ling had a request to make, so she naturally had to act even more polite. At this time, it was natural to not address Long Linger as senior sister, but rather as elder. Under Long Linger's warm reception, she directly walked into the cave. Long Linger's cave was as if it was a crystal palace, and it was lavishly decorated inside. The entire cave is like a dream built from translucent crystals, and under the reflection of the sunlight, it exudes a cool glow. Even the moment she entered, Ling felt that the aura around her was even denser. If one could cultivate in such a place, the speed would definitely be twice as fast. Elder Long Linger, I won't keep it a secret. I've come this time to ask for your help. Ling sat down at the table and immediately said with impatience, after all, Violet Yulan was being pestered by the sword spirit, and this matter could not be delayed. Oh, senior sister, just feel free to say it. Senior sister will definitely help if she can. Long Linger nodded and immediately said, Elder, this is my daughter, Yulan. Ling explained what had happened to Long Linger. From the fact that he had obtained the flesh and blood copper sword 100 years ago, to the fact that Ling had suffered from the sword spirit's entanglement after using it not long ago, he had said everything. Long Linger listened attentively to Ling, not nodding slightly as she looked towards Yulan. After glancing up and down, Long Linger spoke again. You undo your blouse and I'll show you. Ha! Hearing Long Linger's words, Yulan immediately felt a surge of tension. He was only meeting Long Linger for the first time. Why did he have to take off his clothes? Yulan was a little shy in her heart. She had lived so long and had never shown her body to anyone except her own mother. Chapter 35, The Only Way to Save Yulan. In the immortal cultivation world, other than those demonesses of the Acacia sect, otherwise the other female cultivators were all very conservative. What's more, all cultivators pursued the great way of eternal life, and very few people would cling to their children's love. Of course, this was all in the mind of Violet Yulan. If she knew the secrets of the Forbidden Land, her jaw would definitely be dropped. What? My clan is actually the Acacia sect? The current patriarch, the former patriarch, all practiced on men? Even his own mother, Ling, was involved? He himself was very hesitant to undo his clothes in front of Ling, but Ling, yet she only greeted Zhou Tian with a pinch of salt the first time they met? How could the innocent and pure Ling imagine such a picture? Although Ling was very shy, she was not unintelligent. Since Ling had asked herself to take off her clothes, she definitely had a purpose. Violet Yulan hesitated and finally undid her clothes. Skin as white as a work of art was instantly presented to Ling. Ling glanced up and down, and also couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth, revealing a smirk. Feeling Ling's gaze, Yulan immediately felt very shy and couldn't help but clench her legs. Ling also glanced towards Yulan. With just a glance, Ling instantly frowned tightly, certainly not marveling at Ling's no less proud bounty. Rather, in Ling's chest, there was actually a black longsword pattern. This sword was terrifyingly evil, and it was the same flesh and blood copper sword from before. Yulan felt Ling and Ling's gazes, and her gaze, which was originally a bit shy, became a bit puzzled. She couldn't help but look underneath herself as well. Sure enough, he saw the bloody copper sword pattern in front of him. Just for a moment, the tension on Yulan's face intensified. Done. I'm not clean anymore. Elder Long, this flesh and blood copper sword is truly bizarre. I wonder if you have a solution. Ling tensed up as well, but Ling had a relaxed expression on her face. No harm done. It's just the imprint of a sword spirit. I can easily fix it. Ling said in a loud voice. Really? Then thank you so much, Elder Long. As long as this matter can be resolved, I will definitely have a generous gift for you, Ling said with delight. Ling nodded, followed by directly placing her hand in front of Yulan's body and gently grasping it. Feeling Ling's movements, Yulan instantly felt an electrifying sensation. Catching it yourself is a really different feeling than catching it from someone else. However, immediately afterward, Ling's eyes revealed a glint. Immediately after, a gentle spiritual energy instantly surged from Ling's palm towards Yulan's body. Boing! Yulan couldn't help but pout. She could clearly feel Ling's power, which was constantly impacting her physical body. And gradually, Yulan immediately felt a hint of rolling in her chest. Elder Long, I'm so hot. Yulan pursed her lips and said uneasily. Don't worry, I'll put out the fire for you. This sword spirit has some skills. Ling wiped the sweat at her forehead, then continued to push the spiritual energy in her body. It had been going on for more than 10 minutes, and the corners of Ling's mouth were turning a little white. However, the blood and flesh copper coin sword pattern in front of Yulan's body was still very clear. No disappearing frame at all. Can't do it. Deflated. Ling exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath and said with some fatigue. Elder Long, can't it be that you don't have a solution either? Ling said worriedly from the sidelines. But upon hearing this, Ling instantly struck. She hated it when people said she couldn't. Don't worry, I still have a way. Ling immediately took out a storage bag from her body, taking out an elixir from his storage bag. This is the Buddha's True Sun Pill, which was refined from the relics of a Yuan Ying stage Buddhist cultivator. It can cure 100 poisons and drive away 10,000 evils. I don't believe I can't cure a tiny sword spirit evil spirit, Ling said in a very arrogant manner. Ling was also instantly startled when she heard Ling's words. Just by hearing the effects of the elixir, Ling could sense that it was worth a lot. Too much thanks to Elder Long, Ling said gratefully. This time she had come to look for Ling, and it seemed that she had really come to the right place. Ling gave the Buddha True Sun Pill to Yulan. Despite its lofty name, Buddha's True Sun Dan looked no different from a lump of yellow earth, and it wasn't even rounded. However, Yulan didn't dare to have any hesitation and immediately took the Buddha Holy Sun Pill. The moment she took the elixir, Yulan felt an extremely powerful force. Yulan's entire body's meridians were being flushed by this power, and even her physique had improved at this moment. Yulan's physique was the jade bird white tiger body, which was a very special physique in itself. Now under the effect of the elixir, Yulan's jade bird white tiger body seemed to be about to undergo a metamorphosis, becoming even more terrifying, the jade fury fierce tiger body. The minutes ticked by. Although Ling was acting very relaxed, she was very nervous inside. She didn't know if the Buddha's True Sun Pill could be effective, but if the Buddha True Sun Pill also had no effect, then Ling would really be powerless. Breakthrough! Violet Yulan was delighted in her heart. After she had taken the elixir, her original cultivation at the peak of the foundation establishment stage had unexpectedly broken through directly to the Jindan stage at this moment. the dantian location of the body's spiritual energy completely condensed and became a golden dan. And even Zi Yulan's physique had improved, and had truly become the legendary Jade Fiend Fierce Tiger body. Immediately after that, Zi Yulan lowered her head and once again looked towards the imprint of the flesh and blood copper sword, but after just one look, a hint of loss appeared on Zi Yulan's face, because the mark of the flesh and blood copper sword didn't disappear. It still exists. Damn it. I don't believe that I can't kill this broken sword spirit of yours. Zi Yulan, give me a little more time. When I step into the divine separation stage, I'll definitely be able to crush this sword spirit with my hands. Long Linger immediately broke defense. She no longer had her previous ice-clear temperament, but instead looked very grumpy. Even you, Elder Long, can't do anything? It's hard to believe that this tiny sword spirit really has such terrifying abilities, Ling said with a somewhat complicated expression. Long Linger's character was arrogant, but at this moment, she revealed a very helpless expression and could only explain. It's not that this sword spirit is powerful, it's just that it's an evil spirit, and the effect my watercourse spirit power can have is very limited. And for our Taishan sword sect, I guess it's only the patriarch who can solve it. But unfortunately, the patriarch is not in the clan right now either, Long Linger said and couldn't help but sigh. Can it only be Yen Ranlu? Can the other elders not? Xiling was a little hesitant. If it wasn't necessary for her to do so, Xiling was unwilling to go and take the initiative to find Yen Ranlu. Xiling shook her head, but immediately afterward, she spoke again. Of course, it's not like there's no other way. Since it's an evil spirit, it's most afraid of a supremely masculine existence. Our clan's divine sword Royal Thunder True technique belongs to a divine ability that is the most young and rigid. Only it's too overbearing, and even if it can kill the sword spirit, it will still affect Zi Yulan. But don't worry, in less than 3 days I'll be able to break through to the divine separation stage, and at that time, solving an evil sneaky sword spirit will surely be a piece of cake. Long Linger slowly opened her mouth, but Ling was thinking about Long Linger's previous words in her heart. To the young and to the hard, do you still need to be gentle? It seems, then, that there is only Zhou Tian. Chapter 36, The Secret of the Forbidden Land. If it was an ordinary evil spirit, it would be simple to deal with. Even an ordinary foundation stage cultivator would be able to deal with it easily. However, the flesh and blood copper sword was very special. It seemed to be just an idea that was parasitized in Zi Yulan's consciousness, and if you want to get rid of it, you have to use more gentle methods. That was why Ling thought of Zhou Tian in the first place. The yang qi on Zhou Tian's body was extremely rich, restraining almost all evil spirits. And if you want to get rid of the evil spirits on Purple Yulan, it's even simpler. You just need to throw yourself at it. And even if Zhou Tian was unable to help Zi Yulan get rid of the evil spirits, that Ling also wanted to bring Zi Yulan to Zhou Tian. After all, Zhou Tian is just too appealing. Just by laying down there, he was able to drastically increase his cultivation. The process was a little painful, but when the pain was over, it was a feeling of joy that shot the soul straight up into the clouds. In order to be able to raise Ling's cultivation level, so Zi Yulan would have brought her to Zhou Tian no matter what. The current Zi Yulan suffered from the invasion of the sword spirit, which undoubtedly accelerated Ling's thoughts. Elder Long, I know what to do. I've troubled you just now. It's a small token of my appreciation. I hope you'll take it. Ling's face revealed complexity. Then she directly took out a storage bag from her body. Hundreds of spirit stones were stored in the storage bag, and they weren't just ordinary lower-grade spirit stones. These hundreds of them were all extremely high-grade spirit stones. One extreme spirit stone was equal to 100 top-grade Yuan stones, equal to 10,000 middle-grade Yuan stones, and equal to 1 million lower-grade Yuan stones. Don't look at the fact that there were only 100 or so Yuan stones, but if they were converted into lower-grade Yuan stones, it would be almost 100 million. Long Linger glanced at the storage bag and a surprised expression immediately appeared on her face. As an elder of the Taishan sword sect, she could only get thousands of extreme Yuan stones in a year from her hard work, and Ling is not to be confused with hundreds of dollars in one shot. Senior sister, you're being out of line. I didn't help you with the trouble of the violet phantom orchid. How can I be so kind as to receive something from you again? Long Linger said with some embarrassment. However, Ling's attitude was extremely strong. Although Ling was only an ordinary inner disciple, she still had some wealth. When all the male disciples including the male elders were driven out of the Taishan sword sect because of Yen Ranlu, it was natural that there would be some compensation. As an elder of the Taishan sword sect, Ling's father had been compensated with several hundred extreme spirit stones. His mother didn't want to serve as an elder anymore, and after receiving a few hundred spirit stones, she also withdrew from the Taishan sword sect. After that again, the couple felt that their cultivation could not go any further. solely directly left Ling and the Taishan sword sect, and the two of them directly took their swords to the ends of the earth and traveled around. As for the spirit stones obtained, they were all left to Ling. Linger pushed back again and again, but in the end, it was too much of a favor to pass up. In the end, half of the spirit stones were accepted. Senior sister Ling, I see that you should have other methods. Can you inform me how you are going to get rid of the evil sword spirit for Yuan next? Linger continued to ask. Linger's character was one of those more arrogant ones. He had already blamed himself a little in his heart for not being able to save Yuan. Now that he saw Ling's appearance, which seemed to have another approach, he couldn't help but ask again. And listening to Linger's inquiry, Ling didn't even know what to say for a moment. Say you've got it figured out? The way to do that is to send your daughter to a forbidden land to be favored by the ancient demons imprisoned inside? Ling couldn't say such words even if she didn't want to lose face, especially since Violet Velvet herself had even been there. It wasn't even just Ling, even Yan Lu, Qin Yenshin, and even a lot of disciples had been there. It was estimated that even if Ling really told this matter, then Linger would definitely not believe it. Elder Long, based on the information you said earlier, I did find a way to undo the sword spirit's entanglement. Except this is an approach I'm not sure will work or not, Ling said ambiguously. Linger sniffed and nodded slightly. Alright, in that case, I wish you both the best of luck with your horses. When the time comes, I will definitely pay a special visit to senior sister Ling again. Linger continued. Well, Elder Long, I'll take my leave then. Under Linger's respectful escort, the Ling mother-daughter duo left the Forbidden Land. Mother, what should we do next? Why don't we just make a trip to the back of the mountain and completely destroy this flesh and blood copper sword? Yuan said with some nervousness. She was now completely insecure. Ling's face was also a bit complicated, and for a while, he didn't know what to say to Ling about this matter. This flesh and blood copper sword is just the carrier. The truly terrifying thing is the sword spirit. Don't worry, Mother has found someone who can help you with your troubles. We'll go at dark today. Ling reassured again. Mother, why do we have to go in the dark? The naive Yuan was still unclear about Ling's true inner thoughts. Why it's dark to go to? Ling couldn't help but feel her scalp tingle when she thought of last night's scene. Similarly, Ling was also a bit hesitant to bring Yuan to Zhoutian or not. When Ling went alone earlier, she bumped into Shin Changyan, forced to hide under the bed. But what if he took Yuan with him and bumped into Shin Changyan again? Can't we both hide under the bed? This is too embarrassing. Violet Phantom Orchid was a bit hesitant, but other than going to Zhoutian, Ling was truly unable to find any other way. Perhaps Yan Lu had the power to solve Yuan's troubles. But just now, Linger had also said that Yan Lu wasn't in the sect right now. And besides Yan Lu, Shin Changyan also definitely had the ability to resolve the sword spirit evil spirits. But Shin Changyan came and went without a trace, and Ling couldn't find her at all. Forget it, just take Lan Er to the Forbidden Land. Ling clenched her teeth, her heart finally making a decision. Lan Er, this thing may be a little shameful for you, but it's the only way to save you. Ling spoke out Zhoutian's information. Only by having dual cultivation with Zhoutian and utilizing the yang qi from Zhoutian's body could he completely get rid of the entanglement of the sword spirit's evil spirits. Originally, Ling was still listening to the seriousness of the situation, but as she listened, her cheeks flushed red. What? The forbidden place rumored to hold the ancient great demon was filled with a man? Is it even because of this man that our Taishan sword sect has achieved its current splendor? Even the previous patriarch, Shin Changyan, and even the current patriarch, Lu Yanran, had all been there. Ling finally knew why Xiao Yi Xiao Mei and the others were so powerful after less than a year of initiation. So it's all because of this man. Yuan fell into deep thought, but immediately afterward she suddenly raised her head and looked at Ling. Mother, have you ever been there? Chapter 37, Bathing and Dressing. The air froze at that moment. Although Ling had prepared her heart, how could she have never imagined that Yuan would ask this question? Has Ling ever been there? Been there. Although he had only been there once, the things that happened in the Forbidden Land could make Ling unforgettable for the rest of her life. But now that Yuan asked such words, Ling didn't know how to answer. In the past, Ling had always maintained a clean character in front of Yuan, and Violet Velvet did. Ling hadn't touched a boy in the last 100 years. Once upon a time, Ling and Yan Lu were both heavenly daughters of the Taishan sword sect, gifted and outstanding in appearance. There are countless suitors, and I don't know how many want to swing under Ling's skirt, but sadly, Violet Velvet didn't give a damn about that. The only thing she wanted to chase after was the great Tao of eternal life. But fate is such a tease. Ling had lost to Yan Lu 100 years ago, or the kind that could never be turned over. Later on, the qualification was even completely ruined, and it was very difficult to break through to the Yuan Ying stage in this life. And last night, it was even more confusing to be entangled with Zhou Tian for the whole night. Xiling's cheeks flushed slightly. When Zi Yulan saw this expression on Xiling's face, she also instantly had a number in her heart. Without going into more detail, he nodded. I do, and this whole thing isn't bad for me. Tomorrow is the day of the duel with Xiao Yi. Perhaps I can take this opportunity to raise my cultivation once again. Violet Yulan slowly spoke. She's figured it out. Instead of clinging to innocence, it would be better to find ways to raise his strength faster. And there is still no cost for this method of increasing strength. It wasn't just Ling, even Yan Ranlu and Qing Yenshen had done it. Among them was Xin Changyan, whose strength had even reached the Mahayana stage cultivation. This is truly the pinnacle of worldly power, even just one step away from ascending to immortality. Hearing Zi Yulan's words, Xiling's face was instantly delighted. Zi Yulan was still young, and she was also afraid that Zi Yulan wouldn't be able to figure it out, and wouldn't be willing to do so even if she died. Now that Zi Yulan agreed, Xiling was naturally overjoyed. Good, then mother will bathe and dress you. Tonight, mother will take you to the Forbidden Land, Xiling said again. The two quickly returned to the cave. Zi Yulan's entire heart was very complicated. She fantasized about the scene in her forbidden place, an imprisoned great demon. That should be an extremely terrifying existence, right? Will you hurt yourself? Will the process be very difficult? Would the others laugh at themselves if they knew? But as soon as Zi Yulan saw the bloody copper coin sword tattoo on her chest, a hint of resilience appeared in her eyes. If she wanted to solve the sword spirit stalking, Zi Yulan had to find Zhou Tian. Not to mention that tomorrow was the day of the duel with Xiao Yi. Although Xiao Yi had not looked for Zhou Tian again in the past few days, she had already stepped into the foundation establishment stage. It was still uncertain who would win or lose the battle between the two. On the other hand, Xiling was also rapidly refining the power within her body. Zhou Tian's power was simply too strong, causing Xiling to experience a feeling she had never felt before. After spending 2 hours, Xiling was finally able to completely refine the power, and the jade plug was pulled out by her. It was then washed with water, then wrapped in silk and placed in a rosewood treasure box. Cultivation has stepped into the peak of the Jindan stage. Xiling's face said in delight. Just 2 hours was worth a decade of Xiling's hard work. At one time, Xiling had practically refrained from eating or drinking and practiced day and night in order to be able to break through to the peak of the Jindan stage. But now, in just one day, it was easy to return to the peak of the Jindan stage. And, Violet Velvet also realized, one's credentials are fully restored. No, the qualifications are even more exceptional than before. The current Xiling's cultivation speed had increased drastically, and even if she didn't rely on Zhou Tian, she would be able to shatter her Dan and step into the Yuan Ying stage within a year. But how can you eat coarse chaff and pickles when you are used to eating delicious food? Xiling now couldn't wait to double cultivate with Zhou Tian again. As long as there was one more dual cultivation, then Xiling could easily break through to the Yuan Ying stage. But immediately afterward Xiling sighed, because Xiling knew very well that she was going to leave this precious opportunity to Zi Yulan. Xiling got up and slowly walked towards Zi Yulan's room. Mother, your cultivation level has increased. Zi Yulan was immediately surprised when she saw Xiling. This was because at this moment, Zi Yulan could clearly feel the change in Xiling's aura, which was many times more powerful than before. Lan'er, it's all because of that man, Xiling said with some complexity. Hearing Xiling's words, Zi Yulan's face flushed, because it was also clear to her that she would soon be going to the Forbidden Land as well. Mother, can you tell me what that feels like? Zi Yulan pursed her red lips and asked Xiling. What it feels like? It's not easy to describe. You need to feel it carefully. But don't worry Lan'er, maybe there will be some pain at first, but soon the pain will disappear and turn into. Xiling explained to Zi Yulan. The more Zi Yulan heard, the more shy she felt. Her delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly, as if she had passed an electric current. Subconsciously clenching her legs, some jumbled images surfaced in her mind. Alright Lan'er, mother will bathe you. Xiling was too embarrassed to continue to talk about this topic, and the conversation turned around and said again, Aha! Zi Yulan brought Xiling to the back of the mountain, the Ice and Fire Hot Spring. It's a dangerous place, but the Ice and Fire Hot Springs are a good choice. However, Zi Yulan had some shadows over this place. After all, it was here that she used the Flesh and Blood Copper Sword. The Flesh and Blood Copper Sword was thrown into the ice cellar by Zi Yulan, but because of the Ice and Fire Hot Springs, the ice cellar would collapse and fill in, causing the original pattern to completely change. Zi Yulan also didn't know exactly where the Flesh and Blood Copper Sword had been thrown by herself. The Ice and Fire Hot Springs weapons were tantalizing, and the two girls, Zi Yulan and Xiling, were standing in a pavilion. Ziling's body is mature and plump, and her daintiness is full of the flavor of a light mature woman. The purple dress Ziling was wearing was light and soft in texture, fitting her luscious figure tightly, revealing the slender waist and firm hip line. Ziling raised her hand to caress her shoulder, and with a gentle lift, her long skirt instantly fell to the ground in an extremely silky manner. "Ronnie, I'm going down." Ziling opened her red lips and said to Ziyulan. Immediately afterward, Ziling's waist gently twisted, flavorfully walking into the hot spring. The hot spring emitting hot air completely submerged Ziling, and in the haze, one could vaguely see Ziling's petite body, showing off her charming flavor. Aha! Ziyulan lowered her eyes somewhat shyly as she listened to Ziling's words. "I used to bathe with Ziling, when I was still a child." Now that she was doing it again, Violet Phantom felt extremely shy. The sash was loosened and the shirt was removed, revealing her skin as pure as lamb's milk. Ziyulan also slowly walked towards Ziling's direction. The pool water rippled slightly, sending up layers of ripples. She slowly squatted down until the pool water didn't go over her shoulders, her long ink-like hair spreading out and floating recklessly in the water. Chapter 38 Traveling to the Forbidden Land. The moment Ziyulan's toes touched the warm spring water, her face turned slightly red, subconsciously biting his lower lip. The color of his lips instantly became more vibrant. Violet Phantom Orchid gently sat down into the water, and as the water splashed, she busied herself by tucking her legs together, her arms wrapped tightly around her knees, and her whole body curled up into a ball. "Why? Are you still shy in front of mother?" Ziling looked at how shy Ziyulan looked and immediately reached out to scratch Ziyulan's nose, laughing out loud. He teased. Which? Purple Yulan said stubbornly, but the moment her delicate body was touched, it made her unable to hold back the light trembling of her whole body, the blush on her face spreading all the way to the roots of her ears. I don't know if it was because the spring water was too warm, making Ziyulan feel her body very hot. "Hey, Lana is a big girl now too." Ziling continued to flirt. The purple sylph is not too young to have a drop-dead gorgeous body development. Skinny where it should be, but not skinny at all where it shouldn't be. Especially at this moment, Purple Yulan is squatting in the spring. It is even more so that this proud capital is slightly squeezed, and it is not too much to say that it is able to kill the four directions in a big way. The two of them just bathed in this hot spring. Naturally, they weren't worried about being seen by others. After all, this was within the boundaries of the Taishan Sword Sect, and almost the only people who could come here were Taishan Sword Sect disciples. It can't be an ordinary disciple yet. It was at least those inner disciples whose cultivation had reached the foundation establishment stage that had the ability to come to this ice and fire hot spring. And these disciples were all female, so it didn't matter if they were seen naked, wandering in the warm spring water. Ziyulan's mind could not help but conjure up images of that day. He had come to the ice mountain to pick the Tian Yuan ice and fire treasure lotus, but he had bumped into Yenran Lu and the man soaking in the hot spring here, especially since they're still doing that kind of thing. The Yenran Lu of that time didn't have any of the flamboyance and high spirits of being a patriarch. There are just crazy indulgences. Am I going to be like Patriarch Yenran Lu tonight? Thinking about it, Violet Yulan felt a sensation of electrocution arise in her body once again. The thought of looking like that. They even stick their tongues out and roll their eyes. Ziyulan then felt a wave of fear and panic, and Ziling seemed to have sensed what was going on in Ziling's mind, and began to carefully teach Yenran Lu what to do. Ziyulan listened very carefully, knowing that although we are asking for help, we don't have to show too much weakness. When it's time to refuse, you have to refuse, and you can't be too spoiled for Zhou Tian, because men and women are all the same. The more you spoil the other person, the more emboldened they become. Love more if you can't get it, and ignore what comes too easily. Listening to Ziling's attentive teaching, Ziyulan felt like she was stepping into the door of a new world. It doesn't seem like a bad idea to trade dirty places for an increase in strength, Violet Yulan thought in her heart. Though Violet Phantom Orchid had also been abstaining from eating grains of rice for several months without even needing to eat a single grain of rice, but in her perception, it was the dirty place. The minutes ticked by. Ziling felt like she was going completely woozy and limp. Well, it's about time. Let's get going. Ziling glanced at the sky and immediately said to Ziyulan, "Aha." Violet Phantom nodded and immediately got out of the hot spring, and as soon as she left the hot springs, Ziyulan felt an extremely cold aura, and she immediately urged her spiritual energy to resist it. Ice and fire hot springs are just that. Extremely cold and extremely hot at the same time. Painful and enjoyable. Immediately after that, Ziling also got out of the hot spring. She urged her spiritual energy to dry all the watery aura on her body. Immediately after that, he directly took out a long purple dress and wore it directly on his body with a single thought. The long, slim skirt held Ziling's full moon high in the air, and with her purple hair casually draped behind her, her graceful curves were on display. The slender waist is full, and the long, straight legs under the hem of the skirt look even more charming and seductive in the purple color. Xiling's favorite thing to wear is a long purple dress, because she felt that purple possessed more flavor. Yulan also wanted to put on her clothes, but she was directly stopped by Ling. Slow down. I have a gown here just for you, Xiling said immediately. Good. Violet Yulan nodded and didn't refuse. Instead, there was some anticipation as to what kind of dress Violet Velvet would have for herself. Immediately after that, Ling directly took a long purple dress from her storage ring. The long purple dress was slimming and was much briefer in comparison to the one Xiling was wearing. Yulan looked at the dress and a blush couldn't help but appear on her face. It's like nothing can stop this dress if you wear it. This purple cluster in particular is still somewhat hollowed out, so you can almost see right through to the inside. Mother, do I really have to wear this? Xiling said with some hesitation. Over the years, Xiling had worn very conservative maxi dresses and had yet to wear this style. Trust mother's vision. Violet Velvet nodded. Not to be denied. Although it was about handing over his daughter to Zhou Tian, it couldn't be less ceremonial. Ling then prepared to dress up Yulan beautifully so that she could hold Zhou Tian's heart at once. Aha! Seeing that Ling's attitude was very certain, Yulan no longer hesitated and slowly put the long dress on her body. Ling's head was slightly raised, and her slender neck was like an elegant swan's neck, stretched to the limit. The dress slid slowly down her body, closely fitting every inch of her dimpled skin and maximizing the advantages of her figure. The deep V-long skirt further emphasized Ling's originally plump capital, especially the unfathomable gully, which was even deeper. The slender waist is not a handful, and under the purple long skirt, it is even more slender and soft. The hem of the skirt reached up to the base of Ling's thighs, and those who were so inclined only needed to lower their heads a little to see a glimpse of the pink landscape contained within. Ling gently shook a head of dark and shiny hair. The hair scattered like a waterfall, and the fair skin reflected each other. More flavorful. Is this really something you can wear out of the house? Ling took out a piece of mirror and looked at herself in front of her. In this manner, there was absolutely no appearance of any Taishan sword sect fairy. Instead, it was like those demonic girls from the Acacia sect dressed up, showing off almost all of the sexy flirtatiousness in Ling's body. If she was wearing this dress, then even if she killed Ling, she would be too embarrassed to walk outside. After all, she was afraid of the cold, and a breeze made her want to just clench her legs. Well, mother is doing this for your own good. It's getting late, so let's get going now. Ling looked Yulan up and down, revealing a satisfied expression at Yulan's current outfit. Just like that, Zhou Tian's LSP. He's going to die of beauty when he sees Ling. Chapter 39, Discovered. Aha! Yulan nodded slightly and followed Ling to the Forbidden Land. On the way forward, Yulan's entire heart was in her throat. Fantasize about what you'll encounter next, and likewise, Violet Velvet was equally nervous. After all, she had only been there once, and this time she was traveling to the Forbidden Land again. Ling would be lying if she said she wasn't nervous, but things had already come to this point. Even if Ling and Yulan wanted to regret not going, it was already too late. Night gradually enveloped the entire Taishan sword sect. Most of the disciples returned to their caves and either chose to rest or cultivate night and day. Violet Velvet dived and hid all the scents on her body. Even the purple sylphs were the same. Although there weren't many people outside the Taishan sword sect at night, but that's not to say there aren't any. As it is now, the purple phantom is wearing this outfit, so even if we say it's a cackle, some people will believe it. Of course, cackling in the cultivation world isn't the next best thing. The greenhouse, the Excelsior, the churchyard, most of these places are still frequented by the literati. Some ordinary people can't go to such places at all, and they can only choose those private prostitutes if they want to alleviate their needs. Mother, I'm nervous. Why don't we go some other time? Yulan pulled the corner of Ling's coat and said somewhat nervously. No, tomorrow is the day you will fight against Xiao Yi. The sword spirit in you will greatly affect your battle power, and it would be bad if the sword spirit took advantage of the fact that you were fighting unguarded and forcibly took over your body. Ling refused without hesitation. Okay then, Yulan said helplessly. But besides being nervous, Purple Phantom had some small expectations at the same time. After all, that teenage girl is not a bad spring, though at Ling's current age, it was already quite a stretch to say that she was a teenager. However, living in the Taishan sword sect all year round, she could not see men. Violet Phantom was lying when she said she didn't want a man. In addition to being nervous, Violet Phantom was very much looking forward to what happened next. Walk to the Forbidden Land. The Forbidden Land had laid down the 12 zodiac formation, and even a harmonized stage cultivator would find it difficult to survive the formation. But Ling had already been there once, so naturally, She was very familiar with this grand formation. That first cast a concealment spell on himself, followed by the complete concealment of the aura on Zi Yulan's body. He then strutted and walked directly towards the inside of the Forbidden Land. The journey was straightforward and neither of them encountered any danger. Although this 12 zodiac formation was terrifying, this was more of a deterrent. Ling was very proficient in the Dao of formation, and although she couldn't directly break this large formation, it was still easy to hide herself from being discovered by the formation. All the way towards the inside, Zi Yulan also became more nervous as she tightly grasped the corner of Ling's coat and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Soon, a simple spectrum wooden house appeared in front of Zi Yulan. This wooden house was ordinary, but when Ling saw it, her face was delighted. Finally, daughter, later you will go in by yourself, and mother will guard the door for you. Ling revealed a hint of a smile and slowly said to Zi Yulan, "Ha, mother, you're not coming with me." Zi Yulan became even more nervous as she listened to Ling's words. How could mother go with you? It would be too bad to talk about it. Ling's cheeks gave birth to a blush, and she said somewhat shyly. She wanted Zi Yulan to find Zhou Tian though. That doesn't mean, want to go with Ling. This was Purple Phantom's final bottom line. Okay then. The purple sylph was a little lost. Slowly, the duo had arrived at the door of the cabin. Originally, Violet Yulan wanted to just push her way in. However, just a moment after approaching the wooden house, Zi Yulan's delicate body trembled violently and froze in the doorway. And at the same time, Ling couldn't help but furrow her eyebrows and look at Zi Yulan with some consternation. Because at this moment, both women heard a burst of sound from the cabin. The voice was extremely ambiguous and a woman's gasp could clearly be heard. My back is going to break. Master, let me go. Zhou Tian, I'm your senior. How could you do this to me? You still dare to contradict your master. You master rusher and rebellious disciple. The voice was delicate and flirtatious. Listening to Ling and Zi Yulan was scalp-numbing. Inside the cabin, there were, surprisingly, other people. This was something that neither Ling nor Zi Yulan had expected. Zi Yulan's entire body froze in place. Looking towards Ling, somewhat at a loss for words. But Ling was equally surprised. How could he not have expected Zhou Tian to be so busy with his business? It had only just gotten dark when someone came looking for Zhou Tian. And Zi Yulan didn't know who was in the room. But Ling knew exactly. The woman in the room was none other than Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingxiang was Patriarch Lu Yanran's teacher, the previous Taishan sword sect patriarch. According to this status, it was not too much to say that Shen Qingyan was Zhou Tian's master. Damn it, how come Shen Qingyan is here again? And this time she's even role-playing. Ling mentally spat for a moment. Yet nothing could be said. After all, the other person, Shen Qingyan, was a Mahayana stage cultivator, the pinnacle of the entire immortal cultivation world. And Ling? Only a tiny Jindan stage. Jindan, Yuan Ying, divided spirit, refined void, harmonization, and Mahayana. The gap between Shen Qingyan and Ling was as huge as a chasm. Almost as if Shen Qingyan only needed to move her fingers. She was able to directly pinch Ling to death. Mother, what should we do? The room is already occupied. Should we leave? The purple sylph was a little nervous. This then made her think of the scene she had once seen, at the top of the iceberg. At the thought of this, Zi Yulan's entire petite body couldn't help but tremble a little. Ling was also in deep thought as she listened to Zi Yulan's words. After all, the best thing to do in this situation is to just leave. After all, Shen Qingyan was the previous patriarch, and Ling could not afford to mess with her. If one did such a thing as stealing a man with Shen Qingyan, then it was estimated that Ling would die without knowing how. However, Ling was a bit reluctant to leave just like that. After all, if you've come, how can you say you're leaving? But just as Ling was contemplating, the door to the room was suddenly opened. A woman with a cool appearance, but with some sweat on her temples, slowly appeared in front of the two Ling women. This woman was none other than Shen Qingyan. Greetings to the Supreme Elder. The moment she saw Shen Qingyan, Ling's entire scalp instantly went a little numb. She should have thought of it earlier. With Shen Qingyan's cultivation at the Mahayana stage, she was surely able to discover the appearance of the two of them. Taishan Elder. Next to her, Zi Yulan was still a bit unresponsive, and she had never heard of Taishan sword sect having any supreme elders. However, when Zi Yulan saw Ling being so respectful, she immediately stopped hesitating and respectfully saluted towards the other party as well. At this moment, Shen Qingyan's appearance was a bit weary, although she was still forcibly maintaining her poise as a Mahayana cultivator. But the disheveled hair and the slightly red, swollen lips said it all. Her gaze first went to Ling, but immediately afterward, it quickly landed on Zi Yulan's body. Seeing purple Yulan in this outfit, Shen Qingyan instantly had a number in her heart. This time Purple Phantom seems to have come prepared. And it's still prepared. Thus, a meaningful smile appeared on Shen Qingyan's face. Being gazed at by Shen Qingyan's gaze, both Zi Ling and Zi Yulan felt an extremely powerful sense of intimidation, especially Zi Yulan, who was only at the peak of the foundation establishment stage in terms of strength, was even more alarmed at the moment as she clenched her legs. Chapter 40, Shen Qingyan helps Zi Yulan. You guys don't need to be nervous, even though I'm the Supreme Elder. The Taishan Sword Sect is ultimately your youngsters. Shen Qingyan slowly opened her mouth, breaking the original somewhat awkward atmosphere. I wouldn't dare. Without you, Taishan Elder, there wouldn't be our juniors today. Zi Ling immediately said respectfully. Just kidding. The Shen Qingyan in front of him was a Mahayana stage cultivator. What is the concept of a Mahayana cultivator? The ferrying stage did not exist, and the Mahayana stage was the true pinnacle of existence in this world. More importantly, Shen Qingyan was not one of those old things with half a foot in the coffin. Shen Qingyan was only 1,000 years old, with tens of thousands of years left in her lifespan. If there were no surprises, it would definitely be possible to break through to the transition stage. Even, there was a possibility of actually succeeding in crossing the tribulation and ascending to the upper realm to become a legendary immortal. This is extremely likely, especially now that Zi Ling still knew of Zhou Tian's existence. With the power of Zhou Tian, Shen Qingyan would really be cultivating to her grandma's house if she couldn't break through to the transition stage again. Zi Ling, you brought Zi Yulan because of the sword spirit on her, right? Shen Qingyan looked towards Zi Yulan and immediately spoke again. Zi Yulan's entire delicate body trembled once again when she heard this. She looked at Shen Qingyan with disbelief and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air in her heart. Is this the power of a Mahayana cultivator? Just by looking at it, he knew what he had come for. But when she thought about it, Purple Phantom could figure it out. After all, a Mahayana cultivator had almost achieved omniscience. Whether it was strength or perception, it was the pinnacle of this world. As for the transition stage, that was only a further step in the perception of the heavenly Tao. Supreme Elder, truth be told, it is precisely for this matter of my little daughter that I am doing this. Violet spoke up, a little apprehensive in her mind. After all, the Taishan Sword Sect was a famous sect. This matter of Zi Yulan was really not nice to talk about. After all, it was the private stash of demonic cultivators' evil weapon that led to this result. Even if Shen Qingyan didn't care about Zi Yulan's mother and daughter and directly drove the two of them out of the Taishan Sword Sect, and no one will say much about it. The immortal cultivation world was even more brutal, and there was a competitive relationship between all cultivators. There are just so many treasures in heaven and earth. Other monks get it, you don't. Your idea is very good. With the help of the Yangqi on Zhou Tian, you can indeed destroy the sword spirit evil spirit on Zi Yulan. Shen Qingyan nodded, agreeing with Zi Ling's idea. Zi Ling sniffed and was immediately delighted. She thought that it was Shen Qingyan who was willing to let Zi Yulan and Zhou Tian duel cultivate, but immediately afterward, Shen Qingyan's words changed. However, this matter has a drawback. When the sword spirit is faced with death, it will definitely fight back and cause an extremely strong backlash against the purple Yulan, although it won't directly injure Zi Yulan's life. At this time, Zi Yulan's body is weak and is simply unable to withstand the intense yang qi from Zhou Tian's body. Shen Qingyan said slowly. At first Zi Ling was still a little excited, but when she heard Shen Qingyan's words, her heart fell directly to the bottom. A look of horror crossed her face, as she hadn't expected this at all. Supreme Elder, that, Lana is the one I've watched grow up. You must help her, no matter what the cost. I'm willing. Zi Ling was completely flustered and immediately said in alarm. Next to Zi Yulan, when she heard Shen Qingyan's words, her pretty face also instantly turned white with fear. Mother! Zi Yulan leaned in Zi Ling's embrace, her beautiful eyes all becoming a little moist at the moment. Just don't worry about this matter. Zi Yulan is a disciple of the Taishan Sword Sect, so naturally, this honored one will not see death and save her. Nothing but. Shen Qingyan slowly spoke, but then revealed a meaningful expression. Supreme Elder, if you have any requests but say so, even if I don't want this life, I will satisfy you as much as possible. Supreme Elder, Zi Yulan's face was delighted, and she said with even more excitement. Shen Qingyan, on the other hand, shook her head, her face vaguely revealing a hint of scarlet. Only about the Forbidden Land. You're not allowed to tell anyone. From now on you and Zi Yulan can come and go freely, but you can only come once a month each. You, remember? Shen Qingyan continued. Remember, Supreme Elder, the secrets of the Forbidden Land. Even if the disciple dies, he will not tell anyone. Zi Ling said respectfully. Hearing Zi Ling's words, Shen Qingyan then revealed a satisfied expression. In that case, then, this father will first take Violet Yulan away and deal with the sword spirit evil spirit in her. As for you, you can go in and double cultivate with Zhou Tian again, Shen Xingyan said again. Immediately after that, she walked directly to Ziyulin's side. Before Ziyulin could react, she directly pulled Ziyulin's arm. Immediately afterward, the duo's silhouettes hid and instantly disappeared. Watching Shen Xingyan and Ziyulan completely disappear in front of him, Ling was still in a bit of a trance at the moment. This was all happening just too fantastically. So much so that Ling was now a little unresponsive. However, one thing was clear to Ling, and that was that Ziyulan was saved. I didn't expect Supreme Elder Shen Xingyan to be so kind. Not the slightest bit of a Mahayana cultivator's stance. Moreover, I was allowed to continue my dual cultivation with Zhou Tian. Ling inwardly marveled. She looked at the half-open wooden door in front of her and stifled a gulp. The scene that happened last night was still extremely clearly seared in Ling's mind. And now, it seems that yesterday's scene is about to repeat itself once again. She struggled to her feet and walked toward the cabin with a complicated heart. Today, Ling is going to initiate another delivery room. Zhou Tian was a bit depressed. Today Shen Xingyan came early and gave Zhou Tian a whole bit of flower work. That's a variety of small props. Like, for example, something like a jumping candy, the kind that bounces around in your mouth when you swallow it. Then again, a black silk, plus OL uniform based on Zhou Tian's conception. Then again, a tight stepmother dress. With the addition of these items, Zhou Tian naturally had to pour out his help to Shen Xingyan. Shen Xingyan, on the other hand, also made an effort to clip on. But what came next left Zhou Tian somewhat speechless. Although this Shen Xingyan had become a Mahayana stage, it seemed that the higher the cultivation level, the worse the physique became. Within a few rounds, he had already been completely taken down by Zhou Tian, even kneeling down and begging for mercy. In the end, it seemed that he was afraid of dying in Zhou Tian's arms and directly fled for his life. The refinement stage fought the Mahayana stage and even scared the Mahayana stage away. This kind of thing, I guess only Zhou Tian could do it in the entire immortal cultivation world, right? Originally, Zhou Tian was still a little depressed. Shen Xingyan said to leave, and did not say goodbye to himself. However, immediately after the door to the room was pushed open again, Zhou Tian's eyes immediately glowed a little when he saw the person who walked in. Because, Ling, who possessed the aqua swing body, had unexpectedly come back. Zhou Tian finally was aware of why Shen Xingyan wanted to leave. So it was to create an opportunity for Ling. Chapter 41 Ling's Harvest. Though a halftime change would have detracted a bit from the weekly experience. But since it's violet velvet, there's no problem. Although Zhou Tian had only double cultivated with Ling once, the impression that Ling had given Zhou Tian was extremely deep. Stacked waves of 3 tears, flying pearls. It's a scene that is extremely difficult to imagine without experiencing it firsthand. Hello. Upon entering, Violet looked a little nervous, unsure of what to say. Well, undress, Zhou Tian said bluntly. Oh, Ling nodded. Though doesn't it feel like that's too direct? Shouldn't we catch up before that? But Ling didn't know what to say. Solely take off your clothes first, and as for the rest, there was no delay. Ling's slender fingers slipped gently, and the long purple dress on her body instantly fell. Violet Yulan's delicate body was very silky and smooth, and could almost be said to be the kind that could be blown away. The body is also convex in the front and back, and the breath of a light mature woman on the body is completely revealed at this moment. At this moment, Zhou Tian looked up and down at Ling. Although the current Ling would already be perfect, Zhou Tian always felt that something was still missing. What are you staring at me like that for? Being gazed at by Zhou Tian like this, Ling's cheeks immediately turned scarlet. Originally, Ling was already very shy, and now that she was being stared at by Zhou Tian in such a manner, she could not help but feel a tremor in her delicate body. It was as if she had been electrocuted, and she couldn't help but clench her legs. Even at this moment, Ling felt another burst of warmth in her belly, and an uncontrollable feeling once again lingered in her heart. It's that feeling again. At first, Ling didn't know what the sensation was, but just thought it was an urge to urinate. But then Violet learned that it wasn't as simple as just having to pee. Put your hair up. Zhou Tian finally realized what almost. Ling's hair was now down, and she looked very feminine and attractive. But there's a hint of the human wife missing. If Ling put her hair up, the aura of a human wife on her body would be even stronger. Ling wasn't sure why Zhou Tian wanted him to do that, but after all, it was a request. So Ling could only honestly cooperate with Zhou Tian. She reached out and coiled her waist-length hair. At once, Ling's aura changed. That maturity, that voluptuousness, that softness. The moment was on full display in Ling. Although Zhou Tian felt that his behavior like this was a bit perverted, but what was wrong with liking a human wife? Besides, It's not like Xiling is a real human wife. Zhou Tian had felt it yesterday when he was double cultivating with the other party. Your Excellency, is that all right now? Ziling's eyes turned slyly, as if they were a pool of spring water. She directly sat on Zhou Tian's lap and looked at Zhou Tian with affection. And calling Your Excellency? It's not a raw deal. Zhou Tian swept Ziling into his arms and said with a sly bad smile, "Ha, what's that called?" Ziling was a bit unresponsive for a moment, not sure what Zhou Tian's words meant. Call the Sagittarius. Zhou Tian ambushed Ziling's ear and murmured softly. In just an instant, Ziling felt her entire delicate body go numb once again. The Sagittarius. The word was too shameful for Ziling. Ziling pursed her lips and lowered her head, not daring to look at Zhou Tian. Although she was willing to attach herself to Zhou Tian, she didn't have much emotion. No feelings, to be precise. Ziling and Zhou Tian's behavior was more of just using each other. Zhou Tian could give Ziling a boost in cultivation, and Ziling was of great use to Zhou Tian. As for calling the Sagittarius, Ziling couldn't scream enough. Moreover, if one called Zhou Tian Sangong, then what should Zi Yulan call Zhou Tian? This kind of scene made Ziling sick just thinking about it. Don't want to scream? Zhou Tian patted Ziling's plump and jiggly body, a hint of displeasure in his tone. And Ziling's body was simply too plump, and when she was slapped like this by Zhou Tian, it instantly surfaced with the same ripples as the waves. I can't scream. Ziling was a little hesitant. Originally, she thought that she could be like Shen, facing this kind of thing without any constraints at all. Call it whatever you want. But when it really came down to it, there was still some shame in Ziling's heart. But it's understandable. After all, Zhou Tian and Shen had both known each other for over 100 years. And with Ziling, it was only the second day. Therefore, Zhou Tian was not in a hurry. If he didn't call himself Sangong now, he might not be able to say so later. Thus, Zhou Tian no longer hesitated and immediately urged his entire body's spiritual energy to start a life and death duel with Ziling. Ziling had initially thought that Zhou Tian would be merciful to himself and wouldn't move for real, but just for a moment, Ziling couldn't help but frown, biting her red lips to death, because Zhou Tian treated her without any mercy. There was no way around it, and Ziling had no choice but to return the favor. Her method of fighting back was simple. She was pinning and meeting each other, sapping Zhou Tian's stamina. But how could Ziling deal with Zhou Tian with this little trick? In just a few rounds, Zhou Tian had killed Ziling to the point where she was on her knees begging for mercy, splashing water and crying, pleading with Zhou Tian to let her go. What should I be called now? Zhou Tian revealed a bad smile and continued to say to Ziling, my husband, my good husband, please spare my slave's life. Slave is really afraid of being played by Sagittarius. Where was Ziling's shame at this time? Desperately begging for mercy from Zhou Tian. But Zhou Tian snorted coldly. Now you know you're wrong? It's too late. At this moment, the Forbidden Land looked particularly lively. Ziling finally realized the terror of Zhou Tian at this moment. This power was not gained for nothing, and a great price had to be paid if one wanted to gain the power of Zhou Tian. It wasn't until early the next morning that Ziling limped out of the Forbidden Land. Her belly bulged roundly, and Ziling rubbed her plump, erect form with one hand, while one hand stroked her pale belly. She even regretted a bit that she had gone to find Zhou Tian this time. But the thought that she now possessed a belly full of power made Ziling a little excited again. With all this power, Ziling felt that she could definitely break through to the Yuan Ying stage. It was even more than just the early Yuan Ying stage, at least the middle stage. There was even hope of breaking through to the late Yuan Ying stage, or even the peak. I don't know how Zi Yolan's situation is, and I don't know if she's been saved by Shen. Ziling was a little apprehensive. She returned to her cave and made her rounds, but she didn't see Zi Yolan's figure. It hasn't returned yet, but with the Supreme Elder by her side, nothing should happen to Zi Yulan. Ziling thought to herself. Right now, the most important thing for Ziling was to refine this power. Otherwise, when time passes, the power will dissipate. In this way, the hard work Ziling had put in would be in vain. She sat on top of the bed and immediately urged her spiritual energy to refine the power within her body. Chapter 42 Long Linger's Envy. It was very humiliating for Ziling. Ziling has been a very strong character since she was a child, and almost nothing can be difficult for her. But on the contrary, in front of Zhou Tian, Ziling appeared extremely helpless. It couldn't be helped. Zhou Tian was too bullying Ziling so much that she cried out more than once, and even more aggravating for Violet Velvet. The more he cried himself, it seemed the more excited Zhou Tian became. He even uttered an exasperating remark to Ziling. Your tears, my trophies. It would be fine if it was just this. Ziling felt like she could still endure it. What killed Ziling even more was that Zhou Tian had to force Ziling to call himself his Sangong. Ling had been extremely reluctant, even very resistant at one point, because in Ling's eyes, herself and Zhou Tian were far from reaching this point. Zhou Tian was Ling's husband, so what was the relationship with Yulan? Therefore, Ling almost preferred to die, but the reality was cruel. Even if Ling was very resistant, Zhou Tian had dozens of means to make Ling obedient. In the end, forced by Zhou Tian's lustful authority, Ling had to obediently call Zhou Tian her husband. It even got better and better the more she called him, so much so that every time she spoke to Zhou Tian, Ling subconsciously wanted to call Zhou Tian her husband. It made Ling miserable. Actually, it wasn't Zhou Tian's fault, mainly because Ling has so much of the human wife in her. Obviously, she has not even been in a relationship, but she gives the impression that she is alive and well as a human wife. It's simply the innate undead holy body, especially with her hair coiled up, that pathetic look of a recently widowed woman. Ling got up, but immediately couldn't help but frown. She was still feeling some soreness in her belly, and she couldn't help the slight trembling of her long, plump legs just by standing up. Zhou Tian is really too bad. I reckon I won't be able to recover at all without a few days. Ling bit her lip and said in a very sultry manner. A Jindan stage cultivator was bullied by a chi refining stage to the point where he couldn't get off the ground. If this matter was spread out, then Ling would probably have to find a crack in the ground. Strange. Why hasn't Lan'er come yet? Ling dispersed her divine sense and did not see Yulan's figure. This made Ling even more puzzled. It was logical that with Xin Qingyan's cultivation at the Mahayana stage, trying to resolve the sword spirit evil spirit in Ling's body should be a very easy thing, right? No, I've got to go check it out. Ling thought for a moment and decided to go find Xin Qingyan to check on Yulan's situation. But just as she was about to go forward, Ling suddenly felt Yulan's aura. It's the purple phantom that's back. In the blink of an eye, Yulan had entered the cave and arrived in front of Ling. Lan'er, you're finally back. How's your health? Seeing Yulan return, an expression of excitement immediately appeared on Ling's face. Mother, I'm fine. The Supreme Elder has completely destroyed the sword spirit in me. This sword spirit is nothing more than an idea. It's actually very fragile, except that it's hidden in my soul, causing it to be difficult to remove. Yulan flung herself into Ling's arms and immediately explained. That's good. That's good. We can thank the Supreme Elder this time. Ling patted Yulan's head and said compassionately, by the way, Mother, the Supreme Elder also said that he would accept me as a personal disciple. Violet Yulan raised her head and suddenly opened her mouth. To accept you as a personal disciple? That's really great. The Supreme Elder is a Mahayana stage cultivator, and he is also Yanran Lu's master, so you might be able to inherit the Taishan sword sect in the future and become the next sect leader. Hearing Yulan's words, Ling was likewise a bit surprised, but immediately followed by elation. This was indeed a genuine good thing for Purple Phantom. Mother, if I follow the Supreme Elder, will I rarely see you? Yulan looked at Ling with some loss. Silly child, it's not like you're going somewhere very far away. You're still in the Taishan sword sect, and you should cultivate well in the future. Maybe the next patriarch will be you. Ling continued. Mother, but I don't want to be a patriarch, Purple Phantom said. Ling raised her eyebrows slightly and was about to say something, but a sound was instantly heard in her ears. Is senior sister Ling in her cave? It was a very ethereal voice, and listening to it was like being in the middle of the ocean. The moment she heard the voice, Ling immediately judged who the visitor was. It was none other than Long Peaks, Long Linger. But at this moment, Ling still had some doubts. That is, what was Long Linger doing coming to find herself at this time? Elder Long, slave is here, Ling immediately said. Facing Long Linger she was also very respectful. I don't know what Elder Long is doing here today. Ling greeted them and immediately exchanged pleasantries. Senior sister Ling, today I broke through the god transformation stage, and I definitely have the ability to help your daughter get rid of the sword spirit evil sneak, Long Linger immediately said. Originally, Long Linger was a very arrogant nature, and the fact that she hadn't been able to help Yulan lift the sword spirit evil spirit before made her a bit unhappy. After Ling left, Long Linger immediately dived into cultivation, wanting to break through the divine separation stage earlier. After spending a night, Long Linger finally stepped into the divine separation stage. After becoming at the divine separation stage, Long Linger couldn't wait to come to Ling, wanting to wipe out her former shame. I'm not hiding it from Elder Long. My daughter's sword spirit evil spirit is already being removed. Ling immediately explained. Cleared? Who did this? The Taishan sword sect is still hiding such a strong person? Long Linger was a bit surprised. In the entire Taishan sword sect, the strongest person other than Yanran Lu was Long Linger. It's our Taishan elder. and it's thanks to her personally making a move," Xiling explained. Taishan Elder. Long Linger was somewhat unfamiliar with these 4 words, but she was not completely unaware of them. In the Taishan sword sect, besides the patriarch, Yanran Lu, there was a supreme elder above him. This supreme elder was a truly terrifying existence, and it was rumored that he had already stepped into the harmonization stage and was in the process of breaking through to the Mahayana stage. Although Long Linger hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she still knew Shin Yan's identity. So it's the supreme elder. That's no wonder. Hey, senior sister Xiling, you actually stepped into the Yuan Ying stage, and you're still at the peak of the Yuan Ying stage. Can't it be that the supreme elder cured the dark disease in your body, and also helped you grow your cultivation? Long Linger nodded, but immediately discovered another anomaly in Ziling's body. Everyone knew that Ziling had a dark disease on her body, which was an extremely serious injury. Unless one searched for heavenly treasures, only the intervention of a Mahayana cultivator would be able to help cure Ziling's dark disease. Not. When Ziling heard Long Linger's words, her face immediately turned a little scarlet, and for a moment, she didn't know how to explain. However, Long Linger had clearly misunderstood Ziling. It wasn't done by the Supreme Elder? Is it hard to believe that you've gained some other chance? I really envy senior sister's luck. Just one day is worth 100 years of my hard training. Chapter 43 Long Linger gives treasure. Long Linger said with great envy, the first step for immortal cultivators to step into cultivation is to measure their cultivation qualifications. Cultivators with high qualifications cultivate smoothly and are able to have a glimmer of hope for a long life. However, cultivators with poor qualifications would have a very difficult time cultivating. Take the Taishan sword sect as an example. Taishan sword sect's disciples. For example, it was very difficult for a miscellaneous disciple to break through the qi refining stage in almost his entire life. Many of them were even only at the essence refining stage of cultivation, acting as laborers for the Taishan sword sect. And once you step into the qi refining stage, you can become an outer disciple. The outer disciples were the most numerous, numbering over 500. However, most of them were only around the early qi refining cultivation level. Only by stepping into the foundation establishment stage within 100 years would one have the opportunity to step into the inner sect to cultivate and obtain more resources for cultivation. The inner disciples, on the other hand, were the true elites of the entire Taishan sword sect. The cultivation level was at least at the foundation establishment stage, and the disciples who were able to step into the inner sect were all genuine geniuses. But there is a silver lining to everything, and a low qualification does not necessarily mean that the cultivation is weak. Some people with deep qi luck would obtain heavenly materials and treasures to increase their cultivation level and their base under various chances and coincidences. There was such a person in the Taishan sword sect. She originally had mediocre cultivation and was just an ordinary handyman, but because while on a mission, he accidentally fell off a cliff. It was supposed to be a certain death, but he accidentally obtained the inheritance of a certain god transformation stage cultivator. Since then, this disciple's path of cultivation has been straightforward. It took less than 10 years to step into the foundation establishment stage from the essence refining stage and become an inner disciple. But those who can obtain powerful chances are ultimately in the minority. At this moment, Long Linger was very envious of Ziling. It was thought that Ziling must have obtained some sort of chance that not only allowed Ziyulan to get rid of the sword spirit haunting her, he himself has even stepped into the Yuanying stage, and his future will be unlimited in the future. Elder Long, you're joking. I'm just lucky. Ziling's face was a bit complicated. She couldn't say that the reason she stepped into the Yuanying stage was because she suffered from Zhou Tian's torture. Could she? Ziling had been thin-skinned since she was a child, and her nature was even more arrogant. So how could she say such a thing? Hey, senior sister Xiling, what else do you call Elder Long? I'm a bit older than you, so call me senior sister Long. Long Linger's gaze towards Ziling became even softer. Originally, with Ziling's Jindan stage cultivation, he would have been able to serve as an elder of the Taishan sword sect. However, because Ziling's character does not like to compete, coupled with the body has a dark disease, time is running out, so it is just at ease in the Taishan sword sect pension. But it's different now. Ziling stepped into the Yuanying stage, and was the true top power of the Taishan sword sect. As long as Ziling was willing, she could immediately become an elder of the Taishan sword sect. There were a total of 12 elders in the Taishan sword sect, but half of them were only at the Jindan stage, and 3 or 4 were at the Yuanying stage. Only Long Linger, the Grand Elder, had just broken through to the divine separation stage today. How inappropriate is this? Xiling said politely. What's the point of being so polite between us sisters? If you call me Elder Long again, you really don't have me in your sights. Long Linger deliberately pouted. Then in that case, I'll be rude. Senior sister Long. Seeing this, Ling was no longer reserved and simply directly addressed Ling as a peer. Ling had definitely joined the Taishan sword sect earlier than Ling. Her parents were both disciples of the Taishan sword sect, and Ling had lived in the Taishan sword sect since she was a child. But even so, Ling was too embarrassed to call Ling senior sister. There was no other reason. It was because Ling's cultivation level was higher than Ling's, and it was also true that she was a bit older than Ling. So Ling also frankly addressed the other party as senior sister. Good senior sister. I'll be bothering senior sister today. Why don't we have a drink and enjoy ourselves? This is very good. Lan'er, quickly go prepare some wine and food. Next, Ling had Yuan prepare a sumptuous table of wine and food. As for Linger, she seldom came into contact with people in Wanlong Peak, and this time she and Ling had a good conversation. From Ling's mouth, he learned quite a few interesting stories about the former Taishan sword sect, and Ling also learned a lot of things about cultivation from Linger. Although Ling had stepped into the Yuan Ying stage, she had relied on Zhou Tian's power to break through. Therefore, he was not familiar with his own power, and through Linger, Ling also became better acquainted with his own power. It was a very enjoyable drink, and did not end somewhat until the afternoon. Mother, the time is almost up. I'm going to go fight Xiao Yi. Just at this time, Yuan suddenly said to Ling, "Oops, mother almost forgot." A pang of chagrin ran through Ling. After returning from Zhou Tian's place, Ling's entire body was in a bit of a daze, coupled with Linger's sudden arrival. This made Ling directly forget about Yuan and Xiao Yi's duel. Violet Velvet arched her eyebrows slightly and glanced over Violet Yuan. The current Yuan was still only at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, and such a strength was not weak, and even put into all the inner disciples were the best, but the opponents they faced were equally not pool players. Just 3 days, Xiao Yi's cultivation level would be further compared to before. If Purple Yuan can double cultivate with Zhou Tian, even if Yuan's body was weak and couldn't hold out in front of Zhou Tian for too long, then there was definitely a chance to break through to the Jindan stage, or even mid-Jindan. But unfortunately, last night, he happened to meet Shen Qingyan, and Shen Qingyan made a move to personally help Yuan lift the sword spirit evil spirit, and this time, the opportunity to double cultivate with Zhou Tian naturally fell on Ling. Could it be that Lan'er is going to duel with that Xiao Yi? Just at this time, Linger suddenly spoke. She now addressed Yuan in a much more intimate manner, directly calling her Lan'er. Hey, truth be told, this Xiao Yi joined the sect less than a year ago, and 3 days ago she fought Lan'er to a draw. Even though Lan'er is at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, she may not be a match for that Xiao Yi this time. Ling sighed and said somewhat helplessly. After all, Ling's family was still too poor, and the only spiritual weapon she had was the life-snatching flying sword. However, this life-threatening flying sword belonged to the concealed weapons, and it was most suitable for the secret Black Hand. Now that Xiao Yi knew that Ling possessed the life-snatching flying sword, the strength that the life-snatching flying sword could exert with intentional defense would be very limited. Hungry Xiao Yi was Yanran Lu's disciple and would have at least 3 spirit weapons on her body. The gap between kryptonite guys and civilian players is on display at this moment. What's wrong with that? Lan'er's battle power isn't weak. What she lacks the most is a handy weapon. This is my Dragon's Bard sword. It's an extremely high-grade spiritual weapon. As long as Lan'er possesses this sword, she will definitely be able to defeat Xiao Yi easily. Linger said, directly taking out a 3-foot green blade. Chapter 44 Examination in progress. Along with Linger's movements, the gazes of Ling's mother and daughter all converged on the long sword. It was a very delicate long sword. The blade of the sword was sharp, reflecting a chilling light under the sunlight. The hilt of the sword was exquisite, and the blade was slender, like a spirited silver snake. The body of the sword was cast like metaphysical iron, transmitting a heart-stoppingly cold and chilling light. With just a glance, Ling was able to tell that this was definitely the top divine weapon sword in the world. Long Yin sword. Extreme spiritual artifact. I didn't expect senior sister Long to be so deep in her depths that she could even possess this kind of precious sword. Lan'er, why don't you thank your auntie Long? Ling was secretly alarmed and immediately said to Yuan next to her. The original Yuan was also caught in shock. She had never seen such a powerful sword before. Just the aura that was emitted could make Yuan feel a thrilling sensation. Thank you Auntie Long. Yuan immediately said respectfully. Now that Ling and Linger were known as sisters, Yuan naturally couldn't call Linger senior sister anymore, and instead addressed Auntie Long. Well, you should familiarize yourself with the sword first. I've already communicated with the sword spirit, and it will assist you in battle. Linger nodded her head and directly handed over the Long Yin sword to Yuan. Yuan received the long sword with both hands, and the moment she touched the Long Yin sword, Long Linger felt an extremely thick and overbearing force. This sword was not heavy, but rather very light. However, the power contained within it was terrifying, and at this moment, Zi Yulan was holding the dragon sword tightly. Her heart was in a bit of a trance. It was as if the purple Yulan at this moment was no longer an ordinary cultivator with a mortal body. Instead, it's a terrifying dragon that soars through the 9 specters. Zi Yulan's mind moved, and the long sword in her hand was instantly sheathed, and a dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. The dragon's bane sword followed Zi Yulan's movements and began to dance. A flurry of sword shadows were seen, mirroring Zi Yulan's graceful figure. Zi Yulan's movements were elegant and skillful. Each swing of the sword carried a unique flavor. When other people dance with swords, they are either sharp or poised, but Purple Yulan was different. She wore a long purple dress, and her long sword accompanied the 1 pint and 1 point of the purple phantom orchid, all displaying its unique style and flavor. Looking at the purple Yulan in front of her, Long Linger couldn't help but nod her head. Zi Yulan's qualifications might not be the best, but her character was extremely tough, which could be seen from this simple action. Auntie Long, mother. Zi Yulan's petite body slowly came to a halt, slowly storing the Long Yin sword into its scabbard. Not bad. With the dragon's bard sword, your battle power can even decimate Jindan stage cultivators. In this sparring match, even if Xiao Yi is how much of a demonic genius she is, she will definitely not be your opponent. Long Linger said. I also have to thank Auntie Long. This time I will definitely make a clean sweep. Long Linger said excitedly. Now that she had the dragon bard sword, Zi Yulan had already begun to fantasize about what it would be like when she defeated Xiao Yi. As long as she succeeded in defeating Xiao Yi, then Zi Yulan would be the Taishan sword sect saint daughter of this generation. The battle between Zi Yulan and Xiao Yi was still going on at Taishan Peak. Taishan Peak had already gathered quite a few disciples at this moment. Not only the inner disciples, but even quite a few outer disciples had come here specifically to watch the fun. Today, it was the day when the 2 most powerful fairies of the Taishan sword sect would compete for the position of the Holy Maiden. Xiao Yi had already arrived early. She stands in the ring, wearing a long dark green dress. The long skirt set off Xiao Yi fresh off, white skin softly radiating luster, outlining a charming curve. In his hand, he clutched a long sword, which emitted bursts of glowing starlight. This is the Star Sword. Without Lord Zhou Tian to assist me in my cultivation, it took 3 days to step into the middle stage of foundation establishment. This time, we must defeat Violet Yulan, and as long as we win the position of the Holy Maiden, we'll be able to double cultivate with Lord Zhou Tian more often. Xiao Yi bit her lip, revealing a slightly sultry expression. In these 3 days, Xiao Yi was practically all about cultivation, except for the basic eating and sleeping, relying on the residual Zhou Tian power in her body. Xiao Yi went from the peak of the qi refining stage and stepped directly into the middle stage of foundation establishment. This speed was already considered demonic, but Xiao Yi was still not satisfied. The only thing she wanted to do now was to hurry up and defeat Violet Yulan. In this way, she would be able to become the contemporary holy daughter of the Taishan sword sect. From there, he was able to go to Choten a few more times. 1 day's absence is like 3 autumns. The current Xiao Yi hadn't seen Zhou Tian for 3 days, and her heart was already lonely as hell. But unfortunately, recently Yenran Lu didn't know where she had gone, causing Xiao Yi to be unable to go even if she wanted to. Why hasn't this Violet Yulan come yet? Is it possible that she hasn't recuperated from her injuries? Battle shy? Xiao Yi couldn't help but ramble on. But just at this time, Xiao Yi immediately saw a flash of purple figure not far away. Finally, the expression on Xiao Yi's face instantly became grave, and the star sword in her hand was gripped a little tighter. Although Xiao Yi had broken through to the middle stage of foundation establishment, she didn't take it too lightly when facing Zi Yulan. After all, Zi Yulan was the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Xiling walked onto the stage and the two didn't exchange any pleasantries. Experiencing the last battle had caused Xiao Yi's 3 girls and Zi Ling to have a very bad relationship. Senior sister. Battle. Zi Ling directly prodded out the dragon's bane sword with a hint of indifference on her face. Although the current Zi Ling was still only at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, she had the dragon bard sword in her hand, and the confidence in her heart was extremely powerful. Even if Xiao Yi had luckily stepped into the middle stage of foundation establishment, there was absolutely no way she could be her opponent. Good, sister. Xiao Yi nodded her head, then immediately activated the star sword technique. A star power coalesced around Xiao Yi, gradually converging into a miniature star, and with the addition of this power, Xiao Yi quickly attacked towards Zi Yulan. Fighting, a touch and go. However, Zi Yulan did not dodge in any way, and even just gazed at Xiao Yi with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Not hiding? Is it ready to fight me hard? Xiao Yi pondered in her heart. She hadn't discovered Ziyu Lan's dragon sword at the moment. In Xiao Yi's eyes, the Longing sword was plain and ordinary, just an ordinary long sword. But just as Xiao Yi's star sword was about to meet in front of Ziyu Lan, she, however, moved. Ziyu Lan gently lifted her longsword, and the Longing sword instantly emitted a dazzling burst of cold light. A dragon roar enveloped the entire ring, and feeling the power of Ziyu Lan, Xiao Yi's face revealed a trace of unbelievable shock. You, how did you become so powerful? Xiao Yi couldn't believe that she was somewhat unable to resist Ziyu Lan's power at this moment, and even her entire delicate body couldn't help but start trembling slightly under Ziyu Lan's terrifying power. Chapter 45, Lu Yanyan and the 100 Flowers Fairy's Secret Deals. The biggest difference between Xiao Yi and Ziyu Lan was the quality of the weapons on their bodies, but Xiao Yi never expected that Ziyu Lan would obtain such a powerful divine weapon. The Dragon Bard Sword. Your sword. So strong. Xiao Yi's pair of delicate jade hands were slightly reddened by the shock at the moment. She said from the bottom of her heart as she looked at the purple sylph in front of her. That's right. Don't think that you're the only one who can obtain the chance. Isn't it just that you've gone to the Forbidden Land a few times? Ziyu Lan immediately mocked. She had been to the Forbidden Land herself, although she had not double cultivated with Zhou Tian. However, it was also from Ling's mouth that he learned of the way to be able to increase his strength through dual cultivation. Therefore, Ziyu Lan immediately guessed that Xiao Yi and the others must have also been to the Forbidden Land. Listening to Ziyu Lan's words, Xiao Yi's pupils contracted slightly. This was her biggest secret, but at this time, she was surprisingly nailed by Ziyu Lan. Just for a moment, Xiao Yi's cheeks flushed slightly, and a sense of shame lingered in Xiao Yi's heart. You, how did you know? Xiao Yi said somewhat nervously to Ziyu Lan. However, when she heard Xiao Yi's words, Ziyu Lan's mouth curled up. The previous Ziyu Lan was still just guessing, but now Xiao Yi's answer was a direct affirmation of Ziyu Lan's guess. That's not for you to know, Ziyu Lan said, directly wielding the dragon sword once again. She couldn't say that she had been to the Forbidden Land too, could she? Although he himself did not dual cultivate with Zhou Tian, his own mother's strength skyrocketed to the peak of the Jindan stage through dual cultivation. Ling was embarrassed, and Ziyu Lan was naturally embarrassed as well. Deng Long Chop. Ziyu Lan activated the Deng Long Chop sword technique, and a silver scaly dragon shadow instantly emerged from the sword, its terrifying pressure instantly enveloping Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi's face went pale for a while, but she was unwilling to admit defeat just like that. Activating the Star Sword, he immediately made a parry. The battle between Xiao Yi and Ziyu Lan was in full swing, and at this moment, 1,000 miles away from the Taishan sword sect, 100 Flowers sect. The 100 Flowers sect was likewise a top sect in the Kanglin continent. The disciples in the 100 Flowers sect were good at cultivating spiritual plants, and although they weren't good at fighting, they had good relations with many large sects. And, although the 100 Flowers sect was not a female cultivation sect like the Taishan sword sect, however, because of the special nature of the sect, the disciples of the 100 Flowers sect were also predominantly female. When Lu Yanyan left the Taishan sword sect, she was arriving at the 100 Flowers sect. 100 Flowers sect. Inside the 100 Flowers pavilion, the 100 Flower sect's contemporary patriarch, the 100 Flower Fairy, was here to warmly entertain Yanran Lu. Fellow Taoist Yanran Lu, try the 100 Flower wine I've recently developed. The flavor is very good. The patriarch of the 100 Flowers sect, the 100 Flowers Fairy revealed a sweet smile and enthusiastically said to Yanran Lu, well, I've come to take the liberty of coming here this time, but I hope that you, fellow Taoist, won't be offended. Yanran Lu nodded slightly, then picked up the wine cup in front of her and drank the wine inside that was as viscous as honey. As the 100 Flowers wine entered her throat, Yanran Lu immediately felt a refreshingly sweet sensation. Even the sweetness contained therein is very distinctive. At first light, then sweet, and finally a honeyed sweetness in the aftertaste. Of course, if it was just good to drink, this naturally wouldn't please the heart of a Mahayana stage cultivator like Yanran Lu. After drinking the 100 Flowers wine, Yanran Lu felt as if she was bathing in 100 flowers. The whole soul is nourished. Good wine. It can actually enhance the strength of the soul. Yanran Lu put down her wineglass and lamented. Although cultivators mainly focused on cultivating the Yuan Shun, there were almost few heavenly materials that could directly enhance the strength of the soul. Only with hard work night after night can you slowly increase the strength of your soul. And just this cup of 100 Flowers wine down, Lu Yanyan felt that it could be worth a year's worth of cultivation. It's good that you like it, fellow Taoist. When the 100 Flower Fairy saw that Yanran Lu was satisfied, a hint of joy appeared on her face as well. The 100 Flowers Fairy's age was to be quite a bit older than Yanran Lu, now over 3,000 years old, and her cultivation was not weak, having stepped into the peak of the divine separation stage. A peak of the divine separation stage at over 3,000 years old, was also a leader when put into the entire Kanglan continent. Opened the sect. Is the patriarch of the 100 Flowers sect? Such an identity who see all have to address 100 Flowers old man. Despite her age, 100 Flower Fairy did not lean on her old age when treating Yen Ranlu, because Yen Ranlu, at only 200 years old, is a harmonization stage cultivator, surpassing the 100 Flowers Fairy by a large margin. A demon like Yen Ranlu could definitely break through the Mahayana stage in a few hundred years, and even have hopes of ascending. What's more, behind Yen Ranlu, but there was still Shin Qingyan, that was a real Mahayana stage cultivator. At this moment, the 100 Flower Fairy looked at Yen Ranlu with a hint of envy on her face. How can people be so different from each other? Fellow Daoist, truth be told, this time I've come to look for some heavenly treasures that can strengthen the physical body for my beloved disciple. Lu Yanyan thought about it and directly stated the purpose of this time. A heavenly material treasure that enhances the physical body? This kind of treasure shouldn't be considered rare. I wonder what you want, fellow Daoist, and which kind specifically? The 100 Flower Fairy nodded. If it was those ordinary treasures, then naturally, Yen Ranlu didn't need to specifically come to look for them personally. The ones that could make Yen Ranlu look at them must be those truly top-notch treasures. Yen Ranlu didn't answer directly, but looked at the maid next to her. The 100 Flower Fairy was so smart that she immediately understood what Yen Ranlu was thinking and directly opened her mouth and said to the surrounding maids, "You guys go down first." With 100 Flower Fairy's order, all the maids retreated, leaving only the two girls, 100 Flower Fairy and Yen Ranlu. Fellow Daoist 100 Flowers, truth be told, I came here this time because I wanted to look for some heavenly treasures that could enhance my fighting ability in bed. Seeing that only herself and the 100 Flower Fairy were left here, Yen Ranlu slowly opened her mouth. Hearing Lu Yanyan's words, the 100 Flower Fairy's face changed slightly as she looked at Lu Yanyan with some surprise. Could it be that fellow Daoist Lu also suffers from this aspect? But come to think of it, it's also true that fellow Daoist is a Mahayana cultivator, and it's estimated that there are no more than 10 men in this world who can conquer fellow Daoist, not to mention those Mahayanists who have half of their bodies in the ground. The 100 Flowers Fairy said with a smile, her eyes glancing over Yen Ranlu. This looked a little uncomfortable all over Yen Ranlu's body. I got this for my disciple, not for my use, Yen Ranlu said with some embarrassment. Normally, although Lu Yanyan acted very cool, but in this matter, Lu Yanyan couldn't be cool. Of course, it wasn't that Zhou Tian couldn't satisfy Yen Ranlu now, even more than being able to satisfy Yen Yanlu on her knees begging for mercy. But the Taishan Sword sect was more than just Yen Yanlu. Yen Yanlu was now strong enough and naturally had to think about making the Taishan Sword sect grow even stronger. Chapter 46, The Secrets of the Wildflower Fairies. Zi Yulan was only at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, and although she had practiced the Divine Sword Royal Thunder True technique for many years, she was still only just getting started. It could only utilize 10% of the power of the Divine Sword Royal Thunder True technique, and there was a high probability of failure, and once it fails, it suffers an extremely strong backlash. However, this was the only means by which Zi Yulan could suppress Xiao Yi. To use the Divine Sword Royal Thunder True technique so soon, this Zi Yulan is acting really decisively. Xiao Yi also couldn't help but admire Zi Yulan. Just because he was able to successfully activate the Divine Sword Royal Thunder True technique against Li Qingrua before, it didn't mean that he would still be able to succeed this time. And once it failed, then the Purple Phantom would surely lose. But even so, Xiao Yi still didn't dare to have any slack. Borrowing the time when Zi Yulan executed the Divine Sword Royal Thunder True technique, Xiao Yi also quickly activated the Star Sword technique. The surrounding stars gathered more and more, eventually forming a ball of light filled with light. These balls of light gathered more and more, with Xiao Yi as the center, and kept moving. But the time given to Xiao Yi was still too little, and she had only created 3 balls of light now. And right at this moment, Zi Yulan's Divine Sword Royal Thunder True technique had already been successfully activated. Her entire body converged with terrifying lightning, and even the long sword in her hand had been empowered by lightning. Zi Yulan's figure was even more rapid than before, and in just the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of Xiao Yi. The terrifying lightning was heavenly lightning, harboring the most masculine and rigid power. Everything in this world seems so fragile in front of the heavenly thunder. This Violet Yulan is just too terrifying, actually casting the Divine Sword Royal Thunder True technique twice in a row. Yes, this is a sword technique that can only be initiated at the Jindan stage or above, but Zi Yulan is only at the peak of foundation establishment, and she's already using it in such a fluid manner. The victory in this battle belongs to none other than Zi Yulan. Her Divine Sword Royal Thunder True technique is simply too terrifying. That's not necessarily true. Xiao Yi's Star Sword technique is not to be underestimated. If Violet Yulan can defeat Xiao Yi, then she will definitely be this term's holy maiden. The moment. Yanran Lu had now stepped into the great perfection of the void refining stage, and her strength had reached its own limit. As long as he crossed the 9 thunder tribulations, he would be able to smoothly break through the harmonization stage. Her breath was in a flurry of agitation. And even if Yan Lu was well prepared, she looked a bit frazzled at the moment. There's still one last thunderbolt left, but this one is almost the sum of the previous 8. I don't know if I can handle it. Lu Yanyan's eyebrows knitted tightly, and a hint of worry appeared in her beautiful eyes. This lightning tribulation was simply too terrifying, far surpassing that of an ordinary void refining stage cultivator's breakthrough. The reason for this was understood by Yan Lu. With Lu Yanyan's original destiny, she would only be a Yuan Ying stage cultivator at most, and it would be as hard as heaven to even think about stepping into the divine separation stage. Reliably Zhou Tian. But she changed that, not only breaking through the divine separation stage, even stepped into the void refining stage, but such an act against the heavens would naturally suffer the targeting of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao lost more than it could make up for, and Lu Yanyan's thunder tribulation was naturally going to be far beyond an ordinary tribulation. Spell it out. Lu Yanyan raised her longsword without any defense, instead choosing to face the thunderbolt directly. But just at this moment, Yanran Lu realized that there was a hint of something wrong. This was because the intensity of the lightning tribulation had unexpectedly weakened by a trace at this moment. Although it was only a trace, it gave Yanran Lu great delight, and the breakthrough succeeded even more. What is this situation? The strength of the thunderbolt has unexpectedly weakened by a hair. Lu Yanyan's mind moved, and the scene within the Taishan sword sect immediately appeared before her eyes. Zi Yulan activated the Royal Thunder True technique and was fighting her disciple, Xiao Yi. Seeing this scene, the corner of Yanran Lu's mouth curled slightly. Although this Zi Yulan doesn't have a strong qualification, her heart is exceptional. Borrowing from my lightning tribulation, not only did she successfully activate the Divine Sword Imperial Thunder True technique, its effects have also been enhanced by quite a bit. But immediately afterward, Yanran Lu sighed. Although the Divine Sword Royal Thunder True technique was very strong, it was still a bit short of defeating Xiao Yi. Although Xiao Yi's strength was not as good as Zi Yulan's, the weapons on her body as well as her long dress were all spirit weapons. That's the difference between the two. Lu Yanyan shook her head, then directly excluded the thoughts in her mind and continued to wholeheartedly transmigrate. And the ring at the moment. The ending was just as Yanran Lu thought it would be. Although the Divine Sword Royal Thunder True technique was powerful and had borrowed a sliver of the power of Yanran Lu's Thunderbolt, but in the end, it still failed to completely defeat Xiao Yi. That is, the life-snatching flying sword that Ling gave her. Previously, Zi Yulan had used the life-snatching flying sword once in order to deal with Li Qingruo's chi-swallowing mountains and rivers sword technique. The cooldown time had long passed now, and Purple Phantom Lan had shattered her longsword even though she had no aura in her body. However, it was possible to cast the life-snatching flying sword. Senior sister, what other means do you have? Xiao Yi frowned. Although she felt that Zi Yulan was already at the end of her strength, but it was not taken lightly, and the means to deal with it were prepared. And it was at this time, a small pocket-sized sword suddenly appeared in the center of Zi Yulan's hand. The life-snatching flying sword was a top-grade magic weapon, and it was best at sneak attacks, so it was most appropriate to use it at this time. Life-snatching flying sword. Purple Yulan put her best foot forward and used her final strike. No good. Xiao Yi immediately urged her full strength to resist. She could detect the terrifying pressure of this sword. If he was shot himself, he would be half mutilated, if not dead. The corner of Violet Phantom's mouth curled up, but now she couldn't see the next scene. The overloaded use of the life-snatching flying sword had caused both Zi Yulan's body and soul to suffer great damage. Zi Yulan only felt her eyelids as heavy as 2 mountains, and she passed out uncontrollably. Xiao Yi was also penetrated through her chest because she was unable to resist Zi Yulan's life-threatening flying sword. Chapter 47, Eating the Bitter End of the Bitter End. Listening to 100 Flower Fairy's words, Yanran Lu nodded slightly. She was icy smart and naturally sensed that the 100 Flower Fairy also had the pain of being a woman. After all, what can be done when men don't compete? By the way, fellow Taoist Lu, there's one more thing I feel I need to discuss with you. The 100 Flower Fairy suddenly thought of something. The loss on his face was swept away, and he turned to speak to Yanran Lu once again. What is it? Fellow Taoist 100 Flowers, you can say anything, Yanran Lu said directly. If I guessed correctly, there are still 3 months to go before the beast tide breaks out. Are you Taishan sword sect ready for it? The 100 Flower Fairy opened her mouth. Beast tide? Yanran Lu was stunned at first, but soon, Yanran Lu reacted. It didn't matter if it was the Taishan mountain range where the Taishan sword sect was located, or the 100 Flowers mountain range where the 100 Flowers sect was located. Every 300 years or so, a terrifying wave of beasts would erupt. This was something that couldn't be avoided because the two major sects were both very close to the bordering demon empire. The demon empire was full of terrifying demonic beasts, and there were many of them that had transformed into forms. The strongest demonic beasts even beat the refined void stage. If we were to talk about top-notch combat power, these demonic beasts were definitely no match for the human race. But the most frightening thing about demonic beasts is their scale. When they appear, they are in the thousands. Even the weakest demonic beasts are comparable to Foundation establishment stage cultivators. Demonic beasts were a great threat to mortals and ordinary cultivators, and because of this, many clans of all sizes paid close attention to them. It wasn't as if humans didn't have the power to completely destroy the demon beast empire, not to mention other great powers. Just the fact that the Taishan Sword Sect's Supreme Elder Shin Qingyan had made a move alone would easily defend against the invasion of the demon race. It was even possible to completely regroup the other side. However, even if the regiment destroyed all the demon races, it would not be possible to truly exterminate all the demon races, because the demon beast empire was in the middle of a place called the Abyss. The Abyss was sheltered by a certain demonic powerhouse, and any human powerhouse who came to the Abyss would have their strength greatly reduced, and as long as the other demon clans hid in the Abyss, they would be emboldened to continue reproducing their offspring. Every 300 years, it would once again regain its peak and once again exclude the Sea of Beasts from attacking the human race. I had forgotten that the day of the beast tide was approaching. Yenran nodded. She had only been the patriarch for 100 years, so she didn't know much about the beast tide. But it's good. Through this beast tide, it can also greatly enhance the disciples' combat power. Yenran Lu thought about it and said again, although the beast tide was terrifying, it wasn't completely without its benefits. Although it will cause casualties among the cultivators, those who survived, whether it's the heart, or their own fighting strength will be greatly improved. Then there was the value of the demonic beast itself. Even the most ordinary demonic beasts had quite a few treasures on them. The blood and flesh are tonic, the root bones are aphrodisiac, and even the demon core can be used to refine pills and weapons. It was also because of this that the human race was unwilling to completely destroy the demon race. Instead, he was looking forward to another attack by the demon race. Well, that's what I thought. One needs a sense of crisis. Otherwise there's nothing to practice. The 100 Flowers Fairy nodded and agreed with Yenran Lu. They're both top-notch prospects, and life is just a number to them all. They have witnessed too many deaths over thousands of years. Only eternal life is their greatest pursuit. However, some people's great powers have speculated that this beast tide seems to be unusual. We are the closest to the demon empire, so why don't our two clans form an alliance? And it will be easier for the disciples to deal with the beast tide. The 100 Flower Fairy thought for a moment and spoke again. An alliance? That's right up my alley. Yenran Lu nodded slightly and did not reject the 100 Flower Fairy's words. The disciples in the 100 Flowers sect were almost rarely good at feats, and were instead better at aids. And almost all of the disciples of the Taishan Sword sect cultivated the Sword Dao and were not good at attacking. Paired together, the casualties against the wave could be reduced considerably. Yenran Lu and the 100 Flower Fairy exchanged a few more pleasantries. Immediately after that, the 100 Flower Fairy handed over some pills, fruits, and battle-enhancing techniques, all of which were given to Yenran Lu. Lu Yanyan was of course very happy and rushed towards the Taishan Sword sect with these things. And at this moment, the Taishan Sword sect, the battle between Zi Yulan and Xiao Yi also gradually came to an end. I lost. Xiao Yi pursed her lips and said helplessly. Although Xiao Yi had already worked very hard to raise her cultivation, she was still too young compared to Zi Yulan. In the past, relying on the divine weapons in her hands, Xiao Yi was still able to fight with Zi Yulan to a draw. But now that Zi Yulan possessed the extreme spiritual weapon Longyin Sword in her hands, Xiao Yi would no longer be Zi Yulan's opponent. Humph. Xiao Yi was a bit unconvinced, but still walked honestly down to the ring. In the ring, a relaxed expression appeared on Zai Yulan's face. In this fight, it was still Violet Yulan who won after all. However, Zi Yulan did not win very easily, and even in her heart, she had to admire Xiao Yi's outstanding natural talent. The current Zi Yulan could still defeat Xiao Yi, but in 30 years, the next test for the Virgin, Zi Yulan was still a bit skeptical that she would be a match for Xiao Yi when the time came. Senior sister, let's cultivate well. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't deceive the young girl to be poor. Xiao Yi walked off the stage and Xiao Mei immediately comforted her. AI, senior sister, this Zi Yulan has some strength. It's perfectly normal for me to lose to her. It's just that my chances of going to a forbidden land for dual cultivation in the future will be much less, Xiao Yi said with some loss. Losing to Purple Phantom doesn't matter. There were fewer opportunities to go to the forbidden land on both knees, and that was what Xiao Yi cared about the most. It's fine, It's not like we can't go. And you won't be able to make good use of this opportunity to get Lord Jotian to give you a few more times. We're not ugly. And Lord Jotian likes us a lot. Especially you. Li Lianxiao also comforted from the side. But that would be so uncomfortable. Just once. That I wouldn't get out of bed for several days. Xiao Yi pursed her lips and said somewhat shyly. Her mind couldn't help but once again recall the scene with Jotian. Jotian's madness flattered her. Although the fruits of victory could be achieved, the process was still too painful for her. A newcomer who had tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time. Eat the bitterness before you can start a family. Next time you listen to me, don't waste it, just give it all to him, so that our cultivation can increase. Xiao Mei also added from the side. After saying this, Xiao Mei even glanced towards the surroundings. Such words of tigers and wolves. If others heard them, they would probably have to drop their jaws in shock. But with a sweeping glance, Xiao Mei revealed a relaxed expression. Luckily, no one was paying attention to their conversation. Xiao Yi nodded, but immediately afterward it seemed as if she had fallen back into deep thought. After a long time, Xiao Yi slowly spoke. Senior sister, that's not crying, it's fishy and a bit sweet.